then LEV really like struggling a ton, right? Okay. Obviously it wasn't working out here, but I felt like Gen.G was playing great on this one. I felt like their in particular, their breeze with the Aster and the Yard is really oppressive against the default comp. I felt in a lot of ways they kind of got comped.
Okay, in Lotus, I would say that there were 2 or 3 rounds that we saw the plan from LEV, and I was like, you know you shouldn't. Like, you know you should, like, you've already made this mistake, you know that it's already not working, you already know the positions that they're on. But on Breeze, I do believe that it has to do with the composition, with how well executed was everything from the side of Gen.G. They were a force to be reckoned with. I don't think many teams will have a response to what they were doing on the server, and I don't blame them for it.
Yeah, but I do agree with you that I think the Lotus was much more of an issue there for Leviathan, and that's where we did see some of the mistakes cropping up that were happening in Americas, where when the game plan fails, we see some of these individual moments come out, and they kind of take risks and end up failing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and you really want to see them in those moments, in those high-pressure moments, like button that up a bit more, right? We'll, of course, see how that plays out here today, but it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you lovely people, which rookie are you most hyped about, and to no one's surprise, it was FUT. We're all a couple wooters over here at 56.5%. I was a part of the 56. I just want to let everyone know.
Are you a wooter?
I'm a big wooter, okay? I'm the biggest wooter I know.
Can't blame you, can't blame you.
Yeah, he's just a fantastic player. Seriously, so dynamic. He brings so much to the team. I'm just...
Even for our teams today, if they win, the opponents waiting for them in that 1-1 stage are scary. Team Heretics struggled in that last game, but I think are a force to be reckoned with. It is a long road if you go down below in the Swiss stage.
But especially a player like Wood, I can also understand how he's a bit of a role model. You know, he's a young player that just grinded his way up.
And he was super confident.
Yeah. He's got it all. He's got it all. He doesn't care. We thought, you know, when we saw him in Madrid, and then when we were in EMEA, we were like, you know, is he going to be scared? He's chilling. He's living his best life.
Yeah.
So yeah, I understand that he can be an inspiration for, you know, many of the young players that be like, you know, maybe you can be Woods one day.
I just wanted to see him play with sunglasses.
It's tough. It's not easy, but...
I just wanted him to play with sunglasses on the stage. I thought that would have been awesome. All right, well,
that's a good idea.
Especially with the lights.
Let's go ahead, though.
Take a look at the predictions of the broadcast team, and yes, I knew it. All right, so
what is that laugh?
I can't wait until you
defend yourself.
All I'm saying.
Okay, I have but one question for you. Do you actually believe this, or are you playing the odds so you can tweet a picture if Dragon Ranger Gaming wins?
Yesterday for like half an hour.
Here's the thing. I do like FUT quite a bit. But in my heart, I want Dragon Ranger to get the win.
You want? Do you think they'll win?
Do I think they'll win? You know what? I could see it happening if they manage to come out hot in that first game. I think in the first map, if they find like good footing early on.
Then what happens in map 2?
And then in map 2 and 3, then that's when we get a little worried. Pero we play the odds, okay? That's what we're doing right now. Do not.
You're hedging your bets. You don't believe they're going to win.
Do not.
I know you don't believe it.
All I'm saying
I'm telling you, he's going to be right.
This is it, okay?
We're all going to be wrong.
If it happens, though, yes, I will look like a genius.
It would be the upset of the century.
Yeah, all I want people in the Valorant community.
It wouldn't.
I just want the Valorant community to acknowledge me for once in my life. You know, that's it. That's all I'm looking for here. But yeah.
The predictions were a little bit more reasonably split for that first game. I think it is fair that Leviathan is a bit of a favorite here, but they've shown us back and forth shaky performances on some maps. They've looked great. They've always been this kind of team of two sides to me, and it's really a matter of what LEV we get today.
Yeah, Leviathan hasn't gotten an international win since lock-in. Of course, last year wasn't the best for them, so we're really excited to see if they can do it. But hear me out. There's a big chance, and I'm actually sure that T1 is going to put up a great fight.
They step up to games like this.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, guys. All right, well, here we go. It's Elimination Day. You got Leviathan versus T1. FUT taking on Dragon Ranger Gaming. Day 4 of Master Shanghai starts right now.
Heretics from beginning to end, dismantle and destroy DRG.
然后现在的心情就是， 毕竟是输了比赛吧，也说不上是多好，就是相对来说比较低落一些。
Yani direkt hayatımda oynadığım sanırım turnuva olarak en kötü maç diyebilirim.
Massive start for FPX. Seen it slip the net here though. Oh, perfect timing again. Frax falls. FPX making a crazy comeback. This is where they kind of get in trouble sometimes when they go a little bit too aggressive, but this time it might be the key to their success. Lights are in a 1v2 down to a 1v1. Lands the shots. The 3K and the Red Bull clutch for FPX.
O yüzden herkesin mentalini sıfırlayıp diğer maça gerçek oyunumuzu göstermek için oynayacağını biliyorum.
我觉得他们是一支个人能力非常强的队伍，但是也有个很致命的缺陷，就是纪律性不太好。你们可能待在上海的时间已经不多了，所以趁此机会多享受享受这座城市吧。
It's all on Osmos. The one before clutch to try to make it happen, but he won't be given the opportunity. Genji will win the series.
I mean, honestly, Genji, I just felt they just play better. It's part of competition. You either win or lose. The only thing we can do is just grow and just be better next time.
A valiant effort from T1 here today.
I think you just get too caught up in the moment sometimes. So I think it's just all about just making sure that we keep it cool.
Once you realize the only thing you have to do is trust in yourself, having that confidence to give it to your teammates, it's most important as Nigel and make them excel at their game.
We lost, but I don't know, I just live in the moment. I still believe and trust in all my teammates and coaches. I know we can come back and make it to playoffs.
I know my team's gonna be there for me. I know they trust me, and I trust in them. Now we have to win back to back. There's no second chances.
You couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off day 4 of Masters Shanghai than with this banger of a matchup right here. Leviathan, a roster formed of some of the best players in the game, and a truly international roster, taking on what some could say is an underdog T1 squad, but honestly, to sell them short would be a massive mistake. This game is going to be awesome.
They've really always been an underdog in the sense of making the run, qualifying here, and beating out some of the best in that region. But now they're fighting for survival. We saw them back at Champions go out in the group stage in 2 matches to FUT. This is their chance to do better. And as we look at the map feed, though, we're starting off on Breeze.
And I know Kakuka loves that map.
Oh my God, I love that we're starting on Breeze. I am so happy to see more Breeze, but it makes a lot of sense. Yes, T1 lost it the other day, but it was the first time this year that they actually lost it. They rely a lot, and they, know how they want to play the map. Now, if Leviathan paid attention to what G2 was doing the other day, they're going to have some edge to know what to do against them.
I think also this like Harbor Viper comp they play, which is pretty unique, works pretty well against LEV's style. They play this default comp. We already saw them against Genji. Yeah, kind of get shut down by all the Astra use, by how well that team scales and kind of shuts down star players. And I think this Harbor Viper comp can do the same. There's a lot of options to nullify Osbos's impacts here. It actually makes it pretty difficult for him and his supportive players to set him up.
One thing I see, though, is at the end of the series is Icebox. Yes. And I feel like if we get to that point, you kind of have to favor Leviathan. That could be problematic.
I don't know. I think that T1 looked really good in their last showing of Icebox. Both these teams, it's been the best map we've seen from them thus far. at least here.
I heard they went A on Icebox.
They did, famously.
Yeah, they famously went A. No, but I think we need to focus and think a little bit more about how things are going to be started here on this breeze. Not at the strongest map for Leviathan. They haven't really won it since, I believe, week 3 or about to in Americas. And there is one thing that concerns me. Yes, Aspas had a very good first map the other day, but there were a lot of advantages in all the 3 maps that they weren't able to convert. So I want to see them, if they are to win here today, I want to see it convincingly. And it has to start by, you know, using every advantage that you have.
Yes. Besides that starter, there's a lot of other players who tend to step up on breeze. The 2 I'm looking at is number 1 Tex. When he played G2 back in Americas on this map, he was on fire. I think he's a fantastic player when he's solo anchoring on that cipher of finding the weak point in an execute. And I think it's really the same for Calm. That guy has been so clutch this tournament thus far.
All right, well, here goes your agent select here. No big surprises across the board. You're going to get Izu on that Yoru there. You can see them potentially get a little clever with that, but I am excited. We didn't really talk about Saya, but Saya versus Aspas, man. I mean, that's another exciting matchup that we're going to see.
Yeah, exactly. And the other day on breeze, he was being shut down time and time again. My guy was not successful, but I do believe it had to do with the composition. They know exactly what they want to do and how aggressive they want to be. Saya's going to be, you know, over an egg, either going with the Outlaw, with the Macho, and even with the Operator, trying to get those first picks. And Leviathan should be ready for that.
Carpe as well was great on the first showing for T1 on this map. I think he's a really clutch player. He's going to win a lot of those late rounds, and I think was actually quite well timed with Izu to kind of set up some of these like flash plays into backside with the Yoru. They have a lot of creative stuff for LEV to dig their teeth into.
Well, let's get into our first elimination match of Shanghai. You already know who I'm going to be sending it over to. Fellas, have fun. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin on the call.
Thank you very much, GB, Mimi, and Kakuka. Yes, here we go. Another day of action, but unfortunately one that will result in one of these teams going back home. It's elimination time. It always sucks to get to this point, but somebody's got to go.
It's got to happen, and it's a really, really awesome matchup we have here today. Leviathan versus T1. 2 teams that looked pretty good in their openers, but ran into some really tough opponents. So you could convince me either way of this match, to be completely honest. I feel very confident in both teams in some ways, and I also have some big question marks about them in a lot of others, right? Like,
sure.
I mean, obviously we know Aspas is amazing, but you know, he was great in those first bloods, but what was really interesting, T1 really good if they don't get the first blood.
Already contact happening here outside of elbow as everybody gets ready to rush our way down into mid. Com gonna be able to find first blood as easy will fall, but Rossi, that shot there on the Tex. Let's take him down, but HP bars here for T1 absolutely in tatters. Let's see if they're gonna be able to try to recover this round. It's already deep flank coming through. King getting himself pushed all the way out of shop, ready to try to intercept it. Oh, catching one over at Beach. Side player gonna be taken down.
It's gonna be a readjustment towards mid here for T1 with King's position. Are they gonna be able to read? He's gone up into Hall. Nobody right now gonna be crossing into that direction, but tough right now. T1, they should be able to get the space to get the plant down, but after that, like you mentioned, health bars are in the gutter, so it's going to be rather challenging for them. They're going to have to hit some crispy headshots versus those ghosts and that Sheriff of Aspas.
At the very least, we'll be able to get the plant through, get that extra little bit of cash as well as an ult charge here for Carpe. But Rossi with a nice little peek out into mid is able to get a one-tap onto Mazzino. Brings it back into parity as far as the numbers are concerned, so a 3v3.
That's unbelievably huge that he gets that kill there.
You need a lot more of that if you still want to win out this round, though. Carpe, they only want a full HP. Plenty of noise being made here as they start this advance. Ghost in hand, Recon at the ready. Darts flying, chips to the night crossing, but Field not going to be coming through. Carpe just trying to stay tough, trying to stay safe. King able to find Rossi. Carpe with a headshot. Claiming one, cannot get the other now. It's Excurate here. Looking for this backstab opportunity, flanking his way back through this double door. Spike planted here on the flank. The push up, Com spotting him, taking him down. It's going to be a 3K here for the side of Com as the defuse. Just enough time to be able to get that one through. Lev will take the pistol.
Yeah, this early scrap did not go T1's way, and those health bars just so weak that they had to go for big shots. I mean, Rossi's able to find one. Excurate goes for the long wrap after trying to cut off the rotations through defender spawn, but just a good play here for Lev, kind of reading the position of T1 well, throwing their utility into the mix, making it tough to get a real good idea of what's going on either side. You know, T1 tries to cascade their way through, but Just allows Lev to kind of disrespect it. Start doing some serious damage, but I'd be really curious now on this next pistol. It's like a bigger stack in, and Aspas might have an opportunity.
Sai with a Sheriff dashes over to the side with a second shot. He is able to take him down. Aspas gets himself on the board. As Izut is trying to enter over here on A. As he worked for King to find the two, does eventually falls. Carpe cleans it up. Wants to try to push over, grab. Maybe even that gun, but no. Shock dart, spam across. Aspas able to fish out another one. Now Spike stranded. Carpe on his lonesome. Just a classic in hand. Aspas still showing respect, but now the full flash onto him. Aspas with the Sheriff will go ahead and pick up a 3K of his own as Lev very smoothly get a 2-0 start.
No opportunity for X-Carrot to pull off some heroics in the eco round. Yeah, just shut right down with the shock dart and the outlaw combo there. Nicely handled by Lev. Reading the situation very nicely, even with the dash from Carpe popped and able to avoid the first shot. Aspas still steady for that second one. Tried to get the high tide up, but pushing through that poison cloud initially, T1 through A main. Yeah, you're pretty weakened up already. You've already got worse guns. Just kind of a nice shutdown by Leviathan, reading things out well. Rossi's going to commit that poison orb early to cut off mid. This is something we've been seeing a lot here from T1 on this map, on their attacker side, to try to gain some mid control, try to gain some map control of their own. Allows them a little bit more safety, cutting through high tide up as well, but that's alerting Leviathan to the presence of this push from T1. Carpe gonna try to clear some of that Cypher utility. Here we go.
Gun gonna be taken down. Looking for the spot there. That's gonna be the fake out. Caught as the trap wire goes through. Push onto the wall side player, able to find Kamazino. But that Spectre though does take out X-Cure, and now Tex gets into the action. He's with one little reply there onto Mazzino. But Tex still holds the site. 2 kills for him in the round, and already fairly devastating for T1 in this third round and a half. Quick little pop out from Aspas, still has that outlaw in hand. Rossi ready to challenge. Looks like maybe even the snake bite committed up towards Nest to try to zone him back.
Haven't been able to get the plant down comfortably. Tex again, so tricky to deal with on this B site. He's so cagey, so smart in how he plays.
Carpe now in a very dangerous position. Aspas seeking target, the wraparound over here towards main, getting ready to come through. There's the push out, and Carpe not going to be good for either kill. Push up the corner, Rossi wary about every single angle, but they will just hound him down. The push forward to the bonus conversion. Lev start things off 3-0.
This is not a good start, not a good look for T1 to kick this off. Meanwhile, Leviathan, King 6-2, finding tremendous value. Aspas hasn't even died yet, 3-0. They're doing a great job of being patient. A good flash there from Mazzino through that toxic screen, and Tex so aware of his positions. He's so difficult to dislodge. Saw it time and time again in their match against Gen G, where he would do some serious damage, hiding behind the pillar, waiting for the perfect moments to strike.
Mimi was highlighting it on the desk. I mean, Aspas, known quantity, putting up incredible figures in that previous series, but Tex was the one right there with him. Very consistent performance from him, and so far right now, everybody on Lev is looking fired up.
Well, if you get King firing too, then that's a tough go for any team in this tournament. He's gonna pop out there, Aspas waiting. Oh,
okay, they get the spot on him, can't find the kill. Cloudburst, maybe for a second he wanted to fake the exit, but does decide to commit it. Swings in, and he'll just take down X-Cure all the same. This man is absolutely fearless. Sion out looking to create similar scenes over here on A. Push up through the double doors, looking for target, but that tailwind is going to be expiring here soon. Mazzino up over the top, not going to be spotted. Sion does get the headshot, registers. Mazzino's there, but he cannot find the shot. Mazzino takes him down. Maintaining that man advantage here for Lev.
Still continuing this advance. Toxic screen going to go up. Try to give them at least enough space to get the plant. The recon dart goes through, and they're just going to get 2 off those Sheriffs.
The timing is absolutely fantastic. Comp going to be taken down now. Rossi moves forward, strikes, is able to find Mazzino. King now arriving. Snappy with a headshot there onto the Yoru. Keeps it at a 2v2. Weapons not really recovered here, and Carpe delayed on this plant. King about to get out on top of this Sova, and I don't think he's going to be ready for it, but somehow he is. Draws out the classic. Well, what a round this would be for T1 to win, to get themselves on the board. Tex, though, still needing to be feared. Has the cam that he can reset up. Cage set, tap on that spike. Carpe wrapping around the backhand side, an easy enough kill. Is now Rossi. Noting him. Can he play this time perfectly?
Does a snake
Knows
bite.
that he's not on it. Wants to jiggle it. Oh no, the snake bite! The complete and utter whiff! Rossi botches it, and Tex will get the headshot. Red Bull clutch as Lev move up 4-0.
And even when it looks like T1 might be able to get a thrifty win, kind of change the destiny of their team in this first half. A little bit of a mistake there from Rossi, and then couldn't settle himself down to find the shots with the Sheriff. I mean, Tex again, so calm under pressure here. I clipped the edge of the box. Yeah, that happens. And that just makes it easy there. Tex expecting the repeat.
Right off the corner. Right off the corner, and that's a problem. Only one bite now. You don't get that second opportunity. Speaking of ups, though, Aspas, one in hand. Shock darts forward here onto the site to try to clear out some of these trap wires. As Izu leads the way, but what a shot! Aspas ready for the entry. Picks Saya apart. Call coming through here with the Hunter's Fury. Dragged out of the dimensional drift. Izu will be able to find the kill there on the Tex before getting taken down by Mazzino. Now a 3v3. There's the site taken here by T1.
Still though, got this lurking player to account for. King again. He laid in there. Has the Viper's pit too, if he can find one pick.
Working his way around the back. 0 point, just to check close. No one is in that position. King now starting to work his way forward. Rossi, attention, turned away from main. Does manage to find a kill. Looks to re-steady, but I think it's a little bit of damage there on to King. Carpe able to find comp. Snakebite goes into the back. King with the tap on the spike. Finds a headshot. Looks for the second, and he's got it! A three-piece from the IGL. King keeps him firmly in the driver's seat.
And we've been seeing it early and often. Part of the game plan here for Leviathan. It's going to allow King, their IGL, to get info and find these late lurks. And a Red Bull clutch again for the side of Leviathan. Little bit off there initially, but that's okay. Got it done in the end. Snakebite to force him out. Knew the angle they were going to be going to. And he's like a little finger wag there. And an early advantage for Leviathan. They're up 5-0. And the T1 fans in the audience, heartbroken so far.
And that is going to be the timeout call coming through. 5-0 lead for Lev. T1 start on the attack. That makes it even more devastating.
Yep. This is usually where T1's doing their damage, but you haven't been able to find much value out of the Yoru stuff, except for the round where you're able to, string together the Hunter's Fury with the Dimensional Drift. Otherwise, I haven't seen much impact from the Yoru utility. I haven't really seen many flashes connecting. The fake outs haven't been really that impressive in terms of, buying a little bit of extra space or something like that. The gate crashes, just kind of, he's used a few fakes here and there, but not really finding much value is Izu out of that Yoru utility, and that's a concern for T1 because he was, statistically speaking, their weakest player in their previous matchup against G2. So, gotta look to him to start turning it around. I mean, this is a guy that a lot of people very high on in Pacific is Izu, and he needs to start showing up if T1 can get this done. But God, King is 10-3 right now. Absolutely monstrous start to this map.
It's gonna be a bit off the rip here. Biting a dart from the side of T1 to try to get a catch up in front. Doesn't get the ping though here off that drone. King still playing elusively. Staying tucked back. Just gets dazed up there for a brief little moment. Flash out. Comm gonna be blinded up. Does end up falling, but Mazzino answering back in kind, able to find Izu, but cannot get Saya player. An advantage there for only just a moment. Tex now striking the neural depth, gonna be coming through. Hit invested. But as the pings come through off that neural depth, they have to play this out very cautiously. Reveals in, Tex just drifting around here, trying to get the pinch. As Aspas works his way around the back, the headshot through, looks for the follow-up, and there's the strike from Tex. Just clean from Lev. They lose that on 3 members, sure, but they carry over and up. They have cash building up, and T1 are committing ultimates into these rounds.
And not getting much out of it. It's a good start. This time around, we get to see a good push here from Saya and Izu, using that mobility advantage they have to get past that Viper's pit early and make King's life uncomfortable. They put down their pit of their own, and because of the neural theft, they decide to abandon it. You can't put the plant down there in that neural theft because they'll see you going for it and just take you out. So they try to do something a little bit tricky, expecting the flank angle, but just get taken right out by Aspas. who's just too clean with the blades. Saya, speaking of blades, has some of his own. Try to make some miracles happen here, but right now T1 is getting outclassed in every regard.
Shock dart to try to clear one of the trips, but been wisely split apart here by Tex. One to watch in Halls. They're on that left side main approach. Saya now creeping forward. Mizzino going to be the first contact point here for him, and he gets the early spot on the Saya. Catching the elbow, easy. Izu will be able to find a headshot there onto King. Putting that Viper down, but now he is alone here on the side. Creeping his way through center pyramid. Calm now spotting him. Izu still does manage to drop Mizzino, but Calm should be able to rotate over and bring him back into the fold if he can get his way across here, and it looks like he's not going to be suffering at all in that endeavor. Excurate gonna go pushing forward, trying to get the catch here. Does interrupt it, does put Calm down. Now the bleed out, Mizzino dead on the floor. A 2v2. But it's Tex and Aspas, both still alive. One recovered Vandal here for the side of Excurate. He hears that weapon pick up, gets a headshot on the Tex. Aspas's location revealed, has to go for the reload. Now he's just fishing around that wall, trying to see what he can spot. Gets a glimpse of Excurate, knows how low he is, wants to try to find the finisher. Can't quite make it happen. 6 bullets remaining in the clip. Wants to reload this once again. Knows that it's going to make noise, knows that they're going to be able to note this one. And right now, the movement from the side of T1 is looking good. It'll be a MasterCard thrifty for T1 to finally get themselves on the board here in round number 7.
Yeah, just a few timing mistakes here for Leviathan. Probably cost him this round. You know, Calm there, thinking that he has time to use his utility to try to back up his teammate. Actually ends up allowing Izu to slip between the pyramids and get that kill onto Mizzino. And then they're able to just kind of play ring around the rosy on Aspas. Tremendous cosplay. And then a good use there of the toxic screen at the end to obscure their movement and their presence by T1. So having Rossi alive, very valuable. Op in the hands for both of our Jets. So it could be a really interesting one. Another dimensional drift for Izu though. So starting to find some of that impact, starting to get those ults rolling. See if they can convert again off the back of that thrifty.
Spots here on the side of the pyramid. Flush along this. And Bite going to be used. I'm just sending that out, but no one getting caught. Orb's going to be grabbed here by Carpe as the drone will lead the charge. But I don't think he can get deep enough to be able to spot out Aspas. So yeah, he goes unscouted. Thai player has crept across the opposite side, but now Carpe going to be taken down. Tailwind at the ready, and yeah, nailing that shot. Going to prove to be a bit difficult. So Saya unable to answer back anything here with this op.
Now we're going to see a rotation out of T1. They've been pretty static on what site they've been attacking other than the pistol round. There is the cam to spot it. It's cleared, but immediately Tex is heading over. Izu going to pop his ult, try to get a read on the positionings here of the members of LEV, but they're stuck at arches.
Yeah, they're just going to be playing sad back here. Hunter's Fury now opened up from Calm, looking for a target. Does have that hang out onto Excurate, but can't quite hound him down. It's just a little bit of damage there onto his teammate. So now Izu just going to be sat here behind the boxes, the half wall. Ooh, the jump across Excurate does not escape. Tex able to find the headshot, taking him down now. Izu.
Here we go again.
Actually at risk. The lurk coming through from King. He does make it around the corner here of Elbow, but King continues to lurk forward. He pushes out into main. Carpe does have a deep line of sight, but he has to hit that shot. He has to get that kill. Push coming in. He's able to line it up, and Aspas finding Izu, softening up the sight. Side player able to find a second. Goes for the re-peek once again, as Rossi tries to hold firmly here. Now this half wall. Push coming through. He does get Aspas before getting taken down, but Saya still multiple players to try to get through. Mizzino held out a little bit wider. He's able to take out the diffuser. And I think he might have just delivered the round victory. Yeah, the time not going to be there. Mizzino will try to tuck away, try to keep himself alive, but he cannot. It's a Red Bull clutch, another one, I believe the third one on the map that we've had. As T1 will get themselves a second round win, but they cannot carry any weaponry forward.
Yeah, and this is just T1 sees the op. They're like, nope, forget that. We're not gonna try it. We can probably get over towards B. Maybe Tex is there. He usually is. But that cam position where it was lets you know that he's probably playing pretty far off site. Because normally he'd have the cam insight so he can work off of that to work around the pillar. Gives you a little bit earlier and a little bit more comfort to go for that plant. So that allows them to get it down early, gives them the extra time they need. And Saya doing a good job with that operator, doing doing some serious work. Now on an eco is King, and oh, they're all just getting mowed down.
Ospasto able to answer back too, back pedals, tries to dash his way out, but Carpe does manage to find that shot. Texo, what is that? Gonna have to see this one back, because the neural depth is gonna be invested. He goes pushing forward. Saya wanting to try and defend, stop him from getting these weapons in hand, but Tex continuing to live up to the name with that Sheriff. Dash at the ready, Saya suspicious of it, finds that kill. Can get this plant, but now finds himself in a 1v1. Calm should be able to recover this. Yep, Vandal gonna be picked up at Saya. Just playing up the timing here, and Calm, he doesn't hear the plant come through. He's gonna play this out patiently, wait for a little bit more confirmation, but no! Caught with util in hand. Saya, beautifully done. It's another Red Bull clutch. T1 get themselves up to 3.
Yeah, that's awesome from Saya. Reads that so well. Looked like Leviathan might be going for a thrifty of their own. This shot from Tex. Oh, they just walk into it. Oh, no, no, no. Xcure had just scooted in behind Carpe there. And he was just holding the angle. And that almost turned that round around. So now Leviathan's turn to take a timeout. Curious what they want to talk about. That round went pretty well, all things considered.
A couple things to tighten up here. I don't mind teams sometimes being a little bit more loose with the timeout calls. Just seeing even just minor mistakes that are allowing for these near, victories to come through for the side of T1. Leviathan, they're looking for domination. They started off with it. They don't want T1 creeping their way back in.
Yeah, best targeting player, absolutely.
Deep cut references there.
You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
OW.
Ah, okay. I figured it was something with that. I mean, if I could say anything, I'd just say, just be a little bit more firm in your, defense on the B site with Tex. That would be the only thing that I thought cost him a round, was just kind of giving up that site, making an over-rotation towards A off the contact of the Owl drone a couple rounds ago. Other than that, I think they're doing pretty solid. I mean, probably a reminder to Calm to keep your gun out a little bit more. Be a little bit more careful with when you decide to switch to your util, but other than that, not too bad. You do have a Hunter's Fury and a Reckoning now for Tier 1, but
well,
they got
a little minor team flash.
Yeah.
Drone getting the spot. Calm gonna be backing away, Reckoning now to try to open up this B site. It's Calm to try to escort forward. Izu makes the gate crash here into the back, but does eat a little bit of damage, down to 56 here just from blind spray alone.
Man.
Pushes up, here's the reload. Saya out wide in a very risky position, and he is instantly punished. He and Xrip both going to be taking down Hunter's Fury. Coming across, Ospas trying to get in on top of this Soma. He's just not able to do so. Izu eventually does find the covering fire, but Tex swiftly answers back. Calm online, takes out Carpe. Now it is all on Rossi. Finds the first, cannot find the second. And has left the timeout. Will end up working for them. They get themselves now up to 7 on this defender's side.
Yeah, really good teamwork here from Leviathan on this retake. I'm not so sure that I completely like what T1 did here in this post plant, because right off the rip, the whole time I'm watching Carpe, because he has the Hunter's Fury, after the Reckoning is invested to clear space on the site, he pushes himself into the back corner. Now he's got a crossfire set with Izu. Izu's job is to watch him while he's Hunter's Furying and covering him. However, Ospas, yes, exactly. Ospas gets in there, and Izu can't really lock down his position, and that leaves Carpe out to dry a bit. Now Izu does end up getting the kill, but then he becomes an easy trade because Carpe has to back so far up. I think I like it a little bit more on those B hits if T1 sets up deeper in their post plants. Ospas with the blades once again. Saya as well. Going to be popping his on another eco for T1.
Knives and Shorty. Classic setup. And it's looking like a very aggressive push down halls. Just making plenty of noise. The ambiguity not going to be necessary here. They want to be a little bit more pacey on this one as King does get spotted. Saya going to be taken down on the entry. Dead. The top orange up over the top. Ospas trying to find a kill, but it's going to be Mazzino collecting a second as Izu does fall. A third for Mazzino, spraying through, playing off the tracers. The fourth, and now he's on for the ace. They know exactly where Xcure is tucked away at. Do they try to hand it over to him? No, Calm will steal it away. But all the same, it's Lev winning the round. Smiles abound. He's not going to be too bothered by it. Lev move up to 8.
And every time that Saya players had those blades, he's shut down instantly by Leviathan. you know, you got to talk about one of the key factors in this match is that Jet v Jet battle. And certainly you expect Aspas to be the favorite in that battle. But you and I were talking about this before the match, Achilleos, that we needed to see Saya really step up today. We needed to see him have a big game. And so far, he hasn't been able to find that next level to help T1 find success.
Needing that, you know, kind of career-defining impact. But look at this push-up. Multiple players lurking forward here into the smoke. Izu able to answer back onto one, but Mazzino now going to be shut down. Dexter finds it, but Aspas! It's Carpe and Excurit! Once again, just next to each other, taken down in the collat. This time, Aspas is up. Spike now on the floor. Rossi drifting across up top mid. Aspas wary about a push out here, but Saya just statuesque. Doesn't want to move an inch.
I wouldn't either. It's so difficult, you know,
I got the spike.
because Aspas so willing to re-peek angles on you, to re-aggress in your direction. Now they're going to grab the spike. Him and Rossi once again left in an odd man situation. Seen this way too many times this half for T1, where it's down to these two to try to clutch it out. Good updraft.
It's been a hell of a flick. Saya works his way forward here onto the site, but they still need for this arrival to come through from Rossi. Tap onto the door, draw some attention. Calm trying to hold that at bay. Tuck back around the opposite side of pillar here for Aspas, so he's not spotted out. Saya wary about it, drifting further, closer. It's gonna be Calm who's able to find that kill, and Tex off screen will deal with Rossi. 9-3 on the half. Lev way out in front.
Phenomenal half from Lev. That's all you could say. It was amazing, especially against this T1 team and this T1 comp. This is a comp that's meant to brutalize you on the attacker side with this Yoru and Harbor. Trying to isolate fights, but Excurit just never had opportunities to get much going, it felt like sometimes, because they were just getting torn apart in the beginning of rounds. And they can't use some of that util that's so important, Harbor util, to do what they want to do. And even when they had a little bit of extra time in the beginning of rounds, it was pretty well read.
Well, now that we're in the halftime, let's go ahead and catch up with King in one of our Omen player moments.
Hi, I'm King, current IGL for Leviathan, and I also play controller. I mean, obviously in Americas we already know each other. We know kind of how each team plays, and we have like a lot of game plans and stuff. And same thing with Genji, we did have a lot of game plans. They just played better than us, and they have this kind of style of just fighting everything and being really like aggressive, but in such a coordinated way that it's not any team does that in Americas. I mean, honestly, Genji, I just felt they just played better. I don't know how else to put my finger in it. They just had a better game plan at last two maps.
Towards mid. Texture and Meteor, but oh my god.
Trying to rush out of garage, and Aspas is having none of it. Spots the head of another, but cannot find the shot. But already damage dealt. Further found. Tex guns down two. Push on a tube. He thinks not. The jiggle peek out. The knives now pulled. Aspas wanting to put a finish to this. They still have a lockdown. They have everything, and it's just gonna be a blind shot through the wall.
I mean, the most valuable thing I learned is that it doesn't matter to be the perfect IGL, or it doesn't matter to always do the perfect calls. It's most important as an IGL and make them excel at their game because of you leading them, basically. And I know we will if we work hard and just make everything perfect how it should be.
Well, so far, it's been damn near perfect for the side of Lev. It's 9-3, devastating half here, 4T1 on their map pick, a breeze. And one of the big things that we were talking about that the desk was highlighting as well was just wanting to see kind of the rest of the team step up alongside Aspas, alongside Tex, who are finding that immense amount of impact in the series versus Gen G. And so far, we've seen it. I mean, Mazzino right now, the front runner.
Yeah, this is the aim check map. I mean, everybody knows it, that this is the map where you have to be really sharp with your mechanics. And Leviathan has come in sharp as heck today. I mean, Mazzino had some huge rounds. King starting it out, setting the pace early with some of those lurks, some of those big multi-kills. Tex, as always, just so sturdy so far this event for Leviathan. And you have to be so concerned because for Leviathan, when they went up against Gen G, they only had 4 rounds on their defender side total on this map. And now they've got 9. So this is, well, a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors battle between Tex and Rossi. Not sure who won. I didn't see what Tex threw on that last one.
Didn't quite get to see it. Good to see the camaraderie across the stage coming through. Looks like maybe a brief little issue there with comm, but everything taken care of. Monitor the picture. It's back in. So we're getting final ready checks, and then we can go ahead and get the second half of Breeze underway. See who takes this opening pistol, because for T1, it is a very necessary one.
No doubt. And they're investing into the guns. 4 Ghosts and a Sheriff. And some util there for sure. You know, Excurate, a little bit of his. Carpe's got 2 shock darts. Izu, the flash. So a lot to work with here for T1 on their defender side. They got 2 Ghosts, 2 Sheriffs, and a Classic. Comm gonna go for the Owl Drone by as the Sova. Try to get some info for them on this attacker side. This early high tide does make it a little bit tricky. You're worried about somebody trying to isolate a player or two on the inside of it. It also cuts off Hall, so it makes it pretty difficult to know how far they've pushed up. But now they're able to get a little bit of info, clear some space, and go for this execute.
Suppress out. Secure it. Playing right up here against the wall. There's a dash out. Pushes it. He's able to find one before getting taken down, but still decent damage dealt as Ospas down to 49. Shock darts here, dump from Carpe, not finding the connection, but Izu's headshot will. Mazzino fallen. Tex now tapping the door, spotting one, but Izu able to find that. Looks for third for himself, can't get it. But Carpe will go ahead and take out Comm. T1 starting things off here on the defender side with a pistol win.
Yeah, able to give themselves enough space to really set up for this crossfire on the entry to A. So everybody in good positions. Izu turns that flash nicely, and then immediately swings out. I'm a little bit shocked that Excurate swung his head out.
It was an aggro push.
Yeah, it was a bit aggro, but you know what? He got a kill out of it. He got the trade. Gave his team a lot of info that a lot of players were there, so kind of using himself as that human owl drone. And they're going to get aggressive towards mid. Looking for that early pick, but nobody home. Leviathan now spread out in a 3-2. Spike just being picked up, so opting to grab an orb, feed it to Comm, try to get that Hunter's Fury going as quick as possible, and just looking for some openings. The Sheriff, the only weaponry buy to speak of for the side of Leviathan.
Ooh. Oh, re-swing out here from Saya. Trying to find that kill. That's going to be Izu over at elbow. Getting some value here for him as Tex. Oh, just swaps over to the Sheriff, draws it down, finds the kill. Now that's going to be a recovered Bulldog. Cam set up. Ooh, the tuck away. Saya eluding, being spotted, and he is able to get that no-scope.
That's huge.
Up for the previous blunders.
That's massive. That's 2 guns down in that hall that nobody can pick up now for Leviathan safely or comfortably. From their perspective, they have no idea. If somebody's been pushing that angle, information is gone on that side of the map.
0 point across. For the moment, it is just Excurate here. Comm working his way up halls, making noise, tapping the door. Carpe nearby, try to go for the peek. There's Saya, nice shot. Able to catch King there, jumping across. Mazzino swinging out, but unable to find the punish. Shock dart just gonna go flying through. Ends up missing Excurate as Carpe. Wanted to try to pressure him out, but it's gonna be Excurate collecting that kill, collecting Mazzino, and keeping them in this map. 5 rounds now here for T1. Most of the weaponry carried over.
Yeah, I like this from T1. I like the discipline in their peak timings. Really, really smart about it. I mean, Saya can afford to get a little bit aggressive out in the open there with that Marshal, but you know, you get the first kill onto Aspas. Sure, you drop over that Sheriff and Tex gets a kill, but immediately Saya's over there to shut that down, keep those 2 guns out of the hands of Leviathan, and then Excurate not over peeking, not over swinging. Seeing 2 players there, that's huge. Something that sometimes, you know, a player of Excurate's confidence might throw his life away there. They also did a good job trading in Hall, so that's the T1 that needs to come through here on this defender side. An opportunity now for a big bonus conversion and really potentially set this map in their favor.
I tucked away, but there's that drone out. He's in a bad spot and he has to back away. Make sure that he can't be taken down through the double doors. Izu holding an angle, but oh man. Ripped to pieces, doesn't get any damage in response. He's now down to 6 HP. Excurate in a very gambly spot here. Just outside the window. Do they look for him? The answer is going to be yes, they do, but he still gets the second before falling. And Izu finds his mark. Headshot across. Aspas going to be taken down. And this is a gorgeous round thus far here for T1. Still more work to be done as Mazzino goes pushing into the back. Izu going to get timing there. Ends up falling, but it's a man advantage, and Carpe instantly striking with a headshot, but King snappy with it. The one tap, they're stacked up, and he nearly manages to bail them out. Rossi will survive with 54 HP. Squeaky bum time for T1, but they do convert.
And that's something the teams will do from time to time, and it just got pinged out on the map by Leviathan to make sure that they're going to be aware of that from now on. Not going to get another opportunity, but what a time to spring that trap here for T1 to give themselves the bonus as well. And all of a sudden, we've got a map on our hands. Opportunity there for King, and he was so close. But that Guardian at range for Rossi. So much value. Saya able to go for the outlaw here. Another aggressive push on the mid, and Texas just dead.
Great read here from the side of T1. Getting that early punish. It's Carpe going out there at mid-pyramid. Last spot's going to be held at bay for now, but no, swings into the back side. Izu going to get taken out. As Rossi creeping forward, tries to catch her on the combo. Now this round is very much getting out of hand here for T1. That shot from Saya going wide, cannot get the hit on the comm. It's been a very necessary opener. Reckoning is available, but do you commit it here?
Yes.
Looks like the answer is, in fact, going to be yes, but Aspas, he's not within it, and they won't get the playoff in whatsoever. A Thrifty, again, feels like maybe the 5th or 6th that we've had in this map so far. It's been a lot of them. This time, it's from Lev's camp. They get themselves up to 10.
These teams really know the value of a dollar, Achilleos.
That they do.
I mean, it's just crazy. Like, even though there's Tex just kind of trying to lurk his way through mid, it's just a fast hit. And they're doing a good job of using their smokes and using those pyramids to obscure their position, getting value out of those stingers. You can see the look on Data's face. Assistant coach for T1, you know, now starting to feel the pressure. Autumn just shaking his head a bit. Now, maybe a B hit. Gonna be in the cards for Leviathan. 0 point to check the corner. Izu right on the back of this pillar.
Full push up here onto the B side. Izu staying tucked away. Excurate taking that first contact, but taken down. Mazzino able to find that kill. Now Izu in such a bad spot, and Aspas has read this beautifully. The limb coming through for the rest of T1. What do you try to do? Well, for one, it's going to be Saya pushing forward, entering for the team. Looks at Aspas. No, just a one-man deficit, but
one enemy remaining.
That shot. Mazzino continuing to just be absolutely stellar for the squad. Cleans up 3 and Lev get to 11.
Well, I know I credited T1 with some good peak timings a couple of rounds ago, but this is not it. X-Curate again just kind of goes for a big swing out on the back of the pillar for some information and find himself facing 2 or 3 different Leviathan players, and they make quick work of him. Izu tries to swing. Aspas dispatches him without even blinking an eye. And then Mazzino swinging into the back of the site and just mowing people down. The coordination for Leviathan, something that hurt them against Gen G, particularly on this map, seems to be fixed, seems to be much more well-tuned.
I heard Tex talking about it at the end of the replay there just 2 rounds ago, saying, I told you you were going to fry this game, saying that, believe over to Mazzino, who is frying. Man's cooking. And right now they are feasting on T1. Rossi just nearly getting sprayed down here through this wall. Does get the nice push, timing to find 1, find 2. Looks for a little bit more, trying to get the target on the comm, he's able to find it. This time, T1 with a very fantastic pacey response. King, last one standing, will fall to side player's hand. And that is a much-needed response here from T1. Losing that round, bank would have been broken once again.
Oh, just beautiful timing. This time from Rossi. Finds the perfect moment to walk through his own toxic screen on the back of that flash, take out 1, avoiding the Hunter's Fury, gets the read that the angle is going to give him the opportunity to go for the shots, takes advantage of that. Izu's covering him nicely. So that time around, that extra toxic screen, that extra layer of controller utility for T1 buys them the space they need to shut that hit down. Now, T1 going to dig in for another timeout. Want to see if they can get this ship turned around, string some rounds together, make a map of this. They're down only by 4 right now, so just a couple in a row. Throw Leviathan's economy down. They can win probably 2 more. Could have a real good chance of getting this map tied up.
Oh, we saw the absolute insanity that was the run back from Gen G just yesterday on that Lotus map. Weren't able to close it out, no, but stage was set. I was watching Carpe's games since 2018. I've been doing it since 2016.
Oh, wow. All right,
That's
you're a
right.
Carpe hipster?
Yeah, I'm streets ahead on watching Carpe.
You're streets ahead, aha. Nice, appreciate you.
Let's see what the game plan looks like here for T1 though. Do have the dimensional drift. Knives encasing into a really dire situation.
I think he's gonna invest the knives now. Just see if Ospas just gonna save the money. I mean, he's so good with the knives, might as well. Izu this time not gonna be holding B, gonna be making a push out into mid, but it's a quiet push through elbow. With the side of Leviathan, they're trying to crunch into mid almost. Mazzino on his own in halls.
Tiny bit of damage gonna be found there, but Ospas up over the top of the wall. Just get punished by Izu, but King fast enough to get the punish before that gate crash can come through. Now the neural theft gonna be invested.
Massive. You're gonna read that they're all towards the back of the sites. A is completely open, but immediately off that ping, Execute trying to swing in. He gets behind. Oh, but he gets the kill!
And the trade is there. King is finding revenge for all of his fallen comrades, looking for Carpe, but cannot make it happen. Carpe standing tall, keeping them in with the advantage here in the round. Common Tex now pushing forward towards Shop. The drone over the top, going to be able to spot them both. Mark onto one, shock dart at the ready. Just a little bit too deep. It's around the corner, so damage not going to be found, but the second one, a little bit better. Takes him to 81. Recon still available here for Carpe. Can find a good timing. Saya taken down. They don't even take it so low, but Carpe able to find a second elimination. Tech's now gone. Calm on his lonesome in a 1v2. So he decides to play it out. Carpe just behind that box. Timing nearly spotted, but Carpe will be able to clean it up and keep T1 in this. Again, fairly costly. They don't have that much money to throw around here, but they will get themselves up to 8-round wins.
Yeah, this is a nice hold on this back pyramid. Carpe with the shock darts. And then at the end, that spit comes in and flushes out the final player there for Leviathan. Really nicely handled. Now Leviathan, they're saying, okay, we need a timeout too. Let's rethink this. Execute, what a shot there. The jumping player at range with the Guardian. Carpe taking down Tex, and then Calm just smothered with utility that whole time. And Execute, as always, trying to rally his troops. The IGL, as of about halfway through stage 1, for T1, very vocal. You know, he gets a lot of credit from his players and his coaches for being a great leader. Very vocal guy. Been around in esports for quite some time, and he is really trying to dig deep, get his team back in this. Man, oh man.
We got plenty of cosplays.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I think that's the wrong game over there, though.
Ospas, as always, it's big chillin'. Every single time there's a break, gets that little micro nap in. That's the key to the success. That's the key to becoming a demon like he is. Just microdosing sleep 30 seconds at a time.
My man. I feel that.
You're not able to do that.
No.
You fall asleep and
it's done.
Yeah.
It's minimum.
Once the nurse gives you your meds.
We're out for a while.
Yeah.
Minimum, my naps are like an hour.
Yeah.
Minimum.
I know, and they hate when you get cranky and they have to actually just, slip the pills into the apple pie. Trick you into consuming it.
I don't know. I'm not super cranky usually. Oh, it's when I wake up that I'm bad.
I think we could all relate to that.
Well, this is that same high tide we saw very early on in this half. But this time around, Leviathan, again, wary that this is going to be some kind of push out. You'll see this a lot with T1, where they're trying to isolate fights with that Harbor utility, try to set you up for combo plays with the flashes and things like that, to try to get a couple early picks and then peace out around that corner at A main. So they have to be really concerned about it. The Cascade as well. Going to continue to buy a lot of time and a lot of information with Izu over an elbow. You have a pretty good idea now that this is going to be A, and already the rotations are coming through.
Pull off the corner here is everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at Execute as he tries to stay alive. Hunter Sheriff Carpe able to find one. Execute does fall. Osboss finding that kill now. Side player gonna be now. Tex, the lurk up through halls. Gorgeous. Finds a shot on the Rossi. Carpe dead, and now it is all on Izu in a 1v4. And ultimately, doesn't have that much money. LEV poised to get themselves up to map point. Great gate crash sense. Maybe try to exit, maybe push forward, try to see if he can get a pick or two, then just bounce out, but is not given the opportunity. LEV will move up to 12.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal work here of Leviathan on this Execute, isolating all these fights. You know, Execute tries to tuck into the corner. Carpe tries to get value out of the choke point with the Hunter's Fury, but it's just able to find these 1v1s and win them. That's a big part of that. You know, that's what's gonna happen sometimes on this map. I don't really fault T1. I think they read that round pretty well. Just they got outgunned. That's all there is to it. And that's something that's tough about this Leviathan team, is especially with the way they're playing on this map. You know that Osboss is always gonna be a threat. But when the rest of them start firing, forget it. Push up now by Tex. Going for some mid control. Izu just around the corner. Saya also watching mid, so if Tex pushes out too much further, he might pay the price. Izu as well, in risk of maybe getting caught off guard.
Another pop of the knives here. The shutdown on the Saya player. Every time he's used this ult has been significant. It's Izu. He's here around the corner. Couple shots exchanged. Overall, not too much damage could be found as Execute pulling back. Tries to get the headshot. Eventually does manage to find his Saya. Last knife. He takes Tex down so very low, but he cannot confirm that kill. Now he's got to rotate out. The rest of the team starting to pull back out of shop, but Mizzino still going to be caught out in main, ends up getting taken down. So far, everybody from T1 is still alive. That weapon from Mizzino dropped, recoverable here for Saya player. If they can clear things out, but never mind, there's one right in front of him.
But because of the Cypher utility, you have a decent idea that there isn't a ton going over on the B side. No one's tried to push through in towards elbow. You can tell that between the trap wire and the cyber cam. So a little bit of comfort now, and they have a Viper's Pit, but that's over in mid, so it doesn't look like they're gonna opt into wanting to use that this round. Just try to set up a little bit of crossfire, see if they can maybe catch a couple players trying to come through Link.
Oh, jump over the wire. Rossi manages to get past that one. As the push now coming through. King able to find one, cannot get the second Saya. Gonna be able to take him down. Tex working back through archway over towards defender spawn for a quick little peek. Nothing gonna be spotted. Calm, missing the timing. Can he get the headshot? Yes, he does. There's a second one, and he nails it. Carpe dead. Rossi and Execute now. Last one's alive. Rossi drawing down, able to go ahead and finish the job, and now it is all on Tex, but the defuse is being held here within the cove. And as he pushes up, the time has already dwindled. T1 will narrowly scrape by with a round win, keeping themselves alive here on Breeze.
Yeah, and for these teams, it's obviously so crucial to win those opening exchanges, to get those first kills. Even though T1 was really good against G2 in 4v5 situations, way better than average, winning 34% of their 4v5s.
One enemy remaining.
You know, for them, if they can get into those 5v4s, the percentage chances of them winning these rounds skyrockets. So it's coming down once again to those early opening aim battles. So crucial. Tons of ults for both teams. It's going to be the Viper's Pit popped here for T1 in a main. Mizzino, though, still able to grab that orb on the edge. Tex has already slid pretty far up into halls, trying to get some information, trying to look for player coming through, but it's going to be checked. Has to pop the cyber cage. Get on out. But
spots him within it.
Yeah, mid control, though, being attempted here. Are they going to remember that Izu's hiding? Tex so clean.
Just contacts up, just takes him down. What a headshot. Now the neural theft to tell all. Rossi gonna be between a rock and a hard place here in that pit. Just trying to stay tucked away. Hunter's Fury coming through. Calm trying to flush him out. He's been spotted. The Hunter's Fury be damned. It's not needed. Counter pit now in play here from King. Execute tagged low. Osboss takes a little bit of damage, but turns his sights now back up here in the halls. Sat away, waiting for Saya to come pushing in.
Reckoning in Dimensional Drift, you've got good tools, but you've got bad numbers.
Decent tools, but it starts here. You need to be able to find this kill first and foremost. There's the stun. You know that somebody's in there. He's spamming for it. He's pinging it down, and Saya eventually is able to find the headshot. Izu just trying to flush him out, just trying to identify these positionings. Still a lot more work to be done. Izu shots flying. Top flash out, chases in, is able to drop the pivot, then Tex in from behind, able to take him down. Now it's all on Execute. 10 HP. It would be absolutely miraculous. Push in, and Tex, he started off the round. He will finish it as well as the map. 13-9 LEV. Take down T1 on their map, pick a breeze.
Yeah, just such an incredible start there for Leviathan.
And we're just getting started, of course. This is an elimination match. We've got Sunset, the last bastion of hope for T1 to hang on to this series.
Like the horny comp? That was a strong start here for Leviathan. I'm now joined by their coach, Gokud. Now, with somebody like Aspas on your team, I think he's the person that everybody else expects to do the heavy lifting. But as we just saw on Breeze, there's a real team effort when it comes to your success. So how much of your game plan is to enable Aspas?
I mean, just like Valorant, you have to enable your duelist, but we don't do like anything extra. We try to enable him as much as possible. And then he's trying to do his job as a duelist, create a space, you know, go crazy. So I think everyone's just doing their job, and that's why it works.
Yeah, it looks great. Thank you very much, Gokud, and best of luck on map 2.
Thank you so much, Drip Queen Yinsu, for that one there. And yeah, I mean,
never let those words pass your lip again. She looks great, but
I'm gonna say it as much as I want.
Amazing.
She does, and I agree. But
well, then let him say it.
Mimi, I'm from the hood. I can say whatever I want.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to get that over the.
But now you live in a California suburb.
It doesn't matter.
Called out in real time.
Incredible.
All right, well, let's go ahead though and continue the Aspas conversation because I mean, look, I think Gokud said it best there, right? She's the type of player you allow him to kind of do what he needs to do to thrive on the server, and he did just that, which is what he did in the last series that they played. But this time, I think you were definitely seeing, and that was silly. That was ridiculous, but
this one was ridiculous.
Yeah, that one was ridiculous too.
This one was. There was also a collab that was also very ridiculous. But
the Tech Sheriff collab or the Aspas one?
This one.
That one.
That one.
Yeah.
That one.
There were two collabs in this game, by the way.
I mean, it happens to be like that. We were excited to see the duel between Saya and Aspas, but we only saw it mostly for one of the parts. Yeah, in the second half, it was a little bit different. But I also wanted to talk about the MVP that we see here, Mazzino. The other day after they lost, he said on Twitter that he felt it was like a personal defeat. Yes, the Gen G had been better than them, but he felt like he didn't show up to play on the server. And today, at least this map, it was a completely different beast.
He was incredible. This is one of those maps I watch where I'm kind of reminded of why I was so excited to watch Leviathan at the beginning of the season, right? Because expectations were so incredibly high for these guys. It was all a conversation around this being a super team. They pick up a world champion in COM. They have Aspas, who was really looking like at worst a top 2 duelist player of last year, and at best he's consistently in the conversation as best in the world. And they're really proving it here. Every single one of these players was stepping up and having massive moments. And in other games where I think it was all reliant on the clutches, here I think a lot of it was just really good coordination. Their protocols on the execs were well put together. This was a very solid Leviathan that I've been waiting for.
Yeah. There were a lot of clutches though.
There were. Don't get me wrong, there were a ton.
You have to think on whose is it? Is it T1 losing a 2v1, or is Leviathan just clutching a 1v2, right? Like there's two Yes.
Oh, no. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just saying this is a lot of talk that I think we should talk about Aspas more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that takes us to our aim lab shooter round.
It's just you weren't talking about Aspas.
It's going to be Aspas, so we'll go ahead and watch him click some bubbles here in a second. But yeah, no, Mimi's off the goop. It's amazing. But yes, Kakuka, though, there really was, yes, you can kind of have the conversation be about Aspas, but to Mimi's point there, why she was so excited to see this team, because it is the sum of all of its parts really coming together and shutting down T1 in a way that I'm certain that those boys were not expecting.
Yeah, exactly. First half was amazing, but also the second one, when the process come and Gokud is like, okay, I think that you need to go a little bit more active on the lurks. We saw Tex doing a little bit of what Leaf was doing the other day into Tube, and it was working time and time again. Again, going back into Aspas, I really love the fact that in most of the times he doesn't even need setting up, because he is one of the players that uses the trade denial of Jet the best.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more there. Now let's go ahead and hear what Coach Autumn has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Autumn from T1 ahead of map 2. Now, even though it was a slow start on map 1, you guys still found a way to make it competitive to get back into the game. I wanted to ask you, in situations like that, who is the person on the team that tries to keep the mental up and make sure you have a chance?
It's X-Crate, our Asia. He always try to boost up our vibe and mentality. So he always say, hey, it's good. We just need our good vibe and keep our confidence, blah, blah, blah. So he always try to boost that. And other guys, try to follow.
Thank you very much, Autumn, and best of luck on map 2.
But now you're going to find Xcurate really needing to rally the troops here because you're going into Sunset. And, you know, if you thought that Leviathan were going to be a problem on Breeze, well, they most definitely are going to be a force to be reckoned with on this second map.
Yeah, it really has to come down to Xcurate and his calling, especially on those attacking sides for T1, and also especially considering his history. He's new to the global stage in Valorant. He's a name that a lot of people probably didn't know coming into this event, but his history in this game and even beyond that is so deep. Earlier in his career, when he was playing Counter-Strike, he was playing in Shanghai for a Chinese team here. He's so familiar with this city, and for his first global event in Valorant, getting to come and represent the Pacific region, and also kind of get to try and play up to his little brother Forsaken, who has been shining in this game. It really, I think, would mean a lot for this guy, for this T1 team as well, to be able to get a win and stay alive here. But it's going to be tough for the rest of the series.
So for Aspas, I didn't do all this trip. I didn't do 40 hours a trip to go home empty-handed, and for him, it's like I didn't come back here to go home empty-handed.
Absolutely, I think that's got to be a
Took a train.
Yeah, I took a train.
I don't think there's a train.
I took a car.
No, I was joking because you said he was in Shanghai a lot. But yes, you're right. He actually is in Pacific right now. So that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. We're moving on.
The border from Korea?
Sorry?
Never mind. Sorry, I was trying
mentioned train and then Mimi lost it.
Yeah.
But you know what, though? Something that we certainly did notice in that Breeze game, T1 were a bit uncoordinated. It was called out by Achilleos and Paper Thin a few times. There was some coordination there, and you're certainly going to be leaning on Xcurate to have to clean that up.
I do feel like a big part of that, though, was that LEV was playing really disruptively. I think especially in that first half on their defensive side, there was a lot of moments they were kind of pushing deep and getting into these execs, but there was a lot of uncoordinated moments.
Yeah, we understand that the executes, especially when you're running the Eurojet, like there's so many things that you can do, but there were a couple of occasions where we would see a Saya player just going into double doors, and then Izu just joins up a little bit later. Like, if they would have been in that coordination, the round would have been completely different, right? And that's the kind of thing that maybe goes down to, like, the nerves and the individual state of the players.
Yeah, a multiple...
those kind of rounds tilt you.
Multifaceted, layered issue, right? I think is something to note there, right? But here we go. Let's see what we end up getting out of this one.
Oh, that is a Sage. Yeah, that's a bit of the Paper X comp action. So this has become a comp... maybe not this particular edition, that has become more and more popular in Pacific playing into the Sage. What it gives you on your attacking side is a lot of stall. Teams like LEV, when they play these double initiator Gecko comps, a big priority is put on the Flood retakes, and the Sage is really disruptive to those timings, which is cool.
I just think it's crazy. We've seen Izu on the Euro, on the Reyna, on the Omen, now on the Race. I'm even more surprised. This is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, the Saya player is going to be playing on the Gecko. So I'm really looking forward to that head-to-head, because now he's going to be the one setting up the duelist. We said it in the MEA a lot when we saw all these duelists playing together. He is good. A duelist is the perfect setter for another duelist to shine.
Well, this is it. T1 need to win this one right here. If they don't, they're going home. Leviathan will move on in the competition. Can they do it? Let's send it over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, you are correct, Kukuga. Not only is this the first time that we're seeing Saya playing on this Gecko, it's only the second time that we're seeing Carpe play Omen. This is a lot of role swaps, a composition that T1 have never shown on this map of Sunset, saying, okay, you know what? We got thrashed by Paper X. Let's just do what they did.
Yeah, let's just steal their comp and try to run it, see what happens. I mean, it's a good comp. It gives you, like the desk was talking about, a lot of flexibility on this attacker side, a lot of stall, a lot of control over some space, and an early Dizzy, and looking like maybe a pretty fast push out. You have King, a few others ready on the B site waiting. A smoke to cover off market. Looks like the execute's gonna come through.
Izu bouncing forward, Dizzy up over the top, gonna be cleared out, and Frenzy will be able to claim the first kill as King gets taken down. Auspas lurking here outside of market within that smoke, waiting for timing to be able to try to push up. This fault line goes through. Now swing around the back tech, able to find the first, finds a second, looks for the third, and he will get it. Now it is all on Carpe. They try to keep them in this, but he is pushed out into the open just about by that aftershock and taken down. A pacey take by T1, but an even pacier retake by LEV. They will win another pistol.
Yep. Sneaking around the side of that wall, just nobody accounting for it on T1, and it costs them the round. This is kind of the danger of trying to run a new comp. Sometimes your protocols weren't tested. Some of the scrims when you're practicing it, and a team finds that weakness and exploits it, and you get ripped apart. And that's, you know, very much what you're going to see a lot of times with this Sage on this map is trying to use that wall to cut off that market angle. If you're able to get deep enough, you could cut off Boba as well, but that's very much gives you a lot of opportunity to control that backside area. Oh my God, Izu.
Okay, a nice headshot, but kill can be found as King. Paranoia collapses into him, but he still comes away with 2 quick picks. Now just Excurate and Carpe left. He'll use to try to get himself back up to as much HP as possible, but it's only going to be 36. Pretty much any amount of damage, any stray bullet will be putting Excurate down. Swing out, Carpe trying to find some value here, trying to just get themselves at least a second elimination in this round, do some damage, take some of these weapons away, but right now, it's seeming very unlikely.
Well, Excurate might be able to have enough time here to get his heal. He's going to scoop up a Spectre as well, so could be potentially somewhat dangerous in this 1v4, but it is a tough ask. No way you slice it.
Can't use this yet.
Yep, here he goes. Going to be able to heal up.
Still coming out first, but he's got his back turned. Free fall all the way around. Zeno will go ahead, put him down. 2-0 start here, just 1 member lost. As we go into Lev's bonus.
Okay, let's see what else you got in store for us with this comp T1. You know, the execute looks pretty good onto that B site. It's just the post-plant protocols weren't quite there, so just looking now to see if they can keep their heads on straight. You know, they talked about it with Autumn in the interview between maps, and obviously, you know, Excurate very vocal, very steadfast, always trying to big his team up, always trying to bring that confidence. Mazzino, the breach battle, trying to set up here if there's any pressure through a main. And able to bait out a lot of util here is T1 actually, without showing a ton of pressure.
Oh, trying to play off that one way. King does end up getting taken down. Decent amount of damage to Excurate, but again, the heal's just going to be coming through, and that shot from Tex not going to be connecting. Izu managing to find a second. Flash in after shot goes out, and Izu picks himself up a third, and now has a showstopper online here on round 3.
It's brilliant patience around that util.
Swing in, Calm, gonna be able to put him down though. Does find one, but swing out. Rossi dealt with Aspas. Covering fire is gonna be good. That Paranoia does not connect. Calm in front of it. Finds the kill, and suddenly things starting to be undone. Excurate having to back away, cannot get this plant through, and Sion player still quietly trying to make his way over towards this site. Excurate just full backpedaling out. And all that Cypher util still set up on B. And already the rotation's coming through. I mean, big brain play would be for T1. Just go ahead, pump fake back over to A. It looks like they're just going to be full sending it.
Still that Cypher util to consider. So even though Leviathan expects what you just thought about, Achilleos.
Yeah, they do.
The double pump, that's what they're expecting. It is actually going to be to confirm.
There's the confirmation.
Yep, the camera sees it. And
they don't even want to try to play into the site, it looks like. They're just going to stay sat back here in main.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way to do it. It's so tough to break it, especially when there's no smokes, there's no flashes to work with for the side of Leviathan. They're going to have to really just get extremely accurate with this gunplay. You do have one satchel, potentially.
One dizzy. Sen instantly dealt with. Now, pretty much aware of all the positioning. Yep.
One enemy
Couple taps coming through. Comp getting one. Aspas the other. Fantastic kills coming in here. Lev converting another bonus.
Just huge.
Similar scenes to Breeze.
The way that they're just expecting those peaks, just playing for them. That's really all that, you know, they can do because of the util disadvantage. But that Dizzy dealt with quick. Doesn't give T1 much opportunity. They're trying to delay, but the shots are just too clean. Calm with 3 kills in that round. And Fernando popping off.
Every reason to be excited at the moment.
Probably good we cut that where we did.
What are you talking about? Doesn't look like anything to me.
Yeah, no.
Camera taken out.
Showstopper still in the back pocket here for Izu. As all of T1 is forced up to get as much firepower as they possibly can. Thrash now online for Saya. Looks like that's going to be leading the charge here as Aspas making a quick exit, not wanting to get caught by this second fish here on T1. Cage going to be dropping. Izu staying silent. Boombot out from Aspas. Just waiting for this Omen smoke to dissipate. Calm, getting a nasty bit of damage, push up into the smoke. Now the Showstopper out. Doesn't see much, spots him at the very end. Mazzino able to find the kill before getting taken down by the Showstopper, and X-Grid will pick off Tex. Now a 4v2, very entrenched RT1. And King will give one other little death there over to Saya player, but Calm eventually just gonna have to drift away. Does have cash, could try to deal some additional damage, but not wanting maybe to feed some additional ult charge over to these players.
You might look for the exit frags if you can. I think that's absolutely the right play.
That's going to be the case.
It's 5-0. Might as well get that neural theft one way or another.
Yeah, very good point. Went around the backhand side here, Carpe. Ooh, ready for it. Able to draw down fast enough, gets the headshot. T1 get themselves on the board here in round number 4.
Yeah, I mean, with that many powerful ults, and I like the way that Leviathan staggers those smokes to avoid that thrash initially. You know, Aspas just blast packs out of there, but decides to try to walk into that smoke, and Izu's got a phenomenal angle in the bottom of it. Catches Aspas completely off guard there. And now Tex does have his thrash. The neural theft for Calm. Still some decent cash reserves for the side of Leviathan. T1 finally able to get themselves on the board. Slow orb, just in case there was some aggression out of that corner. Want to buy themselves that little bit of extra space.
Cover going out.
Only the boom bot used smoke to clear the corner. Is now T1 leaving Saya on his own. Kind of watch the trail end of things for T1. That's kind of interesting. This tripwire, tricky to deal with, so you got to really make sure that the execute timing is ready when you clear.
Clear coming out after shock to check back box. Up and over the top, easy with a quick little pick. And that's going to be the reveal, and Calm sprays through, finds that kill. Heard the TP. Likely going to be noting Carpe up above. That Showstopper going to be lobbed in, and X-Grid going to be taken down. Fantastic ult. The Thrash won't be able to find too much here, it would seem. Maybe spotting Carpe, but yeah, now he's been noted by the gun barrel. And as he swings out, Osmos is able to take him down. Shell's lobbed in, plant coming through. They cannot clear the wingman fast enough, but there's still only just 2 players alive now. Just 1 here for T1. With just a singular flashpoint. Rossi knows that this round is done and dusted. He gets the hell out of dodge. Flawless here from the side of Lev.
And it's that extra layer of trap wire set up right across where they're expecting these plants to go. Again, Leviathan probably has a decent read on some of these posts that you're going to want to do, because, again, it is something that Paper X does on this map, and they're very, very good at it. It's set up for that back corner where Calm has the angle right out of his corner to take down the player who crosses that trap wire. And that big early kill breaks open a lot of space, enough room in between that wall.
Careful there.
And towards elbow for Aspas to get that showstopper in and get that big kill.
Summing each other for the judges there behind T1's entry. Aspas, however, is behind Mazzino. So in the end, a bridge for a race. Hard to say which one that favors, but now Tex pushing forward here into mid. Cannot quite confirm that kill. Dizzy goes up over the top, and Saya player eventually able to find that kill. Neural depth invested, spotting out the rest. Texture it. Down to 11. Gonna have to wait for that heal to come back through.
They're getting so aggressive off the back of that neural theft. They know they've got them pinned in spawn. They're just gonna try to use that, even though it's a numbers disadvantage for Leviathan. They have a position advantage.
I mean, they're spreading themselves so thin, but a lot of that just comes down to the confidence. But now Calm gonna have to back away as he hears multiple shots flying his way. Even the Mosh gonna be committed to the corner. Tell T1 how badly they want this round victory. And there's still many a player that can play spoiler on the opposite side here. Cam through, lined up, Calm finds Carpe, finds Saya. And I think he's just found Lev a 5th round win. X-Curate, again, darted. Doesn't have the heal, but Rossi with a nice one-tap will put Aspas on the floor. Get up on top of the wall here. So he'll just go ahead, break the segment. X-Curate tucks back behind the boxes. Being on the slow creep. Rossi here waiting for it, but King gets the headshot. Fantastic readjustment of the crosshair. Now Calm pushing forward. Extra trying to challenge, but King strikes in. They take him down, and Lev, plenty of time on the defuse as they continue trending upward, now 5-1.
And Calm's utility is proving to be so oppressive for T1 to deal with. They have to find ways to clear this. You don't have a ton. You don't have those shock darts. You don't have a Sova. Kind of the easy answer to it. You know, yeah, you've got paint shells, but it's still pretty tricky for them, and it's making it really difficult on this attacker's side. Even with those walls going up, even with things like that happening, it's just Calm getting these early advantages. And meanwhile, Rossi trying to do his best Aspas impersonation over there.
Chilling out.
That's amazing.
That's a pretty accurate representation of what's been happening.
It's on point.
Aspas 8-2-3 at the moment, but Calm, I mean, a very explosive start for him at 8-1.
He's been the difference maker. It's him and his util that are just giving so many opportunities, giving so much information, you know, being able to keep track of their movements. That those neural thefts are so useful in situations like that where you know you've got them completely read, so you can cut off that B site like they did. And even though they don't challenge those angles kind of as T1 is trying to exit spawn, they still have all the ability to kind of figure things out, figure themselves out. How do they want to attack that site? Because they know it's going to go over to where it's A and be planted there. And then they can set up for those lurks. Great timing between Calm and King at the end. Really just kind of pushing and pulling the defense of T1 who got stuck on the site, not giving them any opportunities to do any damage. And obviously King winning a big battle out in the open against Rossi as well. So that's, again, that gun advantage that we saw with LEV on Breeze in terms of their own accuracy, their own skill with it, continuing to shine here on to Sunset. It's slow again.
Yeah, yep, Flash connecting here on both sides.
Look at LEV. They're like, nope, we're playing retake.
Just pull back.
Flash is ready.
Go nuts.
They know that orb take is going to come through. They know it's going to be a thrash available. There's the pop. As they look to just actually clear this one out. Izu is pushing forward. Nothing spotted, nothing noted. King finds the headshot, and now you look at the HP bars here. The opposite side, Tex just able to spray away, finds that kill. Extra going to be taken down. Wingman does get the plant. Aspas forced back there. Paranoia comes across, but Carpe trying to take some space, trying to take a fight block from Flash, but paint shells out. Rossi going to be taken down. It's just a day at the shooting range here for LEV. Timeout not meaning a damn thing for them. 6-1.
And Mazzino's utility so good there to stall that corner. Make sure that T1 is never able to push that angle, never able to get the advantage. Anytime that Rossi threw something, Mazzino threw it right back. The breach v breach battle going their way because T1 has to be proactive there. Whereas you can be reactive on the back of this. It's the flash, then he trades the flash. And then he's right there around the corner to make sure that they deal with Saya player. And it is starting to look dire for T1. Their tournament lives on the line this map. And so far, it is not looking great. We're just being honest. You do have the res, but you have a Rolling Thunder here for Mazzino. This time around, T1 a little bit wary. An early push out, and they are going to use that Rolling Thunder.
A bit of a misread, though. Doesn't get the catch here at all on the Izu.
Gives you space.
And here's the blast packs forward, as well as the drop back. Well, he's going to look to regress, so being able to get that ult out of the equation here is a decent boon for the side of T1, but still just need a clean site exec of their own.
Yeah, just went for the hard read. Somebody B and B main. Just didn't gamble correctly.
Double here on elbow. King able to find one. Carpe and Rossi, however, answering back and opening up the A site, but going to be a quick reinforcement here as Mazzino gets himself situated. He's also going to look to challenge. Aftershock to just try to further delay, but Calm catches Izu lurking up into mid. Excurate now has a great timing to try to find them both, and he will. Right as the flash connects. So too do Excurate's bullets. Wall now coming up. Calm, last man standing. Looks like already maybe resigned to stay back, but no. Redraws the camera. He's going to start working his way over towards A. Does have a ton of cash. He's one away from a neural theft again.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. It's the same situation we found ourselves in last time.
Rossi's one away from a Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
It's probably the biggest concern.
Yeah. But I mean, you got to feel like one way or another, T1's probably going to get that Rolling Thunder in the next round if they want it. So
I mean, you're 9-1. Go off.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say go for it, King, but then I remember that King's actually on their team. Yeah, then it wouldn't really make as much sense.
I mean, I might think that you're talking to me.
No. Well, that's, yes, okay, fair enough. I always forget that you have a real name and it's not just Achilleos.
That's true. Well, Spike will detonate. 4 players left standing here. A much needed, fairly clean round from the side of T1. Additionally, getting that Rolling Thunder out, but there is a lot more work to be done, and there is a lot of cash in the bank here for LEV.
And yeah, I mean, the thing for Leviathan is you might look at that round and go, I don't know about that, but you know what, I'm kind of fine with it because you're so far ahead already, you can afford to go for big gambles like that, even if they don't pay off. And that just shows that they have a lot of confidence. You know, King calling a big read, that doesn't work, but so what? You still have a huge advantage. Now you've got the op in Ospas' hands. He's one away from a showstopper. He just needs that pick. And even if they get that Rolling Thunder for Rossi, it could still be a very difficult round just on the back of the operator and the showstopper. And Ospas could bring down the bear, so T1 worry that there might be some challenge for this orb. Certainly, you know, expecting that Leviathan, considering trying to prevent the showstopper from ever getting through, but it's pretty far back, except for the fact that they've taken A main with that operator, with Ospas. He has complete control over that space. They know this isn't B. And so, once again, they can just set back, try to play some traps. And you can see that Com's trap wires are way further back, and the cam as well. So they're going to give up this space. And I think, once again, look for that early pick off of Com's utility, and then just try to use that man advantage and try to keep T1 pinned. Get their own breach utility going. There's the Rolling Thunder into nothing.
Into nothing indeed. Nothing spotted.
There it is.
Still gets Isu on that entry. TP across the map as King joins in. Mazzino eventually able to drag across, but it's actually going to be Tex collecting that kill. Com finds himself a second before falling. Carpe and Rossi, some much needed replies. They bring this into a 2v3, but Ospas now, the showstopper, drawn out, spots him, sends it. Carpe dead. It is all on Rossi trying to clutch this out. Can he isolate? He gets the first. The swing, and he cannot get Mazzino. Last man standing to get the defuse, and LEV will move up to 7.
Man, Rossi so close, but the idea so good from Leviathan. They had complete map identification, complete map control. Com gets the early pick, fast rotations through A main. Everything you could want. They read that setup beautifully. They forked over that Rolling Thunder intentionally with this setup in mind. Beautiful stuff here from Leviathan. You gotta tip your cap on those rounds as the opponent. They just had you read like a book.
Little scary.
I mean, Rossi isolated that last angle, gave himself a chance. Dizzy up and over the top to do a little checking.
Dizzy finding nothing. Just again, T1 kind of patiently wait this out as Carpe just goes for a break on that mid door.
This time, Com gonna be playing behind the generator on A site if it goes that way. Ball line not connecting with anything. And again, it's just a slightly different setup. First trap at the door to give Com the info. The second one set up for the entry for the plant. Saw that catch Izu earlier. He has his ult though. How are they going to be able to deal with this?
Ready to go. Pain shell lob onto the corner. No util going to be cleared by that one, but showstopper in. Looking for the catch, but it's going to be Com taken down. Now that Tech does not really matter too much. As Tex, however, holds the line. Cleans up 3, and it all falls to pieces. Mazzino trying to win out, turn on the flash. A second one coming through. Rossi tucks back in towards elbow. As Ospas comes swooping through. Paranoia not going to go deep enough, cannot get the catch, but look at the setup. Ospas has the angle, has the shot. And T1 has no hope in hell right now. A 6-round deficit in the first half, 2 more rounds to be played. And they absolutely need them. They don't have any cash.
I mean, these changes round to round for Leviathan are so good. And it's, again, on the back of Com. He's able to draw enough attention over to himself that Tex's position never identified. And with this box in the way, he can isolate those fights. Gets to secure it, then swings out, gets another. It's just so smart. And yeah, you fork one over to the showstopper, but that means you keep a player hidden. Now it's an eco for T1, a stinger for Saya, sheriffs otherwise. A thrash for Saya as well, but a counter thrash for Tex in play. Outlaw for Ospas, because who needs an operator when you don't have to worry about full armors? And that operator probably just sitting in the back somewhere.
Trapwire slowing up that Taraj, but Mazzino looking for the timing. Does manage to find one, a little bit whiffy. Rossi put it down. Quick pick there from Aspas, though. Second shot, able to find the kill. Paint Shell now at the ready, but Easy with a nice headshot. Let's take out Calm. Paint Shell looks to stave them off. Up on top of the wall, X-Grit falling. Detained, coming in from behind. Izu not ready for it. Zaya cleans up one, but realistically, what do you do from here? The spike stranded, 70 HP.
Go gun
a
hunting.
Stinger, yeah, I mean, he can swing around into market, should be able to pick up something.
Well, if Saya can come alive here, who knows? If you can make it 8-4, definitely a defender-sided map. Feels like at times.
30 seconds left.
Saya taking his time, knows he's gonna make noise when he grabs a gun. Waiting for that wall.
Not gonna lie, the wall break, it kind of sounded a little bit like an outlaw shot, and I was like, where did that come from? Nobody has an outlaw.
It does, doesn't it?
Zaya's not picking up any weapons. Looks like he doesn't want to take the risk of making any noise.
Time?
He's got a mosh.
10 seconds left.
So Ken suspect that they're going to be at the front of the site, but you think that he wants to send the mosh first and foremost to try to cut him off, stop him from pushing into the site, but instead he will give up that space. Trying to cut back, he doesn't know where they are, and he cannot find it as soon as he identifies King. Kill not found, the fuse comes through. Looking like maybe another 9-3 half, if not a 10-2. As LEV continue on their merry way. They want to keep themselves in this tournament. They want to send T1 home.
Yeah, and it's just layers upon layers here. They do scoop up that op at the end of that round and shifting into the outlaw because they know there's only 2 rounds left and they know they have enough to full buy no matter what. Even if this round goes badly, you don't want to give that outlaw, or excuse me, that operator over to T1 if you can help it, so just leave it in the back. Now, the only ult to speak of is going to be the from the shadows for Carpe. However, somewhat close. Rossi, 2 away. Yeah, 2 from the Rolling Thunder, so that could be in play. But just taking their time, trying to identify what's going on with these defensive Leviathan. You know that op is still around, so you have to be extra cautious. Aspas is immaculate with that gun.
Creeping forward, and this is so much information here for the side of LEV.
Well, they're loving this. Comms utility.
Main, and right now, side player at risk. He is just tucked in, staring towards mid, and as they swing the corner into tiles, they can play this out patiently. There you go, X-Grit dead, Saya gone. Carpe eliminated as well. It is falling to pieces. T1 in tatters, the nade cleaning up Izu. As Rossi, yeah, he's 2 away from a Rolling Thunder, but it seems like he's not gonna get the chance to use it. Finds one, but Aspas puts it down. 10-2, LEV, they want to send him home.
I love this. I love this half from Leviathan. Great change-ups, great adjustments round to round, reading their opponents so well throughout. And the great map control, they're constantly pushing either A main or B main, forcing their opponents into bad spots and capitalizing nearly every time.
And it feels like this is just something when you're trying to display this composition for the first time. It's going to take way more iterations to really get comfortable for it, but there's plenty to talk about here for this first half, so we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, fellas. So, I mean, we're looking at 10-2 here in a T1 that honestly is in shambles right now. They have to figure out a way to get back into this, and part of the reason why they've been struggling, it takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment, has really just been these retakes that we've been seeing, Mimi, from Leviathan. You would think the Sage would be there for the stall, the delay, but no, they just don't care, man. They're just pushing.
Yeah, LEV has been playing some really good set retakes, in particular over towards this A site. Every round they're giving this space to T1, and this one is a great example. Aspas with some great movement to get his satchels over the top of the wall, punishes with that showstopper, and then you see the second wave of this utility come in, and LEV is just picking away at T1. Whether it was rounds like this where these slow, measured retakes were kind of combined with some insane individual performances, or these faster floods with players like Texas Utility taking the stage, LEV has been dominating, getting themselves to that 10-2 half.
You say that, all I hear is utility, utility, utility. Why does LEV have so much utility at the end of the round? It happened time and time again. And, you know, we just saw T1 hitting that A site time and time again. But another thing that is very surprising and possibly one of the reasons why LEV is having an easy time today is that now they're finally managing to translate something that they were doing back in Americas. They had a 71% win rate in their bonuses, which of course gives you a lot of leverage and a very strong start.
Yeah.
Now, in the previous matchup, they didn't manage to convert a single one of their pistol wins into that third round bonus. But this time around, they did it both at the times, and I think that's given them some leverage.
They're in a fantastic position right now. It is going to be a struggle for T1. If they lose this pistol, game's basically done, and you're looking at elimination.
Y'all could be back here very quickly. Let's send it back over to Achilleos and Paper Thin and see if T1 can bring it back.
Thank you very much, GB. Right now, the odds of that looking slim. T1 needing to activate, needing to come alive, similarly to what we were seeing, from Gen.G, what we've seen from DRX. Can they replicate the relative successes that we've seen from the other Korean squads on the international stage? Or will it all just fall to pieces? Pistol round advantages, for the most part, been in LEV's hands.
They're pinging the heck out of mid, but actually, it's coming from A main. The re-smoke is going to stall out Leviathan just a little bit, but now they're going to use this cyber cage to push forward, and Carpe wants none of it. Needs that help from those other initiators.
Just has to back off. They do have 3 players in position here, with Izu potentially able to get a decent backstab opportunity, but there is that trap wire set up from behind, just outside of tiles to try to intercept. Carpe playing forward the Dizzy, connecting.
Dizzy.
Whoa, blinded up still.
What?
Managed to find one though. Rossi comes away with common. Now Tex gets himself 2. Carpe dancing around the center. 39 HP eventually will fall, and now it is all on Izu. Slow creeping his way up, but doesn't have the gun out, but does get the dink there on the Tex. Paint shells on the left-hand side. Cleans up one with a satchel. Mazzino taking down Izu. Bailing them out, keeping them afloat. T1 will win the pistol here in the second half and take that first necessary step.
Oh, huge win for T1.
Another Red Bull clutch.
Another Red Bull clutch. Had quite a few today. Usually they've been going Leviathan's way. But man, oh man, Izu playing with fire, not having his gun out, coming around that corner. Literally in my head, I'm thinking, pull your gun out, pull your gun out. But able to use that blast pack there, get that kill. Really smart usage of that. And just catches Mazzino as Mazzino tries to swing back to the site. And that early scrap in that fight, even though Carpe gets hit by that Dizzy, he's still able to find value from that corner. Catches Leviathan off guard. Even without that cyber utility. What is this? What is that? That's old school Ascent
Firing squad set up, but Rossi, a nice little wall bang headshot there. Does take down Calm. Izu drifting back slowly, suspecting that they're going to be already within this smoke, and he's able to clean one up. Dead X on the opposite side, able to find the kill. And flawless, that is exactly what T1 need. Ospas, gonna be sent back to the opposite side, but I mean, look at him. He's giggling. He's laughing at the moment.
I
He's
mean,
still so comfortable.
He's like, I haven't seen that since 2022. Not since Ascent, when people used to do it on the A site there.
We ran right over them.
It worked. Second kill, but yeah, flawless gonna be locked in for T1. Can they get the bonus conversion?
Amazing.
I mean, Texas already got the Thrash online.
Yep. That's scary. It's going to be tricky now for T1 to try to adjust. See what they got to do with this Thrash there, especially again with no Sentinel, with no traditional Sentinel. Obviously you have Sage, but Sage is about the least Sentinel of the Sentinels, I would say. And trap wire, set up here on the outside. So this doesn't look like, at least initially, that Leviathan wants to go anywhere. They're expecting aggression. They're worried about it. Now they're going to make their way through mid. Outlaw in play, though. Saya going to use that Dizzy to check first.
Checking, nothing spotted. Can't get the double pump. King does get taken down 10 HP. As Aftershock to try to flush them out into the open. Paint shell layered in as well. Isu is able to find that a limb. Thrash still in play here, crucially for the side of left. Isu able to bounce back before getting caught. Door broken. Now just a 2-2 split. Carpe holding close, and oh, it offsets the aim just a bit. And that ends up costing him dearly. As Rossi now going to be stunned out. The Thrash coming through on the chase, but no, wants to just go ahead, spot out the rest of this site, make sure that it's clear.
Look at all that gecko. Look at all that gecko util for him to pick back up. Oh, good fault line.
Fault line disconnect on the 2. The bounce coming through. Flash, however, decent. As they continue to trade it back, and Rossi gets that headshot now. Last one standing versus Aspas at full HP.
Has to make a go for it eventually.
I mean, the fault line, it's still going to be a world away. He just used it. Yeah, 20 seconds remaining. Can't really afford to try to go for that one. And as he starts to swing out, Aspas will spot enough. It's decent damage dealt by T1. Can't convert the bonus, but that still means that LEV get up to 11.
Exactly, and it's as must-win as a bonus can get almost. You know, Rossi slumps back in his chair. Thought maybe he could win that despite the low health advantage, but Aspas steady as always. For T1, a timeout. You're close to a showstopper, a couple away from a rolling thunder. Gotta figure out ways to get those ults online and start rolling together a whole bunch of rounds in a row. Now, like you said earlier, we've seen it in this tournament. Saw it with Gen G, we saw it with FPX on Icebox against FUT. Teams can do it. It's kind of a streaky meta right now where teams just kind of ring together a bunch of rounds in a row. So, you know, we know they're capable of it, but are they going to be able to dig deep enough to find it? So far, Leviathan getting the better of them in so many situations, so many clutches going their way as well. And I'm sure that's something that T1 is going to be kicking themselves about after this match. How many clutches they weren't able to come through with. That's going to sting.
I think it already has. I think it's stinging right now. Timeout call to try to steady the ship. Still 7 just to tie it. Couple ults nearly there for them. Rossi close to that rolling thunder, the showstopper, 1 away. As far as that pacing is concerned, T1 not in a terrible position. Still need to be able to win this out. And Izu, I think overall, reading this nicely. Half armors across the board here for LEV. When Outlaw comes into play.
Yeah, and I mean, I think LEV here doing a good job of identifying the default, the tendencies of T1 with this 3-2. You send the 2 initiators and Carpe over. And immediately, as soon as the smoke comes down, they're trying to get through. Crossfire. Here we go.
There's the entry. But attention, split, and it's going to be Tex and King coming up with the goods. Aside from Aspas dead, there's no other damage found.
But you don't care.
They just trade up.
Yeah.
A 2-for-1.
You're happy to throw Aspas into the fray for that exchange. Give yourself that man advantage. That skyrockets your chances of winning a round. So, as great as Aspas is, as valuable as his gun is, he's certainly just as valuable with his blast pack movement there.
Tap on the door, Excrit here on the site. Gonna try to wall things off, but I mean, there's still just an open segment, and they're just breaking down every single one of them. He stays tucked in behind the other. Swing out wide. Izu eventually able to find the shot. Plant coming through. Rocket lobbed in. Mazzino going to be taken down. As Tex does find the headshot. Excrit falls. Seems like widely T1
30 seconds left.
may have just been able to rescue this round. The plant interrupted all on Tex with 43 HP. Amash at the ready. Sprint towards the right side, but he just ultimately has no idea where they are. Will just drift away. So T1 will be able to close this out despite the catastrophic start.
Yeah, this is huge from Xcurit in a way that you kind of don't expect with that wall. You thought it gets shot down, he's in a tough spot, but it actually buys just enough time for Izu to get over there. Xcurit draws enough attention that Izu's able to get a kill without anyone even looking at him, and that gives him the showstopper, able to find that second. That was huge there. I mean, it's just enough delay from Xcurit that T1 finds their 5th round, but it is on a knife's edge. This early start, love that from Aspas. Just break as many angles as you can with that blast pack entry. And then here, love it from Xcurit. Even though that wall doesn't get deep, it does what it needs to do.
It was looking, yeah.
It looked, when I first saw it, I'm like, uh-oh.
It looked like he was completely and utterly screwed.
Yes.
But, you know.
I felt the same way.
Izu arrived just in the nick of time. Quick paint shell out. There's Xcurit now in a bad spot. Ooh, the jump back, but doesn't re-steady the aim to be able to find one. But Aspas, having that carried over rifle in hand, puts it to good use. They need to defend this other one now.
Yeah, the high-low, try to guard it. But all 4.
Out. Tap on the orb. Aspas just getting one step closer towards that showstopper. Dizzy now going to be sent over the top. Quick clear onto that one, but Calm going to be taken down. No, that's actually going to be committed there, I believe, and yeah, it is, as the cleanup comes through. No ping necessary. No ping coming through in time. T1 very swiftly putting them down. And that's a big tool potentially lost here for LEV.
No doubt. Yeah, but LEV, one away from a showstopper now. You have the Rolling Thunder, though, for Rossi. This might be a good opportunity for T1 to try to play retake themselves. You know, the desk was highlighting it during the halftime.
Oh my God, thank you.
That it was a lot about LEV's retakes. You know, get the early picks into the retakes were so clean. Now T1 has an opportunity to do that themselves. Rossi's still very positive. Still keeping his team in it. Tex with the up and over with the Dizzy. Mazzino gonna see Xcurate's elbow. Ooh, just off on the timing, but Calm's camera so far forward. Here goes Aspas. Still doesn't have that showstopper just yet.
All the way around through Boba. Smoke there. Rolling Thunder trying to stave off the push coming in from main, but the stun. It just dazed up here. And Calm is able to collect two.
They don't even need Aspas.
I mean,
he's over in Boba.
He's just drawing attention, keeping him busy. They decide, okay, we have to push forward, but then Calm is just waiting there.
Enemy remaining.
Now, Saya player dead. Aspas finding that value. And there's the cleanup. What a read. A flawless round for LEV to get themselves up to 12. Match point now in their hands. One more win, and they are sending T1 home.
It's just beautiful from Leviathan. Understanding that there's going to be open space on this map because there's no Cypher in play. Nobody to keep track of at least some angle. And it's actually Aspas completely slips the net, gets behind, and able to cover those late rotations, even though that B main hit just works a treat for them. And T1 just on the ropes. This is it. Got to run 6 in a row or you're going home.
Fault line for fault line. Showstopper out, and look at the value. 2 kills. Aspas hungry for the win and maybe even on for this ace. Gets himself up to 3. Rossi interrupting the plant. Rez to put Izu back into the mix. Aspas on the hunt and will get shut down. Xcurate able to find that kill. Now a 3v3 as the heal comes through. Rossi push back up. His util going to be paramount in trying to save this round. Last back across, Calm deals with Izu after Shuck trying to flush him out. Rossi goes on the challenge, is able to find Mazzino. Now just leaving Calm and King. See whether or not they can end the series right here and now. King swinging out, Xcurate finding one. Rossi getting the other. Somehow, some way. Again, another crushing start to a round. The T1 get the win in the end.
Unbelievable that T1 still is in this round. It's still in this game. Still in this tournament. I mean, this is just beautiful. That Paranoia catches Saya as he's trying to get out, and he gets Carpe for his trouble. And then it's just winning some battles out there. Rossi tucks himself in his sight, and a sigh of relief from Xcurate. He knows how close they were to dropping that. Having that res was crucial for them in that round. Now, send out that Thrash early.
Thrash on the outset, but not really going to be recoverable. A little bit of damage there. Yeah, King going to be taken down to 36. Push forward, Rossi eventually able to stabilize the aim. Does find Calm. He's got Xcurate nearby to go ahead and get that heal across, and Izu will go ahead and finish the job onto the enemy Omen. So a 2-man advantage here for the side of T1. Spike is making its way over onto A. Rolling Thunder pushing Izu to the side, and Mazzino drags it back. 3v3. Recovery on that Thrash. Tags, however, too forward, but he gets the 1-2. He gets the third. 13-7. LEV close out a necessary series in 2-0 fashion. They stay in the tournament, and they send T1 home.
In firm control of this match from start to finish. And Aspas having a whale of a showing once again, but the rest of his team stepping up behind them. Great game plan from start to finish for Leviathan. And T1 left scratching their heads. Sad to see them go, but they really put up a great fight against G2, but here against Leviathan, just too much for them to handle. And for them to get here, to get to this event, looked unthinkable. After losing some of those games early in Pacific, after giving DFM their first win, T1 still had the tenacity to fight back, to get those wins when it mattered in the playoffs and get to this event. So credit where credit is due. T1 did a great job, but Leviathan looking so scary today.
They dug deep to make it to this event, but couldn't dig any deeper to take down Leviathan. Everybody on this roster looking like world beaters here today compared to the first outing for the squad. This is the bounce back that fans of this team have been wanting to see. This is what the fans of the Americas have been wanting to see. Everybody pulling their weight here today. Calm, electric on that Cypher here on Sunset. King consistent all the way throughout. I mean, Mazzino on that breeze. There was just gorgeous play after gorgeous play. Aspas, though, how can we not continue to talk about this guy? He's an absolute maniac. He's an anomaly in the system that is Valorant. Played at the pro level. 23-10-6 here on this final map.
Tex continues to be just stalwart for this Leviathan squad. Both days having tremendous performances. So clean, so accurate, so smart. And yeah, just some of the combo plays we're seeing from them. Mazzino's breach was great here on this map. So much impact with his util.
Just gorgeously done. And clearly, you know, wanting to pick up a composition that had given them some troubles in the past for T1, but again, needing to see some more iterations. This just felt a little bit too similar from what we were seeing from T1 back over in the playoffs, where they were putting Sia player on things like the Reyna for the very first time, changing up roles, changing up comps that they had been sticking with for a very long time, and then not being able to really extract every ounce of value that you need to be getting with a comp. So if they want to stick with this in the future, I think that they can work this into a very good position, but for now, still a little bit rough.
Yeah, you still see there were some hiccups there. Some of those walls didn't quite look where they needed to be, things like that.
Yeah, well, of course, we're going to throw it down to the stage right now, where we have a player standing by for a Verizon post-match interview.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再次恭喜 Leviathan 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Aspas 选手来接受我们的采访。首先也是想问一下 Aspas 选手，因为重新回到了国际赛事的舞台上，并且拿下了属于上海大师赛的首胜，现在是一种什么样的感受呢 ？So welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Aspas from Leviathan with us. Huge congratulations on the win. And how does it feel to coming back to this international stage and get your first victory today?
It feels really good to be playing international again. Playing here in Shanghai is just being insane. I love the crowd. The fans are insane, and I'm really happy to be here. And it's really good to get a win in the international stage.
他说：“我真的非常非常高兴，可以重新回到国际赛事的舞台上，再一次进行比赛。而且我也非常享受在上海打比赛的感觉，因为我们所有的观众都非常的热情，我非常喜欢这里的氛围，我很开心，然后也很开心今天可以拿下属于自己的首胜。那接下来可能也想问一下 Aspas 选手，因为今天 T1 其实在日落之城这张地图上是有一个非常大的变阵在的，可能几乎他们每一个人都有不同的一些位置的轮换，或者是说角色的轮换。那对于这一点，会不会当时他们觉得有一些措手不及呢？” 还是说他觉得一切其实尽在他们的掌握之中 ？So it has a big change of their comp on Sunset. Nearly everybody in their team that switch their role or agent. So does it caught you off guard, or you just think everything is under your control?
We didn't expect the comp change in Sunset, but when they changed it, we just started to think how we would play against it. We already knew a little bit because it's similar to the Paper X comp, so we just thought about how we're gonna play, and we did it.
他说：“其实今天在最开始看到他们变阵的时候，他们是有一点没有想到的。但是面对这种阵容，其实他们也是有自己独到的处理方式，而且在比赛里他们可以很快的去解决、去应对。因为其实他们的阵容和之前 Paper Rex 的打法也是很相近、很相似的，所以在这一点的基础上，他们也可以做到一个很好的应对。今天也有一个很好的效果。” 那接下来也要问一个，我感觉大家也会比较感兴趣的一个问题，那就是 Aspas 选手的一个招牌动作，他的 Aspas 躺。每一次我们可能在看到镜头的时候，都可以看到他抓紧时间在休息。也想问一下，这是不是他自己的一个非常独到的，可能让自己精神放松，或者说精神集中的一个方式呢 ？So we all very curious about your signature pose, laying on the chair. Is it your specific way to keep your mental focus?
I normally use to relax because it's 1 minute timeout, so it's 1 minute without playing. So I just lay down the chair and I take this time to relax a little bit and keep focusing in the game.
他说：“确实，这是他自己非常独到的一个方式，因为每次可能在暂停的时候，他都是抓紧一切时间去休息的，这是一个很重要的一个方式。然后他可能稍微休息几分钟，然后有了这样的一个休息的方式之后，也能达到一个更好的状态。确实是。那我们再一次感谢 Aspas 选手来接受我们的采访，大家能不能再给他一点掌声呢？” 那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，让我们稍微休息一下，一会儿再见。And that's all for our interview. Thanks for joining me, and congratulations again.
Thank you, 谢谢。
谢谢。And see you guys later.
You couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off day 4 of Masters Shanghai. Leviathan, a roster formed of some of the best players in the game, taking on what some could say is an underdog T1 squad, but to sell them short would be a massive mistake. This game is going to be awesome.
As Izu leads the way, but what a shot! Ozpus ready for the entry. Rossi, attention, turned away. King with the tap on the spike, finds a headshot, looks for the second, and he's got it! A three-piece from the IGL. King does get spotted, but Saya going to be taken down on the entry. Dead atop Orange, up over the top. Ospas trying to find a kill, but it's going to be Mazzino collecting a second as Izu does fall. A third for Mazzino, spraying through, playing off the tracers. The fourth. Pop flash out, chases in, is able to drop the pivot, the Tex in from behind, able to take him down. Now it's all on Xcurate, 10 HP. It would be absolutely miraculous. 13-9, LEV take down T1 on their map, pick a breeze. Covering fire is going to be good, and that Paranoia does not connect. Cobb in front of it. Double taps coming through. Cobb getting one, Ospas the other. Paranoia comes across the carpet, trying to take some space, trying to take a fight. 5 for 5 for paint shells out. Rossi going to be taken down. It's just a day at the shooting range here for LEV. Tex does not really matter too much, as Tex, however, holds the line. Cleans up 3, and it all falls to pieces. Recovery on that thrash. Tex, however, too far forward, but he gets the 1-2. He gets the third. 13-7. LEV close out a necessary series in 2-0 fashion. They stay in the tournament, and they send T1 home.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's something I could grow and notice. Suffocating, slowing dumping. Better off alone. But I could never see you fly. Underground side. I don't wanna see you sign. But you break me down.
Bad boy sound. How in the
Losing track of days I'm waiting. Your seasons never change, nothing stuck inside your ways.
Welcome back to day 4 of Masters Shanghai and our second elimination match of the Swiss stage. It's FUT Esports taking on Dragon Ranger Gaming. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, still here, alongside Mimi and Kukuka, perpetually here forever. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and dive into this one right out of the gate and get things talking about Dragon Rangers. I'm a big fan.
And gaming. Yeah.
I just like to call them the Dragon Rangers. You know, like it just really fits for me.
Again, coolest name, best logo in VCT.
It's a really good season of Super Sentai. In any case, though, let's go ahead and dive into this one here, right? Because this is a squad that, look, we're not going to sugarcoat it here, people. They struggled big time in their matchup against Heretics. You were seeing some moments where they were finding, you know, glimmers of hope, but they just couldn't get anything going on this attack, Mimi.
Yeah, their attack side, I think, is kind of flawed in the way they're setting up when you're playing against really strong opposition. They play a lot of rounds that are either 4-1 with Vukashi on the lurk, or they're 5-manning all together. And Team Heretics did a really good job of when Vukashi was lurking, flushing him out on the extremity, and even when he wasn't, getting proactive, taking information, and that meant that they had the right defensive rotations for DRG to just be hitting into a stack site every round pretty much and losing consistently.
Yeah, exactly, because that is something that we saw in their region time and time again, how Vukashi just had the freedom to do those kind of things. And even on Icebox, he had some crazy plays, but, you know, on the second map, Heretics was never going to allow that to happen again.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's go ahead and hear what the squad had to say. We're going to hear from Nick. Excuse me, as Yintu is standing by.
I'm now sitting with DRG's Nick, and also Luna is going to do some translation as well. You guys had a debut here already at Shanghai at Masters. It felt like maybe you were a little bit nervous. Do you feel like now that's out of the way, the pressure is off, you can relax a little bit for today's game?
其实上一次是你们在上海大师赛的出道战嘛，是不是感觉有一些紧张呢？那今天有没有觉得这些紧张缓解了一些呢？
第一次应该是大家都挺紧张的，因为没有放开打嘛。那这一次经过上一次的磨练啊，这应该会放松一点。
This last time is our first time, kind of nervous and didn't show all of us. But this time I feel like more relaxed.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna. Thank you very much, Nick.
Well, I think they have a perfect reason to be relaxed. They're here in Shanghai playing in their home turf.
Oh, yeah, it's just elimination. It's the moment to be
But I was going to say that's will probably give you a little bit of tension in the shoulders,
yeah,
you know, because you're in an elimination game
here. And it definitely showed it in the gameplay. I think they performed not up to the height of what they can show. Definitely some struggles in that last game, and hoping to get a little bit more confidence, because you did see there are reasons to be confident, right? That crowd was really loud behind them, things like that. So channeling a little bit more energy to come out stronger in this elimination game is definitely going to be necessary.
But I do agree to a certain extent. It comes down to the individuals. I know that the first day that we saw them, we talk about Luke and how he is as a duelist. It's a bit hit or miss, right? He has an amazing game, or he doesn't show up and he, you know, creates some chaos in the wrong way.
Yeah, but again, I think a lot of the problems with Luke were coming down to their macro on the attack side, that they were just calling him into stacks, and he was just dying.
Poor guy was being fed to the wolves, right?
Yeah.
And then also, you know, we talked about Vukashi at the beginning of the show here. It does feel like, as what you were talking about before, a lot of it's usually like, okay, Vukashi, go out there, find a kill. Sick. Okay, now come back with the team. Wait. Oh, we're all dead. And like that kind of just kept happening way too much. And Vukashi, though, but when he is involved, I mean, he's involved. He's making plays happen. He's there just trying to like clutch out whenever there's an opportunity for them to do so. Problem is that you could definitely feel that disjointedness, Kukuka. So you're certainly going to be leaning on Vukashi here to just have to be even better than what he was the other day, and that was tough considering what they had dealt with previously.
I think that he has to focus on being a little bit different, so he's not as expected in this kind of
because you know what's coming.
Actually, the rounds where he was playing with the team on that defense on Sunset, and he was just staying with the pack, just being a little bit more passive, were the rounds that DRG actually managed to win. So I want to see him a little bit on a leash, you know, and trying to stay calm a little bit and just trying to find the right moment to be the surprise, because at the right now, he's not a surprise.
I think the biggest reason you see him so separated too, when you listen to interviews with this team, Vukashu's really open and saying like, yeah, I don't speak much Chinese.
Mandarin,
He doesn't really speak Mandarin, so he's out here, and so often on kind of an island, well, his teammates are calming together in Mandarin, and then Nick will sometimes translate some of the comms over to him, but you can't fully have that like instant communication you normally have with a team who's all speaking the same language. So that's why he's so often isolated, and I really thought Team Heretics did a good job of punishing them.
I mean, if you're going to be isolated, at least, play the Cypher.
Yeah, I will say though.
I mean, it's the best role for it.
Yeah. At least he's by himself, could do something.
He's playing Sova,
yeah. Oh, funny enough, I know it's always a joke.
Can you imagine
it's
that
like,
he picks Sova now or Breach?
Yeah.
You laugh, but that's every rank game.
I was gonna say that the joke is always like time to learn Chinese, bro, and then it's like Vukashu's like, actually no, I'm gonna make this happen without it. I gotta respect it, honestly. That being said though, let's go ahead and move on to their opponents on the other side of the field. You got FUT Esports. Now, this of course is gonna be their second match against a Chinese team this week. Definitely being put through the ringer against the hometown teams here in Shanghai, but they almost won that match against FPX. They had moments where it felt like it could happen, and then you just started to see it slip away little by little by little, and then that's when things just, well, I mean, at that point, the rest is history, right?
I mean, I'm just surprised that we saw this performance on the side of FPX. I don't know, but if the pressure is always on the side of FUT, we see them doing always so well regionally. And then it comes to this global event, and we see a different face. Like, where is all the confidence, that cockiness of that same team that was changing compositions in every single map from week to week? And now we see them a little bit defeated here and a little bit responseless. We know that amongst the regions, the styles are a little bit different. And that FPX, it's a different team.
Yeah, they're a weird squad.
It's a very specific team. But I was expecting to see more from FUT because they have had so many different responses to everything that they've seen, not only composition-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. I really think, though, for FUT, like, we saw some moments where they were playing to their own style, right? Like, CNET had an incredible map. I thought initially we were seeing great moments of coordination.
Are you a Charles Nettington fan?
I'm absolutely a Charles Nettington fan. I love that guy. He's fantastic. But the team as well, like the second half of Lotus, after kind of a tough defensive side, I think found some great ways to rally. The attack side mid-rounding was looking solid. But as that series got later, I feel like we kind of saw them like drop down to a lot more of the chaotic plays that FPX thrives in. And that's where things really started falling apart.
Do you think the crowd had also something to do? Because of course, they were going crazy for FPX every single time that they won a round. And don't get me wrong, there was a lot of chaos, and I feel like, in that sense, FPX got the better half.
They're such an experienced team that I don't know. I feel like it might be more, you can attribute it better to just like the pressure of the style of FPX, but it could have played a role. That is pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's actually go ahead and hear from Mr. Fallen and hear what he has to say ahead of today's match.
I'm now joined by Mr. Farlin from FUT ahead of their elimination match. Now, you played against a CN team already. What did you learn from that experience, and how do you think that can help you against DRG today?
I think there's nothing more to say. They're just game style, just based on individual skills. So I hope you just play better as a team right now and show them how to play like a team, because they're only just playing like a personal things. That's all.
Okay, so Turkish aim today maybe coming out?
No, Turkish team play.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Mr. Fallen.
That's what I like to hear.
I love this guy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mr. Fallen's, I'm a Mr. Fallen guy for sure.
He is the guy, him and this team is what revolutionized what Turkish Valorant was, right? For so long, it was known as that, as Turkish aim. That's when CNET was at its peak, right? About it just being about individuals. But I think he is the guy who's really transformed that vision and has created a really well-structured team with a really unique style of play. They play very different comps than their peers in EMEA and in other regions, and they really implement on it incredibly well. So I think a lot of credit has to be given to Mr. Fallen, and I love that answer.
I also know that their calling system is a bit different, right? Because, many times we'll be like, you was the action. He's like, yeah, but our system is a bit different. It's not just me. And it also has to do with this man, with Charles Nettington, with CNET. If he is showing up, we're in for a treat. He's been playing so many different agents this year, but we are happy to see him back on the Jet, even on the Chamber, an agent that in the past was actually not his best when he came out and the meta was all about it. It was probably his worst time. But now that he's in this roster, back to a Turkish team, I feel like the CNET that we're getting is top form. And of course, it has to be looking very scary for their opponents.
The joy matrix for CNET is high this year. Last year you watched him play and he was so stoic. You'd even see him like pounding the desk, things like that. The only big smile moment was like the cup stacking that one time in a tech plus. But now he's out here, he's smiling consistently.
I'm surprised you remember that.
I remember that because Wyatt put it up once, I think. But yeah, he has been so much more, I think, just like in sync with his team on this roster. He looks really well established in the system, and his performances continue to be excellent for him and FUT.
Yeah, well, you know what? I want to echo Mr. Fallen say. I want to see more Turkish team play, and I think we're going to get it here today. But of course, do not sell out Dragon Ranger Gaming short by any stretch of the imagination. Let's see how all this unfolds as our teams are going to make their way to the stage.
Sports. Dragon Ranger Gaming.
It's Turkish Valorant versus Chinese Valorant. Time to see how things are going to go down. And let's not forget, this is an elimination game. Win here, you move on in this competition. But if you lose, you are done. And for Dragon Ranger Gaming, that will be utterly heartbreaking. But let's not forget on the other side that FUT Esports traditionally have struggled at these global events. They're going to need to prove that when the pressure is on, they can come up big.
They absolutely will need to step up here. And looking at the map, Vito, starting on Bind, I think it's going to be interesting to see. DRG is one of these teams where they very much stuck. DRG has stuck to last year's meta, right? They're still playing solo Sky on this map. They're not playing a ton of Gecko, and I really feel like that limits options on Bind right now, especially with your defensive side, how you're re-clearing. So if that Turkish team play is on point, as it tends to be when they're playing that Gecko comp on this map, and they can really pull out that util early, I think it'd be really effective for FUT.
Yeah, and the same way that it was a problem for FUT the other day to face up against the new compositions that FPX was bringing onto the table, going back to the drawing board with a composition that they've seen so much, it definitely is going to give them an advantage. And not only that, FUT has played like 3 different compositions on this bind. It's very difficult to anticipate what we're going to get. It's going to be the Raze, the Neon, the Sage, the KO and the Gecko. There's so much versatility for them that you cannot really be ready.
DRG doesn't have the same unique compositions that their other Chinese squad in FPX has that FUT just played against. But what they do have in a similarity is an incredibly slow attack side where they're really winding down that clock. They're trying to feel out aggression, and that's what FUT just played against and is very used to. And even though they lost that map, I thought they did a solid job of not giving much away to those attack sides from FPX, especially on Sunset. They did a great job of biding their time on defense and just punishing these late round execs. And I think a similar game plan can work very well against Dragon Ranger Gaming today.
Yeah. Of course, Mr. Fallen, though, in that interview did mention that the Chinese teams, they rely a lot on the individual skill to get them over the line here. And, well, they're going to want to try and shut down those individuals today. We'll see. That one right there of Akashu.
Oh, that's a sick draw.
That actually was popped off. Well done there. And look at this, an alteration in the composition. They're still going to be running with that solo Sky, though, so you're not really going to have those opportunities with that particular, with the Gecko. But on the other side, too, you're also seeing something similar. You really just,
Interesting. I'm almost more surprised by this FUT switch going to Peo Sky instead. They've played Peo Gecko. I've actually really liked when they've played that comp.
Yeah, or even like Gecko. Like there's so many variations, but it's good to see that the DRG, has some edge to it, that they want to innovate a little bit. When we're talking about how they don't play the Gecko, how they don't innovate, they play very standard, but now they decide to go for the hard with the Breamy and the Cypher. I mean, there is a lot of control, and they should not, in theory, right, struggle on their defense.
Yeah, they're going to lock down a lot of that. Yeah,
I'm interested to see how this Harbor works out. I think giving up that Viper stall, we'll have to see how it plays.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating one. Remember, folks, this is an elimination match, so the pressure is on. Let's go ahead and send it over to the two best on the mic. You got Baby Bay and Doug for the call.
Thank you so much, GB. Pressure makes diamonds, and that's the fascinating thing about elimination matches is you've earned the opportunity to play on this global stage, and now you find yourself just 2 maps away from being sent home. That's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake right now, obviously, and I mean, DRG is going to want to come back from that devastating loss that they had, and on the flip side for FUT as well, they want to be able to beat the first Chinese team in this event for themselves, right? So a lot at stake for both teams, and we are going to be starting on Bind here on the attacking side for FUT.
And have to figure out how they deal with that Harbor comp. Already seeing some creative approaches to the wall, going through the teleporter, sectioning off sand, and back fountain too, but FUT seemingly more interested with what's going on towards A. Expecting aggression, holding showers, holding short. A knife to get a tag onto Vukashu as well.
And a really, really slow approach here from FUT. They're just trying to see if there's any aggression. I mean, they have PTSD from the last time they played a Chinese team here on this stage, and for good reason.
Just saw Ada Captain smoke towards Garden, and they dog that way, but they're not biting on any of this. There's nothing to suggest the rotation's gonna be coming through. Yetuche with 2 on the round already. And the site should be open. Nick playing back, trying to hold things down on his own, and he will fall. Leaving TZH all on his own and still rotating back A.
A nicely timed split there from the side of FUT. And I mean, TZH is gonna have a rough one here. Just maybe try to get as many kills as he can. Try to build up towards that Brim ultimate. Yetuche with that Sheriff. I mean, he just went huge there.
He made it look easy doing it as well.
Yeah. And that was off of a re-aggression too from DRG. They wanted to re-clear that shower space. And I mean, when you play a slow round like that and let the clock tick down, the defense wants to find info somewhere, and this time around, it just wasn't the correct play.
I will say they were, again, steady in what they were seeing. It was the Omen smoke that was towards Garden. It was the dog that was up Hookah. There was enough to suggest that it may be going the other way, but it was this re-clear that you mentioned because of what they were seeing on the other side that ultimately ended up being what cost them the round.
Yeah, exactly. FUT were playing for that. Like, that was the whole idea, was to bait them in any type of push. And then A splits, I mean, we've seen how crazy teams can be with A splits if they're well rehearsed on them. Oh, an early Molly short here for Yetuche, who already has 3 to his name. Luke almost went down there. Got down to 1 HP.
They fully lost contain on a short.
Such a slow round. And Krax actually has a knife lineup from Market that lands into showers. Such a cool idea. I mean, he gets taken down to 1 HP as well.
They've got to be careful here.
Heal up, squad.
Now wisely deciding to rotate back towards B. The problem is there's plenty of teeth on the other side.
But they will have the Sky Dog to bait out that Brim smoke, and Nick gets dropped down right away here. Here's the pinch.
And the pinch goes the way of FUT. The gun difference was just too much. I think if we're going to try to highlight a couple of things that were promising from DRG, they were proactive. As soon as they felt like there was enough context short, or B short, excuse me, for them to commit, they hit the TP together, they go to fight together, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, when you have eco guns and classics, you know, sometimes you get lucky and other times you just get mowed down like that, you know? There's nothing you can do about it, but The approach that FUT has had so far is very, very slow. They're not trying to get picked off early on. People are jiggling corners. You're seeing Cracks throw lineup daggers across the map to get info for his other teammates.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's really cool. And this opens up the opportunity to potentially just go for an A-hit off the rip. A change of pace really early on, potentially.
It's a different Harbor Wall out from Xion 7 this time. But they're already past it.
Oh, this Omen TP.
All the way in. And I don't think they know he's there.
To heaven?
Oh,
surely
yeah,
not.
he's thinking about it. Wisely thinks twice.
Yeah.
Now has to take a step back. They really haven't gained a ton of space here. 5 HP for CNED. That's certainly not going to help the matter. They've got to be careful because TZH has already taken all the space outside of Sand. Nick is rotated back A. There's a lot of presence here. They have 4 rifles in this bonus.
FUT are okay playing this quiet game. But if they don't re-clear TZH here, I mean, there's no need for anybody from DRG to rotate off.
Right. I mean, there's so much space that TZH is taken, as you're saying, that there's nothing to suggest that the cutting of noise has led to a rotation back B. So they're able to sit on this, but you're right, the shots are so crispy out from FUT.
30 seconds
And so
left.
they brute force their way out onto the site. They get every single kill, with the exception of TZH, and Adacaptain knows where he is. A flawless bonus conversion and disaster for DRG early.
And DRG in this moment, they had 4 players on the A site. I mean, they can now go for the reclear. They understand that that U-Haul control is gone. Maybe use utility to catch players off guard. I mean, and I like that they waited and the Harbor Alt comes out, but the problem with this Harbor Alt is that it's not cutting off the actual site. And that allows Mr. Fallen to pop off with the Outlaw against all light armors.
FUT with a big lead here early on, not just obviously in the rounds, but also the way they've set themselves up financially is really nice. You've got Mr. Fallen, who's already gotten ahead of this Harbor Wall towards Fountain. Generally, it's paired with a flash from Nick, but choosing to be a little bit more selective on how he invests it, given he really doesn't have a ton to go around with it. Dog clearing both. The swing there is really nice from Bukashu.
That was an awesome trap play. And that should be an upgrade, potentially, for Xion 7. But that nade boarded him off.
Destroyed.
That will cause Mr. Fallen to take space and take aggressive fights here with Yedije. Both these players have been popping off so far in the first couple rounds.
Nick down to 27 HP because of those tags and that aggressive space that you were just talking about.
What a shot.
It's another.
Dim beacon here.
It's funny, it's the ones that we least expect.
Yeah.
That tend to go the other way.
Some funny business going on here, and this is going to force FUT to have to commit to this split, but they have the flashes to do so.
That oh, the second flash.
Beautiful, the double flash.
Nicely done. I thought TZH was going to slip the net a little bit there, not get tagged by the flashes, but
30 seconds left.
all of that was avoided. Yetuje on the swing. Bukashu hits another crispy shot. 81 HP amongst the 2 remaining members. One will fall, leaving Xion 7 by himself. Another ridiculous sheriff shot. He's gonna have to use all of his RB utility if he wants to have a shot at this. Almost connects onto Mr. Fallen, but it's not enough.
A good recovery from FUT, who, I mean, DRG cooked up a nice dog into the TP and picked off one of the players from FUT early on. I mean, the Sheriff game from these Chinese teams, their aim is so good. Yeah. I mean, even this shot right here on a CNET.
And honestly, we saw that with DRG the first time we saw them.
Yeah.
If there's one thing that stood out about this squad that could potentially give Moment to think twice about it, is that they can shoot.
Yeah.
Especially Bukashu, but yeah, there were a couple of really nice moments in that round.
Luke will have an operator online on this defensive side, and he's being set up by Nick, his initiator.
Like all good initiators should. Concealing the op. They don't like it, man.
Yeah, but I think FUT have an understanding that if someone's breaking that Roomba so early on, there's got to be something behind it.
Yeah.
But Luke, this is so insane. He pushes through.
That is bold.
That Omen smoke, and that will allow the rotations to come in. But Yedije, he's locking it down. He's popping off. He's 6-1 so far. And CNET is pushing up close spawn.
And he's still healthy to get more. The Seekers are going to hunt Luke down. All huddled up in spawn. That's not where that TP was supposed to go.
All good.
But he stays down in hell. The knife not going to tag anyone up in heaven. Now, a reposition up, facing into just one. TZH took a little bit of damage, but it does not seem like DRG are interested in attempting this retake at all. They just want to try to save the weapons, mainly Luke's op and FUT want to hunt.
They're completely surrounded. They've been completely surrounded for the last 10 seconds. If DRG actually went for it, they maybe could have gotten the defuse if they took out Cracks. What an awkward round.
That flash is going to complicate things. Remember, it's Luke who has the op. That's the one they want to try to save, and they are not able to do so.
I mean, FUT were hunting so early on, Doug, that there was a world in which if Cracks falls there, that bomb is defused completely. But FUT, I mean, they were just so confident that DRG were scared to go for that. And that's an operator out of the hands of Luke there. That's a huge hit to the economy.
Especially this early.
Yeah.
When you haven't won a single round. I mean, it was a heavy investment. And they go for broke, and ultimately that is where they end up, unfortunately. So a timeout called from DRG, elimination on the line, and there are a lot of teams who often step up when the pressure is like this, when you've got your backs against the ropes, when there's nowhere to go but up. But for DRG, it seems like the same thing that they're looking for is what they're facing on the side of FUT. FUT look really crispy right now.
Yeah, and a big success that DRG did have in their last series. I know that they got blown out of the water, but TZH was insane. He was the one that stepped it up big time for them, and basically, I mean, won most of the rounds that they had. And then also heroics off of Nick. And those were mainly on the retake. So maybe DRG should take a solid 5v5 retake approach because they cannot hold this A split so far. FUT have just had their way on the A splits. I think 4 rounds going to them. And this is all after a very slow default play. And look, they're doing it again.
4 ults on the side of the defense. 1 rifle in the hands of TZH.
Here.
Remember the last time they had a round like this? It got a little messy. Ultimately FUT won, but it was far from clean.
The 2-1-2 default. Proving to work wonders for FUT. On gun rounds,
No charges left.
for sure. On eco rounds, not so much. There's that
Poison's off.
dagger into shower from Market. And now FUT are just gonna cut noise and wait for a reclear. On the opposite side of the map though, Nick did use Skydog to clear out all of Long B.
And Luke's filling the space in short. It's interesting here, with the Viper changes, Yetuj putting his orb right outside of showers. He can't reposition it anymore, so they really need to try to pound down to showers control if they want to commit A. They're able to deal with the flank that's coming around, have to take a step back. They've got the spike. And now Captain has ult, and there he goes, back B.
30 seconds left.
And that's the power of the Omen on Bind. I mean, it's pretty unconventional.
It's very unconventional. I would agree, yeah.
Oh, that's a good Brim ult. It'll delay the bomb plant and allow a flood potentially, but they don't have the guns to support this hit.
I mean, they've invested ults that we didn't think they would. They've really got to convert here. Raz to bring him back up. Yetuj on the flank. He's trying to creep up elbow. Nick waiting on the other side. He had such little health. No real way to convert. No real way to pull that off. And Bukashi's not able to hold it much longer either.
FUT playing their default. Sniffing out the setup of DRG. Understanding that they have been pushing that B side of the map. And like FUT have been giving all that space on purpose. And they know that they have to re-clear it on the way back. They're willing to give all that space and just cut noise and wait for that flank. Luke almost had the timing on it. But Mr. Fawn was just one step ahead there. That being said, there's another operator online and a showstopper. Xion 7 does have the Harbor ult. These are all really good ults for the retake. They're very explosive, and I think that's what DRG needs to be if they want to win their first round against FUT.
That's just so tough when FUT have been doing the slow default that you've been talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, that trip.
Ooh, but
messy.
no punish there, Doug.
Well, the timing was just brutal. Vukashi was falling off of box as soon as the trip goes off. But a little bit of success found. Numbers away of the defense for the first time all map. Mr. Fallen quietly creeping up into Hookah. There's a lot of presence here, and it's only going to get worse. Yeah. Xion 7 on the rotate. Luke with Hop is going to be on the flank.
Nice shot.
Very nicely done. Atacaptain has no idea where the other member is. Both will fall, and DRG get their first.
Not the explosiveness I thought would happen, but TZH, I said he's the one that needs to step up big. And yeah, he falls off of Hookah in that moment. Once that trip hits, dodging the Sky utility, dodging the Sky Dog. And then he jumps back in and gets that first blood.
Yeah, takes that fight.
On
Nicely
a
done.
C-net. Yep. I like that. And then this confident play from Luke, pushing out of the Showers Orb with the op. Let's go! These are really good signs of life for DRG. And more aggression here, potentially towards this short A side.
Remember, he's got ult.
Yeah.
With op, though.
And they should understand that Krax has been playing this market area based off of the pistol round and the anti-ecos. That shot will miss, though, and that's why you see Yedeje take this timing aggressively into Showers.
He also had the knife that came from Krax to confirm the Showers was cleared. The ult is triggered, but the Paranoia buys a beautiful amount of time. That was gorgeous from Atacaptain. That rocket will go off. But it's not going to find a single target. Op still in hand from Luke as Krax on the swing. Trying to buy some time and buy some space with the Molly. And Luke's doing everything he can to try to stay alive, but
Spike planted.
much like a couple of rounds ago, he's surrounded.
Another 5v3 post plant.
Oh, they didn't know? I thought they had a great idea that he was there, but he punishes his. FUT still up number, Spike still planted. Vukashi and Nick with much to do. They've gotten out onto the side. A 1-for-1 surely doesn't add up this way, but it's always gotten down to once. He's got Seekers as well. Does he choose to use them? Facing into the wall, taking the decay. Fight not given. Yet to Jay, patient. The snap was almost there, but FUT get their 7th.
Yedeje played that round so well. He had such a late lurk. I mean, we saw the Cypher Cam. Vukashi, I mean, he had an idea that there could be somebody maybe there late, but the timing of Yedeje was near perfect. He didn't need to show anything. And this insta timing that he took based off of the short aggression from the side of DRG, that was really, really clean as well. So already taking advantage of what's being shown from the side of DRG. And it's been relatively easy so far for FUT. I mean, other than, what, that eco round, that was probably the scrappiest?
Yeah, that was easily the messiest, for sure. It has been easy, or at least they're making it look easy. Probably a better way to say that. Seen it with the op, or excuse me, with the ult. Vukashi falls, they clear the cove. They want to take this fight, man. Pushing forward, trying to clear the utility, and yeah, they drop a couple of members, but now they have U-Haul control.
Doug, FPX prepared FUT so much for this match. They're playing so close together. They're not allowing individual prowess to reign supreme over them like it did before. Their spacing is on point. They're waiting for aggression. And then they're taking all these fights together. Even in the last round with the post plant, when they double swung onto the default site.
Yep.
I mean, they were getting punished for making individual plays. But this is a whole team right now. This isn't an individual skill win for FUT. They're all playing together as a cohesive unit.
I mean, they're playing like a team that's facing elimination and has to leave everything out on the stage. They're taking all of their fights. They're doing so confidently and aggressively. You're right.
And then they also have this change of speed where they can just slow the round down. Play the info game.
Scout destroyed.
Mr. Fallen will see that DRG's Cypher Vukashi is playing towards that B site, and they want none of that. They're just going to go straight into an A hit. And that dagger will connect on both players in Shower.
Right.
So they have all the info in the world now.
And then because of that, they're flashing all the way into it, and they're pushing into the space as well. TZH does well to stay alive and to drop one. Manages to find a second.
Not enough fuel.
Feels like a round they shouldn't be losing. Yet Jay with showers control has to take a step back with a grenade in his face, and now the Seeker's making things worse. The number's low. TZH with 7, yet Jay on the swing. He will punish, but the spike is out of reach.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
And he's sitting at 11 HP right now. But he's been really, really stellar so far on this map.
A spit to his name. And 11 HP to play with.
I'm not sure if he hurt that dog at all, but
30 seconds left.
if he did, he probably would have taken a quicker timing there. Regardless, DRG know where he's at. They should have him dead to rights here. I wonder if he's going to go for a TP play.
Grab the spike and then try to get out, maybe.
Yeah.
The time is short, though. He's got 15 seconds. I don't know that really he has time to do this, but he's going to try. Tapped on the way out as DRG get their second.
And they did a good job of bunkering in shower there. I mean, TZH, and I think it was Luke there.
TZH stepped up in a massive way.
Yeah, they both got tagged by that dagger, and they dodged both flashes. Oh, this was such a good play from TZH to help his teammates out in shower. It was actually Sean 7 and Luke that were stuck there. And then, yeah, peeking the default box there, cleaning up the round, putting his team in an advantage to get 2 on the board.
We'll see if the investment of the pit there proves to be a factor. Just a couple of rounds away from halftime, and hey, a 10-2 sounds real different from an 8-4.
Some funny stuff happening right now in the server from Atacaptain. He just jumped off of that default box.
And then ulted Heaven.
Yep.
And he stuck it. TZH knows. He spotted him. The cape gives him away.
Good delay with that Brim ult. That'll allow Bukashu to rotate into the site. 4 players for DRG, geared and ready here.
We've gotten silly, haven't we?
Yeah. The judge is so strong in that U-Haul position.
An interesting decision. But FUT now down numbers. Mr. Fallen weak.
Gunner.
And TZH is, he's dialed in.
He's so good. A lot of success from DRG stems off of his back. I mean, he's kind of like a hard carry almost.
Still alive here. Still with an opportunity to secure the round.
30 seconds left.
If he is the hard carry, they're going to have to solve him. And that CNET does. Both 43 HP. You're still down in numbers in a really big way. And you've got Nick who's on a flank.
Satchel out.
Walls closing in. Time is short. They're going to have to find some space and do so quickly. Paranoia, though, setting in as they have no idea where the opposition is. They invest the Harbor ult. Luke gets 3. Last 2 with the judge, and the round for DRG.
Yeah, and with that, he gets an upgrade and the showstopper online. He just anchored that U-Haul position the entire round. And again, TZH with the openers. Giving his team a shot, a chance to win, potentially, yeah?
Yeah. That was more than they had a couple of rounds ago.
10 seconds left.
It was a 6-0 start in the way it FUT, so any semblance of a comeback.
And the thing is, though, with the way that FUT are playing, Doug, is you really need all 5 players from DRG to step it up right now. It can't just be TZH and Luke. It's got to be a whole unit, much like how FUT has been playing this map so far.
The exception is these last couple of rounds. But you're right. The trip cleared. And you see members of FUT on the opposite side of the map waiting to see if there's any action. Luke is taking showers. Yetujay's waiting for him. And it's Yetujay who falls.
That's the second time Luke has gone on top in that fight. The first time was with their operator, this time with a rifle. And he still has the showstopper.
And FUT still haven't really gained any real advantage or traction in this round.
Info will be gathered on Mr. Fallen with that Cypher cam. And I wonder if now DRG will maybe try to re-clear the area.
He TP's in, but the ult used on the other side, not gonna connect.
30 seconds
but they
left.
know he's there, the satchel, the nade, everything to keep him at bay. Meanwhile, Captain tries getting a little bit back sight, but he's gone a bit too far. Mr. Fall in a 1v4, now 1v2. Xion 7, 10 HP. He just doesn't really have the time to do this. Checking every single corner. That's another one that falls. They've got a crossfire on him though. You had no idea that Nick was playing in pipes. DRG scrap their way back up to 4.
Switching sides. And it was a team effort that round. Everybody getting kills. Full team participation is what it felt like. And I like the confidence from Luke on this defensive side to take these aggressive fights. I mean, FPX had so much success doing so.
And the truth is, if there's anything that we can say about DRG is they're confident, they're aggressive. Luke will always take space. No matter what the score is, he's gonna try to get a cheeky angle. He's gonna try to catch a timing and punish you off of it. So Luke just continues to lean into what's been successful for him, what's gotten DRG up until this point, and what's gotten us to an Omen player moment. Let's take a listen to Crack, see what he has to say.
Ben Krax FUT espor için oynuyorum. O yüzden sadece şansa kaybetmeyeceğine inanıyorum. Sadece yaptıklarını veya ne yapacaklarını kestiremedik ama bu komplo oynadıklarını zaten biliyorduk. Buna göre de çalışmıştık. Çalıştığımızın üstüne bireysellik gelince biz de şanssız olunca bazı konularda maalesef. O yüzden söyleyecek çok bir şeyim yok. Sadece sinirli hissediyorum. Yani direkt hayatımda oynadığım sanırım turnuva olarak en kötü maç diyebilirim.
The Odin spam. Uh-oh. CNET's in trouble. Oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. They don't know. Oh, CNET gets away with murder.
Oynadığımız oyun tamamen farklı bir oyundu. Şimdi kafamızı sıfırlayıp önümüzdeki maçta görüşeceğiz. Bu yenilgi bence bütün takımın kafasında bir şeyleri canlandırdı. O yüzden herkesin mentalini sıfırlayıp diğer maça gerçek oyunumuzu göstermek için oynayacağını biliyorum. Bizi destekleyen herkese çok teşekkür ederim. Bir dahaki maç bu şekilde olmayacağına eminim. Desteklemeye devam ederseniz minnettar kalırım.
Eight for the way of FUT. Had the potential to be more, but DRG really scrapped those last couple of rounds together and made this thing competitive. And now we're going to get to see what DRG look like on the attacking side, Dre.
Yeah, and some like glimpse of light there because, I mean, the first, 7 rounds for FUT were like just one-sided affairs, it felt like.
Yeah.
And it felt like DRG was slowly warmed up back into things. TZH started popping off again, bringing his team back. Yep. Now Luke has the confidence. These are all good signs going into this attacking half. I just don't know if it'll be enough on Bind, which is FUT's map pick.
Attention turned toward Showers, and sure enough, that's where things start off. A great opener by Xion 7. Just collided his way to 2.
Yeah, that was a great job from the Harbor there. Yedeje, let's see if he tries to do anything funny here.
There was no cove. I thought he was playing behind the cove.
Down A.
Fortunately, Luke was there to stabilize things, slow him down, scoop up the spike. And now Krax is going to be playing on the other side of the trip. He does have a knife. No real way to identify where he is. Meanwhile, TZH, who's been so good these last couple of rounds, you're right, pinged him out on the minimap. They know where he is. The nade is there. He's got to throw it in reverse, and it's right into TZH's lap. The pistol goes the way of DRG, and it's desperately needed.
We might have a game on our hands now, Doug. That's a big pistol win. They needed that one to even the score out. And Xion 7 with that collab, I would love to see that over again.
Yeah, we missed that one. Must have been Prius, huh? Dang.
Nice.
Clean 2-tap.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah.
Let's see what kind of anti-eco they can cook up here.
DRG have put together 4 in a row going into the last half.
It's looking like a pretty standard 4-1 approach. And another opener for the side of DRG.
Luke is warming up, man. Meanwhile, Bukashu getting a little overwhelmed here.
A lot of info gathered there, and that's why you see the speed up onto the B site.
Even with the trip, Bukashu's got to be careful.
Yeah, all he has to do is live here, get some kills. This works.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, TZH is so good.
I thought he was going to survive that. I really did. CNED with the Sheriff. in a 1v4, but DRG played that really nicely. I mean, Vukashu called that there was a lot of pressure coming in on the opposite side of the map. They fill in behind them, and yeah, Luke gets the opener to open things up and really create a lot of space for them. So opportunistic for DRG. They walk away with the round.
And TZH did a really good job here of supporting Vukashu, who was kind of stuck in spawn. I feel like he's everywhere right now for his team.
Yeah, he really is.
It will be the first gun round for FUT, a bonus for the side of DRG. And I mean, TZH, who has been popping off since the last half, he's not slowed down. He does have a Vandal to his name. This could be scary.
It feels like if you expect FUT to stabilize and slow things down, this is where it would be. Remember, he's got that Marshall.
Ooh.
A warning shot.
Almost gave him a haircut.
Meanwhile, the knife tagging Vukashu back towards A short. They gonna pivot back into him? It seems like they are. A little bit of Harbor utility B, but the rotate A.
Yeah, and DRG are playing a really good macro game right now. Way different than the last series they played. Info will be gathered from FUT off of that Skydog from Mr. Fallen, and that's why you're gonna see them rotating out and pushing through hookah. But it's up to Cracks in U-Haul and Yedajay in Showers to hold it down.
He's just giving up the space. Repositioning backside. Has a flash and a knife to play around, but he just got tagged up so badly. Meanwhile, DRG continuing to push forward. The flash on the other side of the wall, and DRG very well may convert this bonus. 3 rifles still stand. Attacaptain on the flank. Is anyone watching it? Cracks falls. It's all on to Attacaptain now.
And Doug, this might be one of the best rounds I've seen DRG play in this entire tournament so far. They were on top of the macro. They're hitting their shots, and they're using the Harbor to its full effect. You saw that Harbor wall come across site and actually go, even cutting off back site. It cuts off back truck, everything. That allows Luke to run and take a 1v1 engagement with the Spectre. These are all favorable fights they want. You want to fight this like that. You have a Spectre that's so good close range, and then Vukashu on the flank, holding it down. Really good job.
They look dead in the water, but lo and behold, we've got a map on our hands. A 1-round lead. It's all it is separating these two squads. And pistols again for the EMEA reps. This is the one that they win. Just like that. 3 members dead on the side of DRG.
Last player standing.
Oh. FUT decided to fight fire with fire.
That might just be the approach. That might be what pulls it off as the MasterCard Thrifty comes through.
Yeah, I mean, after getting outplayed like FUT did in that last round, I mean, you have pistols to your name. Why not go for broke? Do something funny and be long. The firing squad, some would say, and that's a really nice opener. And then Cracks getting the 1D Sheriff kills.
That's a big one to swing momentum back.
The economy is still healthy, though, for the side of DRG, and they do have this Harbor ult online, and they're one off a Raze rocket, so.
A trap play, almost catching Vukashu. And that's a read on the fact that he's been playing there every single round. On attack, he plays far back A, forces a cage out. Not able to catch him, but careful, there's a lot of presence here. But they wisely turn around.
That was a perfectly timed Omen smoke from Attacaptain to save Yedajay. And DRG are opting to go towards A, much like that round where they had a really good macro win. But Yedajay is so ahead of it. He's walking down Hookah right now, and you're going to have a 4v5 on the actual site hit here.
Yeah, they just knifed Octagon too to confirm. So they're able to stack up here. You imagine Cheon7's going to have to use his ult?
100%.
I suggest you move.
There it is, right on cue, including satchel forward Luke getting the best of Mr. Fall, and nicely done from the duelist.
That's showstopper now.
Triggered right on time. Oh, they pass right by each other, but he sees them. The wisps from the Reckoning give him away. CNET and Adicaptain, the last two that stand.
Sean 7 killed DRG on the flank, and now he's already in shower. He knifed out. I don't think FUT are going to be aware of this harbor.
The timing could be disastrous. It's so tricky to deal with, but they've gotten it down to 2. CNET spotting another. But again, this, oh, that was the win condition.
It was.
Now position given away. Smoke on the side, he's gotten it down to 1. CNET as op, or excuse me, as ult. Unbelievable. Played it perfectly. Very nicely done.
Yeah, and he definitely has it. Oh my gosh. FUT stole that one away from DRG.
It's another one that feels like that should have gone the way of the attack, man.
Yeah, Sean 7, I mean, he outplayed DRG on that flank timing, and the reposition was beautiful. But when he peeked out and saw nobody on bomb, he should have just tucked again and just hit. Instead, he overcommits and gives info to FUT that there is a player in showers. That was almost a really good post plant from DRG. Here we go. It's gonna be a hookah pop, but they're going up against Adicaptain, who has an Omen flash to delay. Seems like there will be a stalemate, and off of all that info gathered, FUT are now gonna push through showers and once again contain DRG. The proactivity from FUT so far on this defensive side, it's really putting a blunder towards DRG.
And this is really nice. They've taken showers. They're pushing into spawn. Bukashu's going to be the one to take contact on Yetute. Remember, those fights had been going the way of the Cypher. Almost punishes him here. It's only 1-for-1 the other way. The ult TP back to reinforce the defenses of the site. Luke finally falls, but Bukashu getting plenty of info with that ult. Mr. Fallen's on the flank. They know where he is. The trip catches him. The ult catches him. Nowhere to go.
And Sean 7 just slipped the net as well.
It's the second time now. Can he punish? Yes, he can.
There it is.
Cracks falls. 3v2 the way of the attack and tap onto the defuse.
Not again.
TZH has to win it alone, and he can't. I believe that's 4 rounds now. This half that feel like this should have gone the way of DRG, and they're just not.
The individual mechanics from FUT are reigning supreme right now. DRG are actually playing the better macro game on this attacking half. They're doing a really good job finessing FUT, rolling with the punches. I mean, TZH with the trade there on the CNET, but then Yetujay's doing stuff like that. I mean, come on. That will cause a timeout from DRG. Trying to calm down those emotions. I mean, when you're a player and you let rounds slip away like that, it can really get into your head.
Yeah, that's tough. And again, it's not just been one. Right, that cascades.
The last
that
3.
That piles up on you, yeah.
Like the last 3.
A tough way to go. But again, there's really no time to feel bad about yourself or anything like that. This is elimination. This is it. This is where your tournament run potentially ends. So for DRG, no time for woes.
And again, this isn't their map pick, right? So, you know, yeah, you could have won those 4 rounds, and maybe this is a completely different game so far, and you know, maybe you have more confidence.
Yeah.
But you know, even if you lose it, you still have your map pick next. It's not over yet. And you at least know that you can outplay teams. There will be an operator online for CNET into this round. And a scrappy buy from DRG. They're going for it. And they're gonna do so with a Sky ult popping out of hookah. A deep Omen flash, or a deep Omen smoke, Belong rather. will deny any info from Vukashu's Cypher camera. But this split, it could be fruitful.
Ult popped.
That's a great ult.
It's really nice. Nick falls. There's really nowhere for them to go, but they're trying to brute force their way in.
Can't use that.
The Bucky. He's got one to his name already, and he's in a perfect spot to potentially get another one.
Lukash is so weak, though. Shion 7 is as well. They're not healthy, man. Oh, but they're going to pull it off. CNED with the up. Changing a less precise weaponry, but more effective, more aggressive.
One enemy remaining.
Shion 7, 6 HP. Trying to tuck in the cove. Will fall.
DRG tried their very best in this round to make it work with the guns that they had. But they just can't seem to win these 3v3 engagements on the post plan and the retakes.
Shame. I love explosions.
We'll get the replay of that entry.
Fully flash.
Yeah, that was a good KO flash from Krax, and he potentially could have gotten 2-3 maybe if Luke didn't slip the net there and Satchel behind him.
For as much as things have gotten a little silly, I think one of the things we do need to point out is FUT have slowed things down. They've stabilized. It seemed like DRG were putting together a comeback. They won 6 in a row on opposite halves. It's been everything on the side of FUT since.
And there's a lot to be said about a team that wins most of their defensive sides off of retakes. It means that they're really confident giving certain areas of the map, certain sites of the map.
Sure, just having a really good understanding of where the weak spots are and a good understanding of the push and pull that can be these chaotic rounds.
And that's been the name of the game of this defensive side so far. It's been the push and pull. When DRG push into B-Long or push into Hookah, CNED does this.
Take and spit. Oh,
what okay.
Shot. Again, they can shoot, man. That's never in question. Nice timing on Mr. Fallen, trying to back him up, but DRG are a step ahead of it.
At a captain's Omen teleport is just not working this map. He just teleported in the open.
That night tagging 3. Spotting the last. They know exactly where everyone is.
He has a flash.
This is winnable. Problem is, he was really kind of fighting on his own. He was on an island, yet J was nowhere near it.
Planet. Launching smoke.
A difficult 1v3.
Yeah.
Facing Viper. It's enough money for them to go for this. Potentially land a shot, but he really can't even get anywhere. He can't even get within sniffing distance of the site.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to full save here. And Vukashu, I mean, that shot into showers is ultimately what opened up the entire round for the side of DRG.
Yeah, I'd love to take a look at that one again.
That was, I mean, it's not every day you see a Vandal peek into an op and take his head clean off, especially against CNED. TCH does save this op into the future rounds.
He hears him. Oh. And he puts it back down.
He drops it. Rubbing dirt in the wound. Look at this.
Wow.
Oh.
Yep.
He peeked that so well.
There's another. One enemy remaining.
And then the utility from DRG to bait out at a captain's TP. Who honestly, I don't think he saw where he was TPing there.
No.
That will give Shion 7 another Harbor ult. He stepped it up on this half. That's his second one so far. This is a way better DRG.
Than what we saw the first time? Yep. Yeah, for sure. But again, the beginning of this map was so disastrous. They have to play perfect Valorant just to get to OT.
Yeah.
From this point forward.
They are building some more ults online too. So that could be a deciding factor in this comeback.
But they have to get there. They have to get to where they can invest these and still continue to snowball this over.
You move.
There's
there
that Harbor ult.
The first one used. They know where Krax is. I really like that from Luke. A nade on the other side, from one side, a spam on the other to try to corner him. But Krax manages to dance around everything and almost gets away with it.
2 spam kills this round.
So you don't need to see him.
And all DRG need to do now is play a disciplined post-plant. And that's why you see TZH all the way in the back, holding the only gap that's possible. And he will have a Molly lineup as well if anybody taps the bomb.
Twitter gonna go for this. They don't really have the money to, but they commit.
Good timing from Luke. He's got 21 kills now. When did that happen?
Stepped up in a big way. So DRG will get to 9, potentially 10, barring a thrifty win from FUT.
And man, Doug, had DRG won those rounds in the 3v3 post plants and retakes, maybe they would have been already on match point or had won this map and stolen it away from FUT. What was once, you know, FUT controlling the attacking side as a unit, a cohesive unit, they're kind of relying on those individual mechanics to carry them through this defensive side. And they're feeling that pressure now. All of a sudden, DRG have a chance to do something really funny.
Within striking distance of their 10th round. Luke with ult. And they have so much money. They should be able to buy out for, potentially the remainder of the half.
Yeah.
Sky utility traded a dog for a flash.
Cypher can be so good on this map. It allows you to move as a pack and get info on the other side and not have to worry about your back when you're, you know, in the pack mentality. Kind of like how FUT had to always have somebody steady on that angle.
Oh, they're really far up. They don't really have a choice to play it otherwise. All up close and personal. And the lack of guns on the side of FUT are just not what they need here.
And a good reaction from DRG to rip that TP there. TP for TP. Not risking it whatsoever. Krax is just gonna inch his way step by step in CT spawn. But he might just try to save this, save the armor, build a little bit more economy. Why not? He might not even have to upgrade. Good trading from DRG. And yeah, the showstopper was invested there by Luke and he got taken out by a Bucky, but the spam through the smoke was all she wrote.
I mean, when you're down like this, there's really no stone you can leave unturned, right? You've got to invest. You can't afford to risk anything. Forget about playing for the next. You kind of have to win now.
A round win is a round win no matter what.
Right. For Shion 7 there, he falls, but again, they've got so much money. It's not a concern at all.
And here it is. The FUT timeout. They are feeling the pressure. The elimination match on their map pick. And with how they started this map out, I think they thought that it was going to be free.
They were playing like it was going to be free. Or like they thought it was going to be free.
Yeah, and that's why you can't let your foot off the gas. If you let a team have confidence, I mean, they can do this to you. And then how do you look?
Right at the doorstep of winning bind. And the timeout here makes sense, given the DRG have been putting it together. Comeback, given that they've got rifles again, and you imagine they are done with this map, and they really just want to put them away.
Yeah.
No more of this.
But when it's so close like this,
it's often the hardest round to win.
Yeah. So many teams seem to choke in moments like these. Sometimes they're able to close it out by one player having insane heroics.
Which FUT are no strangers to.
Exactly. That being said, they do have a lot of ultimates online. They saved all them in the bank. And now they're going to withdraw them one by one, potentially. I wonder if DRG invests this Viper's Pit in Hookah. He wants to hold on to it. Oh, I've never seen this one before. This gives a lot of space to be long.
But it covers, I mean, the drop, well, it covers part of the drop out of hookah and long.
It's on purpose to give Cena this little fight, this little off-angle fight if anybody walks up. But I mean, it looks like DRG might want to. I thought they were going to
guessing.
Walk into it, but yeah, they're just trying to get a spam kill, seeing if DRG makes a mistake on his positioning. And they do this on purpose to show that there's 2-3 players there B long, and now they're leaning back. And previous rounds that they did this where they showed B long, they went back A. This time they're gonna pop hookah. Oh, but they're making more noise.
Seeker used by Mr. Fallen will confirm where everyone is. Cena was a little early.
Doug, what was that?
And a little low, yeah. We'll talk about that one later. DRG, Stimmy online, trying to fast rotate A. No other ult to speak of for the defense.
30 seconds
the
left.
spam through behind the wall, not connecting yet. They've sectioned it off again, using the harbor util.
Bomb is gonna go down. This is really good for DRG. Chips are back online as well. They don't have to worry about flank.
Spotting one.
That was a really early dog with no follow-up.
They're gonna have to deal with TZH's post-plant util as well.
Are feeling the pressure right now.
A 5v5, the paranoias, both flashes out. Luke taking a lot of damage, down to 40 HP. Nick isn't much better off.
Oh no,
She on 7 as well, they're all in tatters, but what they do have is the element of surprise! Yetujay gets 2, but the trade there! Number still the way of the defense, as CNET is looking to put him away himself. Time is short, Bukashu can be the hero. He got it to half. He should get the defuse. 1.81, foot take bind.
In poetic fashion, the retakes, they stole it away from him. And we'll get to you guys next time for the break.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face, yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
an exciting start in this elimination match. I'm now joined by FUT's coach Gaius and Scarlett to do some translations. Now, Gaius, after you lost to the last CN team, you guys spoke about how the unpredictability of their playstyle caught you off guard. Do you feel like that was an issue again today, and that was the reason why you weren't able to close it out a little bit earlier?
Bir önceki serinin sonunda FPX'in gerçekten tahmin etmesi, güç karşısında oynaması güç bir takım olduğundan bahsetmiştiniz. Bugün de benzer şeyler gördünüz mü? Seriyi, maçı erken kapatamamamızın sebeplerinden bir tanesi bu olabilir mi?
Açıkçası şu an bence kolay bir süreç geçirmiyoruz. Ne kadar FPX kolay tahmin edilebilir takım olmasa da aynı zamanda DRG. Ama şu an bence biz yeteri kadar iyi değiliz. En önemli kilit noktası bu. Kimle oynarsak oynayalım belli bir noktada hep tıkanıyoruz. En büyük problemimiz bu. Karşı taraf ne olursa olsun. Belki bugün Leviathan'la oynasak, G2 ile oynasak yine aynı problemleri yaşayacağız. Bu süreci en iyi şekilde atlatıp önümüze bakmaya çalışıyoruz.
Honestly, this isn't all about FPX. No matter who we play against, at some point it feels like we just get stuck. We need to better those processes. It might be G2, it might be Leviathan. The opponent doesn't really matter. We have to improve ourselves. We have to fix some stuff, and we have to get into better matches.
Well, thank you very much for your honesty, Gaius, and thank you, Scarlett, for the translation. Best of luck on map 2.
FUT managed to pick up the win on Bind, but let me tell you, that prediction was looking real good for a minute there.
I mean, it was close. DRG really exceeded my expectations in this game. I think their attacking side with the Harbor, some of those
the thing that we told them they need to clean up.
Yeah, they really improved from that last match to now, and I liked this comp they tried out. They really pushed FUT here.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like it's so hot and cold with Luke, right? And especially when he's been set up by the Harbor, he knew exactly what to do and how to do it. This is not like a last-minute fix. I think that this was very well prepared.
Yeah, they definitely put in that work. It showed 100% in the server. It was also interesting to hear Coach Gaius say that, like, essentially
it's
that sometimes their worst enemy is themselves, but they did manage to dig themselves deep in these rounds, and this was the round that they did it.
This was really the turning point. DRG was starting to come back, and they make this kind of basically 5 push down long on the eco, and it's the perfect call.
Yeah, I also think that it's so important because FUT regionally have a very good eco success rate, right? Eco win rate. But it was a very necessary round because at the end of the half, they were throwing some of this executes that they were doing. Not only that round that we just saw with the eco, but also the following one. Things were getting very, very close in this department, and actually Sinan manages to clutch at the next round. But again, it wasn't comfortable at all for FUT in their map pick, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is coming down to a 1v2 that Sinan wins, and I think the pressure was really on these guys, but the consistent force for good on the side of FUT really was Yetsuge. He is one of those rookie players we were talking about this morning, and I feel like when he's playing in these big matches, when elimination is on the line, we saw it in EMEA too, this is a player who really steps up and finds massive performances like this. He's just so clutch, and I think also when he's playing this Viper, especially on the defense, he does a really good job of when people are coming at his site, finding the right fight to stay alive for the rest of his team to rotate over.
It's so good to see that he was so reliable because there were some bits here and there, like Adacapta missing a couple of TPs, but then having some very good ones. But then also the way that Mr. Fallen, I just think is very funny that he was using his heal almost every round on the attack. Because they were just sending it, so he would just be in the back, just healing everybody. I'm not, sold on this performance. I like the guys is, good enough to admit that, but
We need better from
But you know what, though? One thing that definitely stood out to me, without a doubt, was that Yetsuge was that emotional support, too. Once they were getting those rounds, he was loud. He was popping off. He needs to be that person. You need that emotional leader there to really be that individual. Well, speaking of leaders, let's actually see what's going on with the coach of DRG. It's Yuchen standing by with Yinsu.
I'm now joined by DRG's coach Yuchen and Luna here to do some translation as well. Now, we heard from the IGL of FUT before this match started, Mr. Farland. He thought that you guys kind of relied more on individuality, popping off instead of teamwork. Would you say that this is a fair way of assessing your team?
在这场比赛之前，其实 FUT 的 IGL Mr. Fallen 他就说 ，DRG 可能更多的是去打个人实力，而不是去打团队的协作。你觉得他说的对吗？
我不认同他这个说法，因为我们现在是整体向团队协作已经在靠了。
I don't think what he said is fair because we are trying to play like with our synergy and teamwork right now.
Oh, well, it was very close on map 1. Best of luck for map 2.
Well, you see that they feel like they had that synergy and teamwork. We were definitely seeing that come online on Bind for sure. I think that you really want to give yourself that confident layup if you're Mr. Fallen and be like, yeah, they're just individually good. They don't have the teamwork that we have. But I think DRG definitely showed that they do have that. They got close, 13-10. That's impressive. I don't think a lot of people would have given them, especially with the way that game started, they would have given them that time of day.
Yeah, exactly. We were hearing it in the cast. Baby Bay said that DRG was looking much better than what we saw the other day. And I don't blame him for enjoying what those 5 guys are doing, because really it looks like a different team. Now going into Ascend, this is the map that they have picked out the most when they were playing in their region. And on the other side, we have a FUT that has barely touched it. I think that they've only played it once back in like week
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. This used to be like the Turkish map, though,
yeah, for
right?
BBL.
For BBL. Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah. Good call.
But even then, we saw good stuff from FUT on this map in the past. I think this is a solid one for them. I mean, obviously, everyone plays Ascent, but for the side of DRG, they play the default comp except for the Cypher instead of that Killjoy coming in. But I imagine a lot of that is comfort for Vukashu. I think on their attacking side, when they're playing so many of these 4-1 setups, like we saw yesterday versus Heretics, and we saw on their attack side of Bind, that Cypher is really useful because it lets you hold a lot more proactive, like forward space than the Killjoy does. You can put down trips on one side, the cam gives a lot of info, so it's a little harder to punish. What I'd like to actually see more from FUT in this next match on their defensive side is going for more of these kind of forward extremity pushes and re-clearing main in the mid-round. It's what Team Heretics was doing, which was owning the attack sides from DRG round after round in their last game.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to see a little bit of this head-to-head. Now that we saw it on the Raze, it's time to see it on the Jet, and it has to come alive. We were talking about seeing it and the impact that he can have. But now moving into this one, knowing also that is the kind of map where you have the most vanillist composition from both of the two teams. I'm really excited to see also as we were mentioning, the side of the Sentinels.
Yeah, for sure. You got Vukashu who's going to lock in that Cypher. He'll look to cause some problems out in the field here, but this is it, right? Dragon Ranger Gaming, if they don't do it here, they will be eliminated from the competition. FUT Esports, though, can't take this squad lightly, as we saw in map 1.
They absolutely cannot. DRG stepped up to the plate in the first one and is looking to find something similar here. This is a comfortable map, but I think all the questions about this team are coming down to their attacking side, which has been the sticking point for them throughout this tournament.
I mean, of course, it's a complicated task. They not only have to do it here, they also have to do it on the third map. But if FUT is really going to survive, really going to see tomorrow, we need to see some consistency. Yes, they were playing a lot more together, but we need to see that there is a consistent plan.
Well, and I also think, too, they can't just overextend a bit too much.
Yeah.
They were getting a little too...
On the defense, they were just sending it
they
on
were having
time
a little
because
too
they were
much fun.
So scared of the harbor and the executes that they were doing. Like, these solutions are so dramatic, are so drastic.
I think even on that attack side, we saw some overconfidence from them at times, like really starting to send it on these executes and getting shut down. You got to give this DRG team some respect.
Yeah, it's easy to look at the other side of the field and say, oh, yeah, we could just send it against them.
I mean, especially after how they started that map.
Exactly, but we're here at Masters. You got to put respect on everyone who punched their ticket to this event. But this is it, folks. If DRG lose out here, they will be eliminated. Our first Chinese squad eliminated in Shanghai. Can FUT do it, or will we see a map 3? Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I agree with the desk completely. I think the big takeaway after map 1 was you cannot take DRG lightly. FUT have to approach this with a little bit more seriousness in certain these rounds if they want to go ahead and close this out, because you give DRG an inch, they will take it.
Yeah, and they're starting on the attacking side, which I think is going to favor them because, I mean,
yeah,
FUT kind of were destroying them on that first half. But now DRG can actually formulate the pace. They can do what they want to do. And they're running the Cypher opposed to the Killjoy on the side of FUT, which, I mean, for B main control, it could be really good. You know, you cage in front of yourself. People have to check if you're behind the box or not.
Yeah.
A lot of doubt could be put in the minds of FUT with that Cypher pick.
Spike retrieved.
Early B main utility use a dagger and a deep omen smoke. And honestly, FUT have a really good setup here if this isn't a hit, which it looks like it will be.
A lot of presence. Vukashu already starting to rotate towards A. He's going to be joined by his teammates. I thought they wanted to lean into this A hit, and that's why he was rotating over, but deciding that they want to fight through mid in numbers and in bunches.
Yeah, and when that omen smoke comes up in the main, I mean, if you run through it, it could be devastation.
Oh, yeah.
So,
who knows what's on the other side?
So I actually like the call to cut noise and come back around catwalk, but there is a molly here. Like, FUT are prepped for this all the way.
Deep knife. I believe that tagged onto CNED. That thing's hard to hit.
Yeah.
It can be hard to hit sometimes.
Yeah. A little bit of a problem trying to take out that alarm bot, but he didn't have a problem killing people at all that last map, that's for sure.
No, and I think he's going to be a really big part of the win condition here for DRG if they want to pull this thing off.
This is a really good round from DRG so far, depositing Luke here in top mid. He's going to hear the rotation, and Fallen is one shot.
They're playing the map very nicely.
And now they come back. This is really clean.
CNED has not moved this entire time.
Luke is too far ahead of his teammates, though.
Now dashing away. Repositioning with 13 seconds left. The spike is just barely going to make it out. Crack still has a molly, but he picks the wrong side. They're going to be coming down steps. CNED with the tap onto the first. Now the spike hits the ground. So does CNED, but the round is done.
It was a really good round initially from DRG. Good ideas, but they let the clock run down too low. And then I think that, you know, Luke there, he went a little too quickly. If he would have waited, maybe they get a trade on CNED. The Jet on defensive side can be so oppressive for reasons like this, the reposition, and then he's just backside. And honestly, they could just bide their time if they wanted to. So although DRG pulled out all the stops, it seemed, FUT still came out on top.
They played it well. They accounted for almost everything. Really everything except how much time was left in the round.
There's that B main dagger once more.
Yep, and I believe it tagged all of them. Oh. CNED close. There's the first to fall, not connecting shots onto the second, but Krax is there to save the day. Even with the flashes in their face, TZH, the last one standing, and he won't be around for long. A flawless round to get FUT up to 2.
Yeah, 4 players there, all primed and ready to shoot anybody coming out of that B main. And that's all because of that dagger landing in the B main, like you said. Ada Captain had all of A main control. And look, we're seeing a bonus round from FUT, and it looks like they're going to get aggressive in the mid area of the map. CNED's going to walk off a cat, and since you don't have to worry about a Killjoy turret to slow you down, if CNED peeks and doesn't see this Cypher cam, I mean, he could just keep on going.
Yeah, that's a really good point, yeah. Don't really get the same type of information.
And look, there was actually a paranoia from Ada Captain that blinded the Cypher cam. Doesn't matter though, because this will be a full A hit from DRG.
Again, Luke ahead of the squad, but this time with a little bit more safety.
Door's not closed though.
No, and as soon as there's a tap, you imagine
the spam will come through.
I expect the N2J to try to take the fight. The door goes down, and so does she on 7. N2J on the trade though, not able to put up much more of a fight. Luke slowing things down to 55 HP, and CNED's there to surprise him, punish him, drop him. They're still healthy though on the side of DRG. There's still a chance at this. So 2v2 as Krax falls, trying to reposition down into hell. They're gonna have to play on the other side of the smoke. The Molly's gonna buy a little bit of time. They have a flash as well. There's no other utility on the side of the attack. CNED on the prowl. They both are trying to get up ahead of the smoke and get the kills, and they are going to succeed. Another bonus the way of FUT.
FUT just have such good retakes against this DRG squad. DRG just can't figure it out. They just get isolated and picked off one by one by one. They really need to stay together and play as a unit and peak together in these situations, because I mean, you cannot be giving isolated fights to a player like CNED or Krax.
You can see the frustration on his face. As FUT get up to 3, DRG still looking for their first round. Bukashu's back to his old ways. Full Vandal, no armor, no util. This is something that he has found success on before.
Here.
He's gonna have to do it again.
But they're about to run into a blender right now. Luke is gonna be the only one that can potentially survive this. And he's once more ahead of the rest of the squad. DRG takes his head off.
Remember the rifle that he invested.
What?
Snaps onto 2, doesn't get a single kill, but...
Yeah, forget the rifle, Doug.
Still gets the space.
But again, it's these scenarios in the post plant.
Nick tried getting ahead of this. Nick might pull this thing off by himself. Bukashu still hasn't taken any damage, still has a rifle in hand and will fall.
A costly round for FUT, but I mean, they're building up a savage economy right now, and CNET, you gotta imagine he's about to be on that operator. He has 5.3K to his name. And I mean, Jet on defensive side of Ascent, it's so good. And look at these shots were insane. Unreal.
Hey, Nick did his best.
Unreal.
Man. He did everything he possibly could.
That last kill too, why not? Got a feel for DRG. This will be a setup to get CNET posted on the deep B line. KO flash. This is basically a one-way flash. It should not be hitting CNET at all.
Does hit the cam though.
It's a big kill.
And he punishes Mr. Fallen. Nice to get away with that. Meanwhile, Ad Captain account behind them.
Spike
Takes care of loot. The spike is sitting across the middle of the map. Just as quickly as the round starts, it's down to a 1v2.
It's only been like 25 seconds. And there's kills everywhere.
He's dead.
Wow, I was so fixated on B main, I didn't even realize that Ada Captain had TP'd all the way down mid. And after that flash, pushing back the rest of the players from B and their tiles.
Yeah.
I mean, they just get owned. That's a crazy peek from CNET to run through a cage and take that commitment. I mean, if there's anybody up close right there, your shit just dies.
Yeah. There's just so much action happening across mid as well that I guess he felt safe in doing it.
I would much rather CNET be making plays like that than what we saw in the last map.
Yeah, for sure.
With Ada Captain just jumping around.
Bukashu again, no armor, but a rifle.
Mr. Fallen just broke that KO knife that's supposed to land and be unbreakable to tag all of Wine and Aim in. So now DRG have no idea if there's a player in Wine. They might have a little bit of an idea because it was broken, but you're going to be running into an operator. So if you don't have the utility to push him out, you're going to die.
Luke with Blades online, trying to find an opener.
Blocking sight.
Look at this respect that FUT is showing, just playing in the backside, giving all of mid control.
This is, remember, I believe it was in the pistol. Luke got this far up. It looked like there was going to be
Oh,
that
that timing.
Again, the delay is really nice.
And those are the knives.
But they're all here. Bukashu's rifle.
Nice shot.
Still playing backside. The swing almost gets the best of Shion 7, but no. And they commit to the plan. Knives should be back up here very soon, but it's not going to matter. He's upgraded a weapon. He's got a rifle, but he's been spotted. He's been tagged. He's been paranoid. He's been spammed, but somehow survives. Fine.
What? Hello?
Up in hand, Shion 7 still playing
Connection?
back. 7 bullets, switching to the
Hello?
classic. He is weak. Time is short. Great shot from CNET. He does it again.
FUT do it again. Another retake win. They just seem to be unstoppable in these moments.
The spike is diffused.
And Shion 7, he did his very best to keep Luke alive in that entire scenario. But, I mean, he was just full blind with a dart scanning him in the back. It's too tough. Too much to do. I mean, he had 3 kills in this round as well. I love how TZH was running down CNET all the way from A main.
Paranoia chasing him.
A main to garden to market.
Nipping at his heels the entire way.
That's the worst feeling. He was so close. CNET was at 40 HP. He almost had him dead to rights.
And so again, another sense of deja vu. FUT find themselves up 6-0. The timeout comes through from DRG. We'll see what adaptations come out from the attack. I think it feels like a lot of this has felt forced, right? Perhaps a little bit hobbled together as they're trying to piece some sort of ingredients of a recipe to find a round win, and it's been ever elusive. There have been attempts at heroics. There have been a lot of attempts at heroics. You think about 2Ks and 3Ks, and you go, oh my gosh, they're gonna pull it off. This is where they figure it out. And they always just fall just a bit short. The retakes from FUT have been so nice.
Yeah, DRG just crumble in those moments, much like the last map. And on attack ascent, you need any round you can get. It's one of the hardest maps to play the attacking side on.
Placing sentry.
If you're not winning those post plants, you're just making it really, really hard on yourself to have any chance to win the map. Krax has been a menace with this KO dagger. He's been switching it up every single round, it feels like. Oh, Cena saw the dagger. He saw the barrel.
And he lands the shot.
Jeez.
Of course he does. DRG trampling over A. He's got a little bit of PJ utility, but that will go down as the ult goes off. Atacap from spam to the smoke will connect. But FUT trying to hold the line with the numbers advantage and ults aplenty. DRG continue to push though.
I almost don't want DRG to plant the spike, Doug. Is that bad?
Yeah. Flash up in heaven, TZH. Pushing Krax off. And now the smoke. This has been where they fall apart. They're down in numbers too, man. The spam as they've got the lockdown, but Nick going aggressive. He might catch another ult, but he's been caught. Fully sold out on that play, leaving TZH to be the hero on his own, a 1v2. Both members weak. Waiting, daring for the swing. The first will fall. 5 bullets left. Yetujay got it to half. The Molly will buy a little bit of time. There he is on the swing, and TZH, the hero again. The Red Bull clutch for DRG.
6-1 again, like.
Who else for this squad of DRG to bring him back into things?
Had to be him.
Are we gonna have a 7-1?
And hopefully they can string some rounds after this. And I like that from Nick. I like that he went aggressive there and didn't opt to just play off of the site. He had to do something, make a play. Because so far it's just been FUT making all the plays.
We're gonna have to find more where that came from. Knife traded ahead of the one-way. He's gonna draw out the paranoia and the dart. Gives the space back up as Luke goes up high.
That's a free A site. Mr. Fallen will be rotating in with that Hunter's Fury.
Yep. And there it is, right on cue, tagged. Oh, it's so tempting to go after Jet in a position like that. He gets a kill on him, but Nick commits to the plant. Meanwhile, TZH, the hero from the previous round, on the flank, but it's covered.
Look at how they
Zenit has to mind his footing. Still lands the shots on a Jet2J.
No,
DRG should not have
7-1,
been
I
able to get
guess.
away with that. And the numbers advantage, one more, the flash through. Whoa, my gosh, a second falls. 5 HP though. Mr. Fallen, he's got an Odin up in heaven.
Standing ahead.
Switching to the rifle, going aggressive, having to get the defuse, the shock. Just a little bit off the mark, but he's surrounded. He's cornered in, he's got nowhere to go. Back-to-back rounds for DRG.
And the key difference here for DRG in these post plants is the proactivity. The KO flashes into that door area with the flank from TZH. But TZH, I mean, it almost went sideways for him when he missed those shots.
I do think you're right, though, about them setting each other up for that flank. That flash coming through was everything.
They know that their chances of winning the round when they're actually just trying to play the bomb timer, it's been low all series long. So they need to force the issue. And they should be forcing the issue against FUT. That's where FPX had so much success. This will be a timeout from FUT. They don't want to let things slip away like they did on Bind.
You saw guys at the end of that round, frustrated, shaking his head at a captain with a very similar response. So a timeout fitting, you're right. You don't want a repeat of Bind. When you're up like this, DRG have found some success, and honestly, it's been those things that have been plaguing them for really the entire half.
Yeah.
Their inability to hold the site when FUT were on a ferocious retake, that's what's changed. That's where things have gone a little bit sideways these last few rounds for FUT.
And they won the last 2 rounds being a man down, man disadvantage. It was a 2v3 the previous, now it's a 4v5. I'm just worried that in another scenario, when they get bombed down as all 5, that they won't still do those aggressive plays on the post plant.
Sure.
when a team is so good at retaking like FUT is so far in this series, it's good to disrupt. Catch them off guard with their utility.
A quiet start to the round. Nothing really shown. It's just the early Shinji utility is a knife.
Ooh.
Now, seen it with a Marshall in hand. Tagged by the knife. Almost landing shot onto Luke. The tiniest of windows.
As that all was happening, Vukashu inserted a deep B main Cypher trip. And now they're going to lean towards this A hit. There are 3 members of FUT here, primed and ready though.
All they have is sheriffs.
Yeah, but remember behind.
Yeah, that's true. Ooh. Seen it landing a shot onto the first, but swings
1
back
for
in,
1
connects
no.
onto Luke.
Oh my god.
Krax has got
Oh.
3! How in the world does he get away with that?
Let's go
That was
FUT.
a round that was supposed to go the way of DRG, but a MasterCard thrifty for FUT.
Krax was insane with the Sheriff there. I set it up perfectly. And he's firing at all cylinders. That 3rd kill, that was insane. That was cracked.
I'm gonna get a good look at it again.
Oh my gosh, so satisfying. And at the end there, I mean, he had his crosshair lined up for the headshot too.
Yeah, you're right.
Heartbreaking for DRG after the last 2 rounds they won. It felt like they had the momentum on their side.
Yeah, it looked like they were gonna win their 3rd. What a mess. FUT have weapons. The spray steadied at least enough for 1. It should have been more. They invest the ult. Now DRG decides to slow things down for just a moment. The paranoia out, no real way for them to find a little bit of traction. Having to just face the smoke, and they do so with success. There was nothing on the other side of that.
Just timing peaks everywhere.
Spike planted.
Big numbers advantage here. A 2v4 turns into a 2v3. 1 step closer. TZA's position here really nice. And it's not just him. There's a little bit of help on the other side. Bukashu playing in hell. The fight's gonna go sideways. Here's where
Oh
it'll
my
go.
god.
But a
Y2G
really
losing
nice
the
setup by
fight
DRG
is
at the end there.
tragic.
Good trading from the side of DRG and some energy in the crowd finally. Little warning shots from DRG after winning that round. You gotta,
That's gonna force FUT back onto a broken buy again.
Yeah. CNET is gonna go for a hero hop here. With the idea that going into the next round, he'll have those knives or,
right?
I mean, even a rifle if he wants. Sitting at 1800.
Gonna be opting towards A. A pretty spread out default from DRG so far. That was another knife that was supposed to land A main, and it did. But CNET sidestepped it, so no real idea of where the op is. Or where the duelist is, I should say.
Yeah, and CNET gets so much info because DRG used a deep A main smoke. And he checked it. So that's why you see on the minimap, everyone rotating over, they're cheating over, but Yedajay is gonna get caught out here in mid potentially.
I thought he was
down
gonna
kind
get
of
away
low
with that, yeah. A little bit of damage, 32 HP.
You are powerless.
And the exec being paranoia as the dash come through. Luke finding some comfort.
Good flash.
In it, but they're still alive here. They still haven't been cleared.
The
They're
pistols.
gonna do it again. A 3v2. The op has arrived. But Bukashu's holding the line. Attica
Hello?
goes up a bit too far. Now the door down. Too many targets to deal with, but he's finding them all. They connect.
What the fuck is CNET
Fortunately,
doing?
DRG had numbers at the end there because that got really messy.
Last round before the switch.
All of DRG are thanking Nick right now for popping that KO ult and getting the rest so they actually have the man advantage in that scenario because that could have gone south very fast.
It almost did.
How is Krax so good with the Sheriff? This was really nice too. The reflick on a DRG there after Seaton makes a distraction.
They're awake again. They're alive again.
I mean, it could still be an 8 for half,
Score,
like
the feeling
on
is the
Bind.
same from Bind.
So.
Yeah. And honestly, 4 rounds on the attacking side is not too bad.
What?
DRG was out of that dagger's range.
Oh,
TCH
Ascent is
grabbed
one
it
of the
wrong.
most balanced map, like.
He's got to play his patience here. He's got to play his cards perfectly, but they know where he is. He's so dead. And now Luke activating. He's got the blades online, dashing out towards site, checking everything he possibly can. Now the captain has to give the space up as the door goes down. Patient on the spam. Little trigger discipline.
I know exactly where you are.
Keep in mind, Krax has his ult.
CNET is always so fucking
CNET
far,
so far away
man.
from the play. Ada Captain also has his. I can't imagine he invested here, but he surprised us before.
Nick is isolated right now.
And Vukashu's dead. CNET pushing forward, trying to find a little bit of space. Turns over to the blades, and he goes out. Drops Shion 7, tries to get the head off Luke, cannot connect. They're so weak.
CNET is trolling.
And DRG get 5 going into next half.
There is no way, man.
Where it felt like they were just gonna get rolled.
Yeah. This time they come out on top with the heroics.
Luke is really impressed these last 2 maps.
And I mean, I guess he can kill people when he's not dying instantly because he's on an island.
Yeah, who would have thought, huh?
That's the duality of Jet on Ascent.
And the duality of DRG, just when you think they're out, just when you think they're done, they surprise. They win 5 of the last 6 rounds to close out the half to get to a 7-5 with elimination on the line. We're gonna throw it down to the desk to break all of that down.
Look, all I'm going to say is my one big thing, maybe just don't start 0-6 at the start. You know what I mean? Like, DRG clearly have the capability to be able to bring this thing back.
It's so reminiscent of that map 1 where FUT starts running away with things.
Yeah.
They look great. In particular, it was just like retake after retake on that A site. But DRG really stepping things up. It's, again, Luke having massive moments. I think some better mid-round decision-making as well from them to make this a super
I have
favorable
a
half.
massive
And actually read it
moment.
into what FUT is doing. We especially saw it in the last round, how they're clearing one, how they
It's
already
really
know what they're
massive.
doing on B, gathering the information time and time again in the same matter. If Cena does not have that operator, it's very good to see that they still have this.
Yeah, of course. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look for a moment at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. We're going to go ahead and give this one the Krax for, well, honestly, this awesome shot there that led to a round win for them. And, again, just that high-impact play that they needed, despite the fact that DRG brought this one back toward the tail end.
The thing is, though, that we were promised Turkish team play in that interview at the beginning of the day as the reason that FUT would win today. And honestly, the only reason this is even 7-5 is because of this hero play. This very well could have been a half knotted up. This is a tough game thus far for FUT, and they're really at risk of having this be pushed to a map number 3, especially if DRG can win this pistol.
Now the question, are we going to see the same FUT that is just sending it on the attack? Because of course a lot is on the line right now.
That's right. We're going to see what the discipline is of each of these teams. Remember, DRG are pretty much at the point of elimination. If they can't force a map 3, let's send it back over to the casters.
The
Thank
fun
you so
girling.
much. FUT hanging on to a 2-round lead desperately, while DRG have had all the fire. It's been heroics really from everyone, but the defensive side will be a different beast. I think FUT, they're going to have to solve how they deal with the Cypher setups. It's not something that you commonly play against.
And the way that Vukashu plays it is really unconventional as well.
Yep.
Like, look at these trips. A deep trip into B main. I rarely see that.
Especially with him peeking ahead of it.
As that all was happening, FUT prodded into Cat with the garden smoke. They don't like what they seen. And that cam, that's the Cypher in full effect. You're getting the info.
Yeah, but it gets cleared with a minute still left in the round. So FUT can still play around this a little bit here. And honestly, that's going to force Luke to play back spawn. He's kind of tethered there for now. He's daring him. Oh.
Wow.
Just a little bit too wide in the jump spot, and honestly, that was
UTG is
his
very
benefit.
low.
Stays alive because of it.
That's paranoia out for FUT, and now they're going to have to go mid to B.
That's a rotation out for DRG. They're trying to run
30
back A.
seconds left.
And honestly, the benefit is that Lukashu heard the rotates. He heard them running through, so he's able to pivot back quickly enough. But is it going to be in time?
What is he shooting at?
Sectioned off by the smoke. Forced to watch. Still gets his value, still gets a kill.
UTG is so far.
3v3 for the site with 13 seconds left. The spike eventually playing, and Mr. Fallen trying to spam into the smoke. Not going to connect. Repositioning back towards B. Meanwhile, Yetu playing mid. Trying to control the rotation, but it's all coming in through spawn.
Oh.
Luke just got decapitated, but of course it's traded. Mr. Fallen keeping it up on his own. Lukashu with attention divided knows there's at least one behind him. Has
He
to deal with him.
knows.
Time is short.
UTG is so
And
smart.
the nuisance that is Yetu has just won them the round just by his
Like the
existence,
timing he has on
just
that,
by his
like
positioning. Very nicely done.
One enemy remaining.
Sometimes you don't need to do much, Doug.
and he dies without
Just
bullets.
your presence alone
Like
can win you rounds. And Mr.
so
Fallen had a
fucking smart, man.
huge round here with some really nice shots. He's been quiet all map long, but this pistol round, I mean, they wanted it, they needed it, and they got it. Look at this shot.
That was off the jump spot too, and then connecting onto that one right there. That one was pretty.
Beautiful.
Right here. Right here.
It's tempting to say that they really needed the pistol to put together a comeback if they wanted to keep this close, and yes, they would have kept it close had they gotten it, but the truth is the way that they played
Destroy
this
that
series
cam?
shows
What
that
the
it might
fuck?
not matter. Hey, they might go down another couple of rounds and then put together this ridiculous comeback. Who knows?
On a defensive-sided map, it's definitely
tougher.
possible.
Yeah. It's tougher to weather if you're FUT. Of course, the name of the game for them is to get out of this as cleanly as they can. All it took was a shoulder. Nick to drop the
dude,
molly and take a
FUT
big step back.
play. They play like they are like fucking in food coma, you know? Like they're just eaten and like they're just like
He's having it. He's having
you know,
a map right now.
in a fucking food coma.
The KO too.
Yeah, a 21 and 9. That's not bad.
That's how it
It's
feels
not
to
bad.
look at food. Honestly, they should make them fast before the games.
Does not want to be
Like,
eliminated today. That's for sure.
make them hungry. And only feed them if they win.
So oppressive when you're playing against a KO that's actually shooting straight like this.
Yeah.
Because you might even have ult online in the next round or the following round.
Would have sucked.
Forward to his name, farm a little bit of orbs on this bonus. Look at the healthy buy. 3 Bulldogs, a Guardian.
I mean, it's all rifles.
Yep.
They literally, I mean, they have 5 rifles going into this bonus.
Oh, man.
And remember, that's 2 bonus rounds that they've already won in this series. They won the first in the first half of Bind, they won the first half of Ascent, and now the opportunity to do it again.
And
It's just so difficult to play from behind, man.
Exactly, and Yetuge now has a Phantom upgrade as well because he basically full saved in the previous round. Will be an early drone mid from Tiles and a walk-up cat.
They're not being quiet about it, man. They're trampling forward.
Yep.
Out of captain. Gets bested, A-main.
They have Nick stuck right now. Cracks with the KO molly.
Oh, seen it. Dashing forward. Taking the fights on his own. Finding Luke. Fortunately for DRG, the
Oh
TZH
my
is alive.
fucking god.
Mr. Fallen has to win this 1v2. He's
Hello?
gonna try to get the spike, and he's spotted. As he tries to get away, will fall.
Just show your back.
What a successful round for FUT. They got 3 guns out from the side of DRG. And that's why you see so many players will be on light armor. They're going to have to be on light armor.
This was such a big play from TZH, man.
TZH anchored this, honestly, almost perfectly.
Yeah. He did his job. He did everything a team needed him to do there, and then some.
He's really the star of this roster. Sitting at 14-11 once again.
Same drone that we saw the previous round. from tiles. Remember, in the previous round, though, it was with the walk-up tiles. Not the case this time around.
A deep mid to B smoke. I imagine they're trying to prod up top mid, bait out any Cypher trips.
Yeah,
maybe,
or maybe
a trap.
look for a cam, yeah. He's out.
Nice
my
shot.
goodness, he was ahead of it. Execution style. Seen it, and Cracks don't know what hit him.
And he's going for more.
Ooh, just narrowly missing that window.
The name of the game now is just discipline.
FUT have to be careful here, man. You cannot let DRG back into this game.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to be on an eco in this next round.
Here.
Hello?
The other concerning thing too here for FUT is that there are a couple of ults that are starting to come online for DRG.
Yep. And not only that, but it was Luke who got 4 into this round. You give a Jet confidence on the defensive side, he can run circles around you. He can disrupt you in any lane. Kind of like this. Doesn't matter what your game plan is when that Jet pops dash and goes for a peek.
Nice.
They're smiling again. They can feel it. Always giving us a run. Always giving us reason for hope, for excitement. Luke getting tagged early on by the drone.
Just knife out running top mid. The disrespect.
Trying to catch a cheeky timing if they can.
What did I say, Doug?
Spam through the smoke, out of captain goes down. Fully committing onto this B hit. The Sheriffs have been problematic in the past, but it does not look like that'll be the case this time. Mr. Fallen CNED doing everything they can with it. It's just not enough.
But CNED is just running in front of people, like...
And I've got to call back to Bind again, because this is as far as they got. They got within 1 round, and then FUT ran away with it again.
And FUT have a really good opportunity here to run away with it because of the ultimate economy that's coming up that you see after this replay. This was Luke. I mean, he just got a spam kill top mid, dashes into stairs. And Sean 7 staying alive here in lane. FUT should be aware of this setup though, because Sean 7 has been playing this spot since pistol round. He likes to go lane, jump down, jump back up.
Big round here for FUT. 3 ults to play with, but only 2 will likely be a factor.
They're so fast to take this mid control.
But honestly, DRG have been kind of comfortable to give it up. There was a cam early on, but other than that, they've just kind of ignored it since.
I'm really interested as to why Vukashu isn't putting his trips on the opposite site. Because when you're running up against a KO ult like that, I mean, that's part of the reason why you want to play a Cypher. You can be in 2 places at once.
That's a really good point.
Not really reading into it.
Pops at A. Luke not able to get much more than that, but maybe Nick can. Really nice.
Why does he pick when CNED is not done of raising?
The
Like,
flash from Cracks will counter though. And they've inserted Yetu. He's hearing all of these rotations. He's going to call the troops back.
I think Sean 7 saw an elbow.
Sean 7's the only one who hasn't made it back. You're
30
right.
seconds left.
The pings on the minimap confirm the suspicions. But do they? I guess he thought they were going to go back market.
Yetu, please, please, please. Yetu,
And
please.
now more utility to keep Vukashu back. He's forced to sit on the other side of this alarm bot.
Alarm bot down. Recalling my bot.
Once again, DRG a round away from tying us. And not able to fully close the gap.
What is he
Vukashu
looking
would
at?
have to 1v3 here to tie us up. Spike has been going off for a couple of seconds now. Yeah, Cracks is weak, 35 HP. He's the weakest of the 3 targets. But everyone else is healthy and ready for the fight, itching for it.
They want to give the kill to Yetu so he gets that Killjoy ult online. And he will get it.
That's not what they're doing.
Very nicely done there from FUT. Min-maxing that as best as they can.
They wanted Like
Krax
the
actually
Cypher
gets
was
rushed
playing in a way
onto that
to like
catwalk and gets the
try
trade
to bait the
onto Nick
Killjoy
there.
to push,
And that's
and
what
the Killjoy was
I feel
being
like is what was
super
the turning point in the
patient.
round.
I think this year too, Xion. It seemed like Xion 7
And
knew where he was. You saw the
Sova
pings
was
on the
like
minimap,
just
and
trying to bait the Cypher to
he
come on
just gets
site,
punished for it.
so the
played that
Killjoy
very
could
nicely.
come out of B main
Krax had
and
like a
backstab
pop
him.
flash over the top too from bottom mid when he dropped off a cat there for him. So even if he was dialed in on
Kind of like the
crosshair,
same play they
I mean,
did
he
in
would've gotten
Pistol.
full flashed.
Full pressure.
You should run.
Blades over the top though. Luke trying to get
Hello,
some
hello?
high ground, does connect on the Blades. Now dashing back, he got in, he got his kill, and he gets out. Nicely done. Oh, he's hunting for more. He's wrapping around, Data Captain's dead.
Yeah.
Understanding where the pressure's coming from, they have to turn their attention forward. But they've inserted a couple of members mid.
Proactivity
Ew.
from FUT, and they heard this cat drop.
Oh my
Almost
god,
gets both.
Cine!
Only one found. Can Yetu succeed here?
Krax is still alive. Anything's possible.
A 1v2. Taking a little bit of damage. Now they know where he is. That's the only flash he's got to his name. Knife won't matter. Util empty, the second flash through. Walls closing in, he can fear the footsteps. And he will fall.
Lucky.
Good job from DRG in that 2v1. They understand that Krax has been crazy all game long, honestly. He's been a beast. So they methodically took their time, had all bases covered, didn't get flashed, didn't get baited. Krax almost finessed them too. He got hit by the Cypher ult, and he was holding his flash out on purpose like he was gonna right click on the right side of that backside area. DRG were not messing with any of that though. And that'll cause a timeout for FUT. This is so familiar.
It is so
Second timeout,
sloppy,
last
man.
one.
I
The
regret.
guys will have at his disposal.
I hope they
Meanwhile,
get
DRG hang on
eliminated.
to one, but
Like,
they've won 4
I
of
hope
the
they
last
win
5
against
rounds.
DRG, but I think
That
they're
last
gonna
one
get
was close.
eliminated after.
But they're giving a run at this thing. And the funny thing is about
I hope
DRG is
Heretics
on a set,
and Leviathan
you really have no idea what team you're gonna get, right?
come
One day
out
they beat
with like
EDG
Genji and
13-3.
G2.
The next day they lose to them 3-13.
And I should have bet
You
on
just don't really know
fucking
what you're
G2
gonna get
coming out of
from the
FUT.
squad on this map, but
The more I think about it now,
this
the
feels a
more it
little bit more
makes
like
sense.
13-3 instead of 3-13.
Go for like
And it doesn't really
G2
feel like it's
over
off of
DRG.
heroics either. I mean, if you
No.
look at the, well, you guys can't see the scoreboard,
Oh,
but you're gonna see
over,
it shortly.
FUT, sorry.
Everyone's really close together, and they're playing together. I mean, even at the end, they're in the 2v1, right? Scaling together, while Nick is holding one angle, Bukashu gets the scale, and you imagine that Nick would just wide swing wherever Krax was if Bukashu falls there.
A suboptimal buy for the attack.
Standing ahead.
2 rifles, 3 sheriffs, and Nick instantly spots one, pops the ult. Forces FUT to think twice about this. That's a really early ult,
Yeah,
too.
I was literally about to say the same thing. That's so early. I think Nick hit the panic button a little bit there after hearing those
think
jet
so.
knives be popped.
I think you're right.
I must wait a moment.
And now there's a window of opportunity. for
Well, he
CNET
should
to maybe
give his fucking
do some
Vandal
anime
to somebody
battle
else
things
if he
here.
has his jet knives
Over the top
out.
of boat. Oh, as I say that, Bukashu has his teammates back.
Over the top. That was the punish. A flash in his face, has to dash, has to try to stay alive.
All the meanwhile, that trip is still alive.
It was a cool idea to get the KO ult out at the beginning, but they just run into a brick wall after that. And the brick wall's name's Bukashu. What a hold. We are tied.
Brick wall is an understatement for what we've seen so far on this defensive side. This is why, I mean, I said, you know, 5 rounds is good on the attacking side. It can be so hard to break through.
That was so big from Bukashu, man.
Great support.
Hey, even there, when he drops the second cage on for Luke as he has to dash back, he's flashed, he's trying to find cover.
Yeah.
That's a big round from their Cypher.
Now we have the Hunter Fury available for this round.
CNET popping blades. The only one without a rifle. Again, no real interest in holding the defense, the middle of the map from the defense.
They haven't had to.
Yeah, Luke just now getting here, jump spotting, and CNET hears that. Calls for the smoke and just destroys Luke. Pure Phil.
That was such a nice shot.
If they hit the timing right here, they can commit onto this B. Shion 7's by himself. But the timing on this is everything, because DRG are rotating back as well. Nick will be first.
No commitment on that Omen ult, though. But it did get info that there wasn't anybody boat, or at least peeking market on them either.
They know the Sova's still close by. That dart just hit in main. The flash out through. Nick holding the line, holding the space and trying to just take the fight.
That was
Sheriff still playing backside by himself. Now surrounded by the utility, by the members of FUT that are knocking on his door.
Here.
Bukashu and TZH so far away from the play.
Spike planted.
And so heavily outnumbered.
Their economy's so healthy, though. You should do as much damage as you possibly can, because if you can get at least 3 guns out right now, you have a chance.
There's one.
To snowball the rounds after this, right? If you win the next, the economy might suddenly be broken for FUT, and then you might be on match point.
They're still trying to play for their exits. You see FUT trying to find safe passage out from the site. CNET cannot. As soon as the smoke goes down, yeah, they had to clear him. And they managed to do so, but they lose 2 rifles there. Yetuje's in CNET, and the money's not great, you're right. The one benefit is that because of the way this round played out, CNET didn't buy. He used blades.
Oh my goodness. And then this right here from Nick, I know you were kind of flabbergasted when it happened. I mean, I was too. Usually you see KOs sit a little bit back after that first peek and spotting players in B main. Have some support flashes over the top for Shion 7 on site, that anchor. And Shion 7 had a dart that whole time. You could even pair it up with the KO flash. But that's all in the past now, and we have Luke on that operator in the middle of the map.
With CNET jump spotting.
I think he saw him there. No.
Has not fired the weapon.
Whoa!
A snap again onto CNET is just disgusting.
Blow for blow. It was CNET that took his head clean off last round. He wanted revenge.
Shion 7 taking a little bit of damage there. Has his ult online. DRG slow things down.
Luke repositioned so fast with the operator. You saw FUT put a bottom mid smoke, but he's already ahead of this. Oh! Just as I say that, he gives Olive Garden.
Because of the drone that was coming out from main. Yeah. Had a captain TP forward already, but he falls. I don't know that they're going to find access into the site, man. I don't know that they're going to be able to brute force their way through. They're trying to peek out one by one through the smokes, and it's a flawless round for DRG.
FUT don't really seem to have an answer for this A site hit, this anchor of TZH. The crowd, they could feel it. The win is right there, it's on the premise. This was that entry from Luke.
That shot is so gross, man.
Yeah. TZH, I mean, he's like almost Bang-esque on this A site.
11 apiece. Ops still in the hands of Luke.
Cover going out.
This slow approach from FUT hasn't really been getting much value for them. They're not really taking any map control. They're not really usually taking B main. They might get it this time around. But it's really came down to just the anchoring play of DRG for the most part in halting these approaches from FUT.
Only one spotted. No challenge, no swing. You were just mentioning the anchoring efforts from DRG. If they go into this, it's at all the Cypher utility. And they've got Shion 7 and Bukashu here close by. First ult use, CNET dashing forward, trying to find some space as the Molly's at his feet. Luke not able to land the shot. The third round of that fight goes the way of CNET. But they're starting to surround them, a deep alarm bot, and they're gonna pivot back, you're right. They baited DRG into fully committing
30
B.
seconds left.
That's a beautiful call.
Last player standing.
Jeez.
DRG invested everything into that hit. And the rug was pulled out of under him.
DRG got all the way up top mid as all that pandemonium and chaos was happening. And he heard the rotations. And once you hear that Omen ult come through as well, I mean, it's just obvious. Go back A. You might as well. DRG cuts off the rotate, gets the kill on top of it. That allows the deep alarm bot. Freelo. TZH does have something to say about it, though.
And these kills are not insignificant. Again, the money's not great on the side of FUT. They lose 2 rifles there. They're gonna have to buy armor on Cracks and on CNED. Potentially Yetu-J as well, unless they want to leave him at light armor.
That pre-fire.
It's really nice. And there was that cutoff on rotations you were referring to.
Yeah, he slowly crept up. He first got deposited in the bottom mid area. Then he goes for more. Once there's chaos, once CNET dashes out and just lives around that boat area.
And another timeout called, the last one from either squad. 12-11. DRG potentially 1 round away from being eliminated in front of a home crowd. What a devastating thing that would be. And they've given FUT everything that they could possibly handle, and honestly, a little bit more.
It's been a battle on both maps. This one the closest of the two, but I don't know who the clear favorite is here. This could go either way still. Both teams in the latter rounds, they really have to dig deep. Show what's left in the tank, what's left in the strat book on this map of Ascent.
DRG, a team that really nobody gave the time of day to, as GB put it.
Seriously, it's night and day.
A team that a lot of people expected not to win a single map. Here fighting for tournament life, pushing FUT to the limits. An op in the hands of Luke. A lot of value has been found on the other side of the timeout. What's the call? Nick already peppered. And he's been sectioned off. The one benefit is there's a little bit of help via TZH if he can stay alive, but now position given away. The paranoia comes out. Luke has to tuck. Captain falls. They've held the line. 3 of them fall. The spike in no man's land. Unless CNET can do something about it, and he cannot. We've gone the distance, and we're going a little bit more.
You cannot take over TZH. He's too good. The A side is his. Look at this guy. What an anchor he's been all half long on this A site. From the same spot every single time in hell.
We've been gifted with OT. We'll see what DRG can do with it. From down 7-5 at half, from down 6-0 to start the map, to the 25th round. Now an opportunity before them, but the need to convert. Have the knife and the flash already been used. Luke will get a little bit closer to Blades. It's a really deep smoke too.
Yeah, there's
out
that.
from TZH.
Yeah, we saw this previously, and the last time they did this, CNED was ahead of that, and he checked it. This time around, no one's gonna check it, so FUT don't have the same info.
They're gonna force the drone out to clear that smoke.
Cage triggered.
This is really good so far for DRG. If they pressure B main and break all this KJ utility, the rotates will surely come out because of that drone, and I think that's what's gonna happen. That's why TZH has not left A main yet.
And honestly, if you go back to regulation, DRG played the macro very well.
Oh, but this alarm bot wasn't broken at all. If they broke it, surely FUT would have rotated off.
Seeing it smoked off with the flash in his face, connects onto Luke anyway. A shattering of the glass and safe passage found.
30 seconds left.
Seeing it on the reposition. Still has that glass cannon in hand. But Xion7 getting up close. Mr. Fallen on the counter. The attack still with a little bit of bite to it. Although outnumbered. 10 seconds left. Now committing to the spike plant.
10 seconds
Bukashu trying to play aggressively on the other side of the smoke, facing into it by himself, recklessly pushing forward. The Hyla waiting on the other side as it dissipates, he jumps and he falls! Now it's on to TZH to win this 1v3 as the spike has been planted. He's got time on his side, but he's all on his own, and he will fall. FUT gets a series point.
And this is all because that bottom mid alarm bot was not broken. That one key piece of utility, had it been not there,
Switching sides.
this could be an entirely different scenario. Maybe CNED rotates off and he's already cheating towards mid if that happens, and then Luke doesn't go down early. And then this, heartbreaking. It's gotta be a mouse wheel issue. And it's the pressure.
He knows it, man. He knows it. Straight into it we go. Can FUT put DRG away?
Down.
This was a new look so far for DRG. This mid walk off a cat from Luke. And also aggressive B main drone, breaking the Killjoy turret.
Mr. Fallen, 2 away from the Hunter Siri. Knife with a little bit of a tag. Luke hitting the best of Yetu-J.
That's the Senti gone.
Yep. Does he get value out of this position? He's got the paranoia in hand. Out of Captain looking over his shoulder, making sure his duelist doesn't get popped. There's not enough of a Q to draw it out.
Come
so
on,
they
FUT,
silently
win
leave.
already, you know.
Rotate back B.
We had enough fun.
And they're ahead of it. DRG are already here. They've already gotten 2 back sight. They're gonna try to split out onto B, and yeah, they're gonna have his numbers advantage here, but Luke still has his op. And he's holding the line. Can they get past this? He's ahead of the smoke, spots the feet, cannot connect. And now spam through with the shorty in hand. They decide to ignore him for now, but you gotta be careful, he's right on your shoulder. The defense will have to hold the line here as best as they can. 3 apiece potentially for tournament life. The spam not connecting, 10 HP, he will fall. TZH has been a hero, but he will not convert. FUT stay alive.
In heartbreaking fashion for DRG as well.
What a performance from FUT, man. They got pushed. They got pushed in a big way.
2 players sitting at almost 30 apiece. 29 for CNET, 29 for Cracks. They had a crazy game. And DRG looked way better than the other day. Way better. I hope they keep their heads up high and look at this series as one that they could have taken away from FUT.
The death said it, we saw it. They really tested FUT. But the clash of the number 3 seeds on the international stage goes the way of FUT.
And it wasn't clean. No, but they did it. They did it nonetheless. They're gonna have to go to the drawing board and figure out how they can close these leads. Close the maps out, because they had such a buffer on both maps, and they just consistently let it slip away. I mean, we even heard the coach saying it. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. That's all people will remember in this moment.
You take a look at a couple of these highlight moments from the series again. And honestly, especially Ascent, it was full of them.
Cracks was unbelievable.
All series, man. He was nuts.
Yeah, he's counting his blessings, that's for sure.
The Sheriff impact kills he was able to get. I think, what did we say, at halftime he had 18 kills? I'm pretty sure a third of them were off of the Sheriff.
Doug, that Sheriff round was the difference maker in this game. They won by what? 1 round, pretty much. That's what it came down to.
When things get this close, you're right. It's those little things that make the difference. Mr. Fallen also was heroic to close things out, and I guess it felt like maybe the pressure was too much for DRG at the end. They just weren't able to close it out. And so unfortunately, in front of a home crowd, they're sent packing. But there's a lot to be excited about for FUT. The Verizon post-match interview with CNED right now.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再次恭喜 FUT Esports 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了新代的选手来接受我们的采访。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by CNED from FUT Esports with us. Would like to say hi to the audience.
Hello.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
也欢迎 CNED 的选手来接受我们的采访。首先，可能想要问一下 CNED 的选手，因为其实来到上海大师赛，他们已经和2支来自 CN 的队伍交过手了，所以也想问一下，从他的角度来说，他觉得 CN 队伍的打法风格是什么样的呢 ？So you have played against two teams from CN region in this Master Shanghai. So how do you think of the play style of CN?
Of course, it's different from the other regions. It's very obvious. They are like most likely like depending like counting their individual, and their individual is very good. Yeah, that's it.
他说，其实 CN 队伍的打法风格确实和其他赛区有着非常不一样的地方，因为他可能觉得他们会更依靠于个人能力。当然，确实 CN 队伍的选手每个人的个人能力都很强。那第二个问题想问一下 CN 选手，因为其实我知道他们队伍在之前也对蝰蛇有一个非常高的优先级，在很多地图上都会使用到蝰蛇。那在这回上海大师赛蝰蛇削弱之后，他们觉得蝰蛇的强度此时此刻如何呢 ？So your team have a very high priority of Viper before. So after the nerf of Viper, what do you think of her stress right now?
I think it didn't change too much. Of course, it get nerfed, but I think still usable in most of the map. But like we will see. Like we didn't have too much time to actually play without Viper and test the new stuff. But yeah, we will see in the future.
他说，虽然蝰蛇经过了一系列的削弱，但他还是觉得蝰蛇这个英雄的使用强度是非常强的，在很多的地图上都可以使用。因为他们现在可能没有太多的时间去测试，比如说哪张地图没有蝰蛇会怎么样，因为没有太多的准备时间。但是他觉得之后可能一切答案也都会揭晓的。那接下来也想问一下新代选手，因为我们其实可以注意到，这回他们队伍在来到上海大师赛之后，在背后都印上了他们自己的中国名字，也非常可爱。想知道新代的选手知不知道自己的中文名字应该怎么念？ So I've noticed that the Chinese words on the back of your jersey. Do you know?
Sorry, can you say?
I've noticed the Chinese words on the back of your jersey.
Yeah.
So do you know the pronunciation of your Chinese name?
Sorry?
Do you know the pronunciation of your Chinese name?
No, actually.
Oh. Would you like to learn with me?
Yeah, of course.
Your Chinese name is 施耐德.
施耐德.
施耐德, yeah.
施耐德.
Hi everyone, I'm
Hi everyone, I'm Shinaido.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
And congratulations again. 那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，然后接下来还有一场非常非常精彩的抽签仪式要等着大家。That's all for our interview, and thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Let's over to the draw show. Don't move.
Oh, we have the draw,
After
yeah.
the exciting matches we've seen the last couple of
the
days, we
draw
can
for
confirm
tomorrow.
that 2 teams have already made playoffs. But there's 2 more spots left, and we're going to find out here at the draw show who is going to be playing tomorrow and see which 2 teams will be
Left
taking it over
foot
to
is
the
a
playoffs.
banger.
As always, I'm
Left
now joined by
foot.
Victoria, who's going to explain
Left
a little
foot
bit
is such a
of the
banger.
rules here in the draw show.
Yeah, so this one is only a 4-team draw, but definitely one of the more interesting ones. So we're gonna have 4 teams. The rules are regional matchups are fair game, but you can't play a team that you've already played in Swiss. So naturally that means that FPX and FUT can no longer face each other in this round.
Oh, okay, so that's 100% determined. We're not going to see that rematch.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I can't wait to see. I'm just going to quickly
So it's
explain
FUT
to everybody
theoretic
that
or
is
LEV
here,
FUT?
in the arena what is going on. Genji 和 G2 已经晋级到淘汰赛的阶段，所以我们现在抽出明天的对阵情况。还有FPX 跟 FUT 他们第一场我们已经看了他们比的赛，所以下一场他们不会遇到FPX 不会遇到 FUT。All right. Let's just go. I can't wait to see what we're gonna get.
Yeah.
She's doing this Chinese segment and she put on the
as
fucking
you guys heard that
Chinese
from
lesson
Victoria,
shit.
that rematch is not going to happen. So I'm interested to see which team
They
are
really
gonna pull
think
out
about
first and
everything
see,
at Riot Play.
oh, it's gonna be FUT. Now, as you guys know, they cannot go up against FPX. So they have Heretics and Leviathan, I believe, as the two choices here as the match. And then the last two will be the second matchup.
FPX.
This is poetic. I feel like this is poetic. We've taken out FPX, of course. This is the match that's not going to happen, which means FPX will be moved to the second game by default. Let's see who FUT. I believe this is going to be FUT's opponent, right? This first one is going to be who FUT will be facing tomorrow, and it is going to
Yes!
be Leviathan.
Aspassinen! Yes!
As Victoria would take
That's
out
a
the
fucking
last
banger,
team
man.
from the fishbowl, Heretic should be facing FPX tomorrow.
I mean, I have fucking LEV winning.
Here we go.
I have LEV and Heretics
here, but
winning.
of course, Victoria, whoever wins tomorrow, they will be advancing to playoffs.
Correct. Yeah. And as far as the schedule, since FUT played second today, they will play second tomorrow. We're not going to make them play back to back. So as far as the schedule, tomorrow will be FPX Heretics and then FUT Leviathan.
Okay.
We'll see who makes playoffs. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Victoria. And yeah, let's see what we're going to get
FPX
tomorrow.
Heretics
This
FUT
is
LEV
a
tomorrow.
spicy bracket.
Nice.
All right, so there we see it. We got everything locked in. FUT's going to be going up against Leviathan, and then we will have Heretics going up against FPX. And it's important to note as well, because FUT played that second match today. They will play the second match tomorrow. So basically, everything's all laid out for us.
Just
I don't know.
Thankfully, no regional rematch.
Yeah, it's
That's
true,
all I
it's
was
true.
hoping for.
It was a probability that was going to happen. You were losing your mind hoping
I was
wasn't
nervous.
But I feel
mean,
like
but
it's
then
not.
tomorrow, who am I supporting between FUT and Leviathan? Who am I supporting? I can't. I won't choose.
That
My
seems like a you
prediction is
problem.
no prediction. I just lose.
Well, there you can see it there. Unfortunately, that means, we say goodbye to T1 as well as DRG.
I mean, I think
We'll talk
Aspas
about that in a
wins.
little bit, but for right now, though,
But I just want,
looking
like,
at
some
these
crazy
matchups and what we're gonna be
Aspas
getting,
stuff.
in the horizon, I'm excited. I mean, I think it's going to be fascinating to see how FUT square up against Leviathan, because honestly, Leviathan looked really good today. And if they continue that form, that could be scary.
Oh, yeah. And then on the second one, the FPX versus Heretics, I think there's going to be chaos onto chaos. Is Patitech going to go back on that race? How many controllers are we going to see? I think it's going to be very interesting and definitely a tough opponent to play against.
Yeah, I had really high confidence for Team Heretics, and we definitely saw some of the cracks in that G2 game.
Yeah, I have
They're
LEV
gonna be
and
facing now an
Heretics
FPX,
winning
who I think is
tomorrow.
in white-hot form. So some real chance for that #2 seed from China to make it to playoffs.
I cannot wait until tomorrow is over and you can call EMEA a zero-team region again.
Oh, no.
There's one team.
There's one.
There's one team.
And I
Fnatic's
wouldn't want to
great.
say that. That would be mean.
That would be mean. We would never.
Oh, yeah.
You're like projecting that I'm going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I'm a nice
Don't go
guy.
there, Mimi.
Guys, we're just happy little guys
We're
who
happy
just
to
like
be
watching video games. It's great. Again, just want to reiterate, you see it on the schedule, and I'm sure someone has us on mute and then unmuted and then wasn't paying attention. FUT and Leviathan will be playing second tomorrow, as per what Victoria had said on stage just a little while ago. And then FPX will open the day against Heretics. That is going to be an exciting matchup, though. I am stoked to see FUT back again and now going up against FPX on freaking what they were doing over there, like with life and stuff. Oh man, it's gonna be so hype.
But of course they have to be so nervous, right? Because they had to wait until this very moment to know who they were playing and when.
Right.
So just imagine, right? They're about to go get dinner and they're like, oh, by the way, first thing in the morning tomorrow, you're just gonna go play against FPX.
And with DRG losing out too, that means there's extra pressure on FPX as that one of only 2 Chinese teams remaining in the tournament to really step up and make a run into playoffs.
For sure, for sure. Of course, that means we do have to say goodbye to DRG. You know, I will say,
yeah,
guys, I'm proud of you.
They
I'm
showed
glad
some
I hitched my
good
wagon
stuff.
to y'all. There's the only person in this broadcast who believed, and boy, howdy did they make me a believer.
Same goes for T1.
Exactly.
I think that they put up a very good fight. And for DRG, I do not want us to go to the next tournament and just be like, oh, they've never won a map. Damn, they got so close today, especially on that second one with that overtime. The way that they were turning around things, yes, we know it's not ready yet. But the projection that is there, that's real.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And for T1, this is really heartbreaking. It's coming off a double 0-2 loss to kind of go out in that first round at Champions, and then it's happening again here where you're losing 2 games in groups. This team keeps showing potential at home in Pacific and showing some moments on the global stage, but I think we're really waiting for a chance for T1 to show more. But with 4 slots for Pacific at Champions, I think there is some real hope to see them again on a global stage.
For sure, but then even then, right, you got to think about the rest of the other teams that have been chomping at the bit for this opportunity now. You know, seeing what the global teams, especially with more exposure to the Chinese teams and now more exposure to NA and EMEA teams, there's certainly going to be that pressure there for those Pacific squads. Even though the region is still looking relatively strong, I think, you know,
They have
safe
their
to
team.
say.
What was the team? What was that team in Pacific that we used to have a lot?
DRG?
DRA?
I'm mad at you right now.
We miss you. That's messed up. DRX, yeah, I hope to see him back sometime.
Yeah,
Gen G is carrying on the Korean legacy.
Say something,
I was just gonna say, there's gonna be 2 teams from Pacific in top 3, and Pacific is winning this tournament. I just have to keep saying this.
doing it, and Chober's gonna kill you.
Yeah, he might. He might. But this really looks like the best form for Pacific right now. I'm a big Pacific believer this time.
I would love to know the first impression from the teams already waiting in place.
Yeah, I don't know. Change it still has to be like fanatic, fucking.
Yeah, I would definitely say that there have been
and shit.
some, at least for us, there have been some surprises, right? You know, from FPX's great performance, I don't think a lot of us were like sure what we were going to get.
The surprise of I feel like everything else is gone
G2
for
digging deep, you know, when they were in the pits.
I feel like that looked possible, at least.
Coming out looking like a god on the duelist role, being the main duelist. I don't know, man. I'm weaving up some narratives right now. This is me weaving, just me spinning things up, trying to cause problems.
I think most of those were the expected narratives,
yeah,
so.
No, it's true. Don't kill my dreams. Okay,
But the dreams is we have exciting narratives, and that's true, even if they were expected.
You're so right, Mimi.
They were exciting.
Yeah, they were
and that's
exciting.
different than unexpected.
Well,
not everything that's unexpected is exciting.
Well, you know what, guys?
I don't like surprises.
Really.
It's getting late. It's getting late.
Yeah.
You know?
What time do we have to come back tomorrow?
Early. So that being said, that's going to do it for us here today. We thank you so much for joining us. 2 great matches on the horizon. We're going to send 2 teams to playoffs, and we're going to send 2 teams home. You don't want to miss it. Probably the most intense day of this event is going to take place tomorrow. So we hope to see you then. We thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you soon. Peace.
Bye-bye. That's going to be it for me, too. How long was the... Because it was still a 2-0. Yeah, it was 2-2-0. So it's like, what, 4 hours? Yeah, that's fine.
You couldn't have asked for a better way to kick
like
off
1 hour
day
per
4
game.
of Masters Shanghai. Leviathan, a roster formed of some of the best players in the game, taking on what some could say is an underdog T1 squad, but to sell them short would be a massive mistake. This game is going to be awesome.
As Izu leads the way, but what a shot! Ozpus ready for the entry. Rossi, attention, turned away. King with the tap on the spike, finds a headshot, look for the second, and he's got it! A 3-piece from the IGL. King just gets spotted, but Saya going to be taken down on the entry. Dead atop Orange, up over the top. Ospas trying to find a kill, but it's going to be Mazzino collecting a second as Izu does fall. A third from Mazzino, spraying through, play off the Tracers. The 4th. Pop flash out, chases in, is able to drop the pivot, then takes in from behind, able to take him down. Now it's all on Xgrid. 10 HP.
Huh?
It would be absolutely miraculous. 13-9, LEV take down T1 on their map, pick a breeze. Covering fire is going to be good. That paranoia does not connect. Calm in front of it. Couple taps coming through. Calm getting one. Osboss the other. Paranoia comes across, but Carpe trying to take some space, trying to take a fight. Flash for flash, but Pain Shell's out. Rossi going to be taken down. It's just a day at the shooting range here for LEV. Tech does not really matter too much as Tex, however,
Okay, good.
holds the line, cleans up 3, and it all falls to
Yeah,
pieces.
that's gonna be it.
Recovering
I was
on that
looking
thrash.
for,
Tex, however, 2 more board, but he gets the 1-2. He gets
playing
the
apparently
third.
my
13-7. Lev close out a necessary
my
series in
fucking Vanguard
2-0
is off,
fashion.
so-
They stay in the tournament, and they send T1 home.
It's Turkish Valorant versus Chinese. Valorant, time to see how things are going to go down. And let's not forget, this is an elimination game. Win here, you move on in this competition. But if you lose, you are done.
Noise has led to a rotation back B. So they're able to sit on this, but you're right, the shots are so crispy out from FUT. And so they brute force their way out onto the site. They get every single kill.
Yeah, all he has to do is live here, get some kills. This works. Oh, TZH is so good.
Smoke on the side, he's gotten it down to 1. Seen it as ult. Unbelievable.
Okay. That's it. I'll see you tomorrow for FPX, Heretics, and then LEV FUT. Stay safe. Bye-bye.